Volume 15, Chapter 700. You are truly insane. Sino's eyes crinkled at Kyle's words. Like the human, he had sensed the presence of the individuals who had previously arrived in the area to observe their battle. Naturally, he knew they wouldn't remain silent after seeing him near their territory. After all, he could annihilate their small planets with just a wave of his hand. Okay, as you wish, I will finish you as quickly as I can. However, how about you surrender to expedite the process? Kyle tilted his head as their weapons collided with a sharp metallic clang, and noticing that Sino was fixated on his sword, he quickly let go of his grip and delivered a punch to Sino's abdomen, sending him reeling backward. Surrender, what's that? Sino chuckled. He could see the sweat trickling down his body, mingling with the blood oozing from the wounds Kyle had inflicted on him in such a short time. He wasn't seriously injured and could have easily healed his injuries, but he refrained from doing so because he had noticed that Kyle frowned whenever they were too close to each other, indicating that the scent was making the human uncomfortable. The scent of his blood was heightened by the dark energy within him, and given Kyle's discomfort, it was evident that the skill he was using to monitor his surroundings was closely connected to his sense of smell. From this, Sino concluded that the more potent the surrounding sense became, the more overwhelmed Kyle would feel. Honestly, I can't just harm myself on purpose to make him feel more uneasy, especially since he's not even reacting to my provocations anymore. I need to come up with something else, something that would wreck his sense of smell. He noticed Kyle moving toward him, the sword tightly gripped in the latter's hand, but instead of engaging, he moved back and steadied his breath, then a familiar artifact materialized in his hand. Kyle halted in his movement as he noticed the round artifact enveloped in dark energy. It resembled a crystal but emitted no luster. It was purely dark and ominous. With a swift flick of his fingers, a teleportation portal instantly materialized behind him. He then locked eyes with the second Shadow General, wearing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Go on, use it. What are you waiting for? I told you, didn't I, that you are allowed to use all the artifacts you possess in this battle. I would never go back on my word. Sino tightened his grip on the artifact. He wanted to reach the Phoenix, but the human stood in his way. That's why even if he used the artifact, it would be pointless since Kyle could easily escape the explosion's range through a simple teleportation portal. Who said I was going to use it? A smirk spread across his face as the artifact began to levitate, its dark aura swirling and seeping into his body. I never intended to invoke a natural law merely to defeat an individual who hasn't even reached the supreme rank, as it drains too much of my strength, but it seems I have no other option this time. Kyle hummed nonchalantly, but all his attention was on the man before him as a powerful, destructive aura began to gather around the latter's body. A natural law, so you do possess one. He pondered in his mind, attempting to discern what type of natural law Sino had mastered, all the while silently channeling all his remaining spiritual energy into his sword to unleash the final move of his sword art. The void of silent darkness. If the threat I am sensing from the man intensifies, I will eliminate him with one swift strike, even if it means sacrificing a body part in the process. Bia, who was watching the battle from a distance, noticed when they both paused in their movements. Kyle didn't say anything, but she instinctively sensed that he was planning something dangerous. However, it wasn't like she could interfere. That would only complicate things for Kyle. Nevertheless, she possessed a life-saving artifact, the ring on her ankle that she had discovered in the tomb. If things spiraled out of control, she would position herself between the two men to activate it. So the artifact would instantly transport both her and Kyle to another location. She became alert when Sino began to laugh loudly. The dark energy surrounding the man had completely engulfed his form. Even his long, peach-colored hair was turning dark with each passing second. He placed his palm over his face and glanced at Kyle through the gaps in his fingers. Just one natural law. I suppose you underestimated me far too much. Third was lazy, so even though he had the chance to learn the law of darkness because the dark energy favored him, he didn't and met a pathetic end at your hands. But the other Shadow Generals are different from him. He blinked and his pupils darkened. The golden color within them vanished as if it had never existed in the first place. In that instant, Kyle felt as if the entire universe had collapsed upon him, throwing him off balance. He cursed and desperately attempted to steady himself, but it was as if the very fabric of space was compelling him to fall. He failed and even lost his grip on the sword in his hand as he struggled and began coughing up blood. Bia's eyes widened at the sight. Instantly, she rushed toward Kyle, ready to catch his body on her back. However, the moment she entered his vicinity, she too lost her balance as an overwhelming pressure pressed down on her body. Sino crouched down and observed the duo. Below them lay an infinite dark space as they plummeted deeper and deeper. PFFF, his body quivered slightly as he stifled the uncontrollable laughter that threatened to escape his lips. With a mere wave of his hand, both Kyle and Bia's falling bodies came to an abrupt stop in midair. Instantly, the two of them spat up blood because all their internal organs were shaken when their bodies were forcefully yanked from beneath the overwhelming weight that had pressed down on them. Bia cried out from the pain coursing through her body and cursed the Shadow General and his entire lineage. She suffered more injuries compared to Kyle, as her physique wasn't as strong as his. This funkin' son of a witch. If only I were a bit stronger, I would have torn him apart for causing such harm to my precious body. She tried to use all her agility to leave the area, but her injuries left her barely able to fly. So she quickly began to channel her spiritual energy to heal herself. In the distance, Kyle wiped the blood from his mouth and called for his sword, which had slipped from his grasp earlier. His fingers trembled as he grasped the sword and lifted his head to face the man now hovering above him. What was that? Sino locked eyes with Kyle. His smile wavered when, instead of fear, he detected genuine curiosity in the human's gaze. What a weird individual. But since the human was about to die anyway at his hands, he opted to respond to the latter's final question. It's weak since there's no mass beneath. However, the last time I used the natural law of gravitational domination, I took countless lives simply by increasing the gravitational pressure around them until their bodies could no longer endure it. He paused for a moment, allowing the weight of silence to linger in the air. When he spoke again, his voice was imbued with an ominous yet laughing tone. Do you want to know what happened to those people when their bodies could no longer withstand the pressure? Kyle's eyes crinkled slightly, but instead of joy, they glimmered with a dark curiosity, as if he had discovered something fascinating that he desired at all costs. He clenched his fist and raised it toward Sino. Oh, no need for that since I know. He opened his fist suddenly, fingers unfurling to spread wide. Their bodies exploded into pieces right. Sino's eyes chilled at his words. The human spoke with a peculiar tone, as if he were eager to try what he had just said. You are truly insane. Kyle burst into laughter and inwardly instructed Bia to instantly leave the area, as he was about to obliterate everything, even the very space they were in. But you haven't even seen the real me. Sino lifted his head as he sensed a powerful individual approaching his location from a distance. What a nuisance. Wasn't James injured? Why is Odiak himself coming here for this human when he needs to guard the seals? He could have sent another elder. I need to finish this before he arrives. He blinked, and the darkness that had gathered around his body began to absorb his blood, adopting a hint of scarlet. Sino glanced down to lock eyes with Kyle, and his gaze flickered with a hint of greed. It's odd that I can no longer sense that unique essence I once detected within you. However, I still want to uncover whatever celestial your body contains, so don't worry, I will leave your body intact. Chapter 701, Not Gonna Let You Go This Time. 701 Not Gonna Let You Go This Time. The dark energy enveloping Sino surged toward Kyle with astonishing speed. At the same time, the space behind him began to crack, forming an escape route for him to vanish as soon as he was done. Kyle remained rooted in place as the darkness, tinged with a faint shade of crimson, approached and began to circle around his body. It didn't touch him at all. Instead, it scattered and enveloped the vast empty space surrounding him. His grip on the sword tightened. Fortunately, Bia had already left the area through the portal he had created, while Sino was completely focused on him. The level of threat had escalated. I can sense that whatever he is planning can endanger my life. It's time to end this. Kyle took a firm stance in midair and locked his solemn gaze on Sino. The golden sword in his hand began to wrap itself in pitch-black shadows, gliding through the air with grace. He wanted to use instant teleportation to reach the man first, but his eyes widened when, suddenly, countless small dark and red flowers made of energy began to take shape around him. Instantly, they began to release overpowering fragrances that overwhelmed his senses. This bastard! Kyle hurriedly stopped using his scent perception skill as he realized Sino's intentions, but it was too late. The sudden onslaught of overpowering scents blurred his vision, and his nose began to bleed. His head began to ring, and his eyes turned bloodshot from the intense assault directly on one of his senses. In the end, he felt as if he had entirely lost his sense of smell. Amidst the hazy vision, he noticed Sino charging at him with his curved blade. The man smirked at him ominously. How is it? It's not a natural law. It's just a low-rank skill I learned accidentally. I never really found it useful in battle, but it certainly works wonders on you. Kyle felt a strong urge to laugh, but he controlled himself. He could tell through the disgusting sensation crawling on his skin that the scents from the flowers had also begun to corrode his body. Yet, he remained still on his spot, waiting for Sino to come closer. Just a little more. Just a little. His head was throbbing, and his entire body was consumed by pain, yet in the middle of it all, he once again attempted to grasp the natural law of time. This time, he sought to explore its complexities more profoundly. Although he had no prior knowledge, his desire to grasp the very nature of reality fueled his efforts, and to his delight, the nature began to resonate with him. Kyle's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as the second Shadow General's blade finally arrived eerily close to his neck. Instantly, he tapped into the natural law of time. Sino let out a confused and bewildered sound as he suddenly felt his body moving backward on its own, as if time itself were reversing around him. He looked ahead, and a familiar pair of green eyes flashed before him in a blur, followed by the raspy echo of Kyle's voice resonating in his ears. A friendly reminder, you talk too much. With a swift and precise movement, Kyle plunged his sword deep into Sino's heart. Before the man could even comprehend what the hell just happened, a wave of darkness erupted from the golden blade, engulfing him in a chilling embrace of nothingness that felt eerily familiar. Sino's pupils dilated as his grip on his blade loosened, causing it to drop into the vast darkness surrounding them. No way, how? Kyle met his shocked and bewildered gaze with an air of nonchalance. His grip on his sword loosened, and he could feel his body growing numb. Even before he tapped into the natural law of time, he knew that his body had already given up. Not to mention, he had exhausted all his spiritual and divine energy. Fortunately, his body still contained a bit of mana, allowing him to remain conscious. Still, he was sure he would faint any second now. He staggered back and watched as the second Shadow General's body, enveloped in the silent void, began to dissolve into the shadows, the man's form disintegrating into mere echoes of existence. However, before his body could fade entirely into the shadows, Kyle reached out his hand and caught the fleeting wisps of dark energy slipping away from Sino's body, which turned into a hollow shell. Not gonna let you go this time, Kyle chuckled softly as the energy in his grasp fought to break free. This time what he caught wasn't merely a remnant of what was real, it was a real fragment of the second Shadow General's soul. He tightened his grip and the fragment of soul scattered into energy, leaving behind nothing but faint, luminous particles. Next time, it won't be merely a fragment of your soul. It will be your entire existence that will disappear in my grasp. His eyelids began to grow heavy as the air around him became stagnant, with many voids forming in the space to consume every speck of spiritual energy. Kyle shook his head to prevent his consciousness from fading. With great effort, he managed to store his sword in his mind space and create a somewhat stable portal behind him, using the last of his mana to reach Bia. But just as he was about to plunge into the portal, he caught sight of two middle-aged men arriving on the scene, a white-haired dwarf and a dark-haired human. His final thought was that the two individuals looked vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered them before, just as his body vanished into the flickering portal that disintegrated into numerous particles. Ah, it seems we are late. Odiak's deep voice echoed in the dark space as he sighed regretfully and watched the fading particles. His gaze shifted to the numerous voids that had formed in the air after Kyle unleashed his sword art. They were wreaking havoc, devouring everything in their path, even the very essence of space itself. But that young kid, what the hell, how can he be so powerful already? He cast a sidelong glance at the man dressed in casual attire, whose presence was completely concealed by an artifact, and narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Did you deceive everyone when you said that the human with the celestial essence and the one my artifact chose as its host haven't even attained the divine rank? James's gray eyes flashed with incredulity. According to the piece of his soul that had returned to him, both Kyle and Alec were far from the divine rank. There was no reason for him to lie about this, so why was this old fellow blaming him? I didn't. You know I'm still not fully healed, yet you dragged me here, claiming it could be our chance to capture a piece of Sino's soul and find his whereabouts through it. But I have to say, Kyle has gotten incredibly powerful. He just defeated one of Sino's bodies so easily without anyone's help. Odiak's eyes grew even more suspicious when James tried to change the topic. He stared intensely at the man. You say you didn't lie, but do you realize it hasn't even been 10 years since the piece of soul you left on the blue planet returned? How did the youngsters become so strong in such a short amount of time? He rubbed his chin, a thoughtful yet perplexed expression on his face. It all just doesn't add up. First, Kyle and his group, whom Elizabeth encountered in the gladiator arena, came from the blue planet, which was isolated from the outside world and lacked a lot of knowledge. Second, that planet lacked the resources necessary to help someone reach the divine rank. James shook his head at him. He just wanted to rest, but this old man was giving him a headache with all his questions. Why can't you accept the fact that the youngsters are geniuses? That's why they have become so powerful in such a short amount of time, unlike us. Anyway, I don't think we can locate Kyle now that he has left through a portal, especially since I can't detect any remnant coordinates. He turned around as the space behind him began to crack to form a route that would directly take them to their destination. Let's head back, we can't be away from the seals for too long, or who knows what the dark side might do while we're gone. Odiak nodded. The dwarf still had questions about how Kyle and his group had gained such immense strength in such a brief period. But then he remembered the ancient lumber realm he had sealed on the blue planet. At that time, James had left to battle the third Shadow General who had injured Elizabeth, and the dark race that resided on the blue planet began causing chaos, so he had trapped them in that realm in a fit of anger. Perhaps the youngsters entered that realm and found the divine essence James had left behind with his bonded beast. Wow, just how fortunate do they need to be to find the divine essence in such a vast realm? That's the only thing that could have helped them reach the pseudo-divine rank, since it's hard to achieve the ascendant state, even if your talent is SSS plus rank. James stepped into the crack and disappeared before the dwarf could ask him any more questions. Odiak watched his fading figure and let out a wry smile. I know you're thinking it's due to the celestial essence Kyle possesses within his body, but what you might not realize is that the essence is merely a guarantee of the potential to reach the celestial rank. To truly achieve that rank, a person must invest the necessary effort themselves. He wouldn't have so many pointless questions if only Kyle had grown stronger, but it's not just him. Everyone standing by his side is becoming a formidable force. The balance of power in the universe is about to shift once more. Hopefully they won't turn to the dark side. Well, at least Alec would stand by our side, since Soul would lead him to me. With a soft hum, he also stepped into the crack and vanished from the space. Chapter 702, Someone Stronger is Watching Us. Under a canopy of green trees, Bia was seated on the ground. Her head nestled in her wings and her eyes were closed. The air was pleasant, filled with the faint scent of fresh fruits and flowers. Seated beside her with his back resting against her body, Kyle's eyes were also closed. His clothes were covered in dried blood, yet he didn't have the strength to change into clean garments. Bia's eyes flew open when she sensed several presences nearing their location. Just some divine ranks, she whispered and closed her eyes again, sensing that the people were not a threat. Still, she erected a spiritual shield around herself and Kyle to keep them hidden from those passing by. Her feathers glowed as a wave of energy radiated from her body. Instantly, every monster in her vicinity turned their heads toward her, their eyes filled with fear and profound respect. Once Bia had gained their attention, she, as the one who held authority over those below her, commanded them to drive away the individuals who had entered the forest. This should be enough, I guess. The monsters bowed their heads to the powerful presence that commanded them, then unleashed a chorus of furious roars as they charged at the divine beings who had innocently entered the forest near their city to collect herbs for a mission entrusted to them by an elder. In the distance, a woman with a pair of curved horns atop her head, clad in a gray uniform and holding a few golden-colored herbs, raised her gaze when she felt the ground tremble beneath her. What? Her remaining words caught in her throat as her ears twitched, picking up the furious roars of numerous monsters. She began to levitate and shouted to the two similarly-looking men beside her. Run. It's a monster wave. The two men exchanged glances, sensing the multitude of monsters rushing toward their location. At first, the duo believed they could handle the threat since, including the woman, they were 3 divine ranks. But their eyes widened in shock as they detected several divine rank monsters among those charging at them. Run, the duo exclaimed loudly in unison, but instead of heading toward the city near the forest where the guards could have easily saved them, they panicked and rushed in different directions. The flying woman who had been waiting for the twins to follow her was left utterly speechless and shocked. These idiots. Now she was uncertain whom to follow. She couldn't possibly abandon the duo, as the 3 of them had been assigned the mission together. If she returned alone, she would face severe punishment if the 2 fools met their end in the forest. With a look of frustration, she quickly followed one of them. Just as she was about to reach him, a piercing scream echoed behind her. The silver-haired man floating in front of her froze in his tracks when he heard his brother's cry. Mason! Without hesitation, he spun around and disappeared toward the sound, leaving the bewildered woman behind, who could do nothing but brace herself for a fight. If the situation escalated, she would use a teleportation artifact to save whoever remained and make her escape. A divine-rank flying chimera, with a snake-like body and wings resembling those of eagles, launched an attack on the two. They managed to evade the strike, and after a while finally reached the location of the voice. However, what they saw made their jaws drop in shock. Mason was before their very eyes, but he was pinned beneath the talon of a massive creature with wings adorned in shades of crimson, gold, and hints of blue. The woman covered her mouth, ensuring that not even her breath would betray her presence to the beast, prepared to abandon Mason, who was shouting for help, and use the teleportation artifact. But she cried out in alarm when the man flying beside her lunged at the creature to save his twin. Logan, stop! Bia cursed under her breath when she saw another divine-rank individual charging at her, wielding a saber in his hand. She had thought these divine ranks would leave the area when confronted by a horde of monsters. But who would have imagined one of them would charge directly toward her location and collide with the shield she had created around herself and Kyle? "Stop right there," Bia's commanding voice echoed through the air, and instantly the man struggling beneath her talon and the one charging at her became eerily still in their places. Heck, they even stopped breathing. The woman in the distance vanished using the teleportation artifact, leaving behind the twins, who began sweating profusely under the intense and dark gaze of the phoenix. There was utter silence in the air as Bia scrutinized the similar-looking men. Both had silver hair and pale brown eyes, and they wore matching gray outfits. The only difference between them was that the one beneath her talon had horns atop his head, while the other, holding the saber, did not and only had slightly pointed ears. "Twin demi-humans," Bia whispered, uncertain whether to let them go or kill them. She was aware that the planet she and Kyle had arrived on was inhabited, and whether fortunately or not, they had landed near a bustling area. If she chose to let the twins go, she knew it would only be a matter of time before many would come to hunt her and Kyle down. "I guess I should kill them." Instantly, both Mason and Logan turned pale. They were on the verge of tears, ready to plead for mercy from the creature. However, just as they were about to cry out to the phoenix, a haggard voice emerged from behind the crimson beast. "Don't, someone stronger is watching us. It wouldn't be courteous to harm their people in their territory." Bia shot a quick glance at the man who had been seated behind her all this time, so he had finally decided to open his eyes. Kyle yawned, stretched his neck, and then stood up before finally meeting the gaze of the man standing still in the distance. He inhaled and exhaled dramatically. "Breath." Logan blinked as he locked eyes with the pair of green eyes staring back at him. He followed the human's advice and finally stopped holding his breath. His twin, watching him from beneath Bia, instinctively mirrored his actions. Kyle nodded. "Good." He grabbed his shirt and let out a sigh because the scent of blood coming from his clothes felt unexpectedly faint, even though he typically had a much stronger sense of smell than most people. Well, considering that he had harmed his sense of smell during the battle, it wasn't surprising. It would surely take some time for his sense of smell to return to normal. "I believe I can't use the scent perception skill for the time being." Logan stared at him. At first, he thought the man had been injured by the Crimson Beast since he was completely covered in blood. But his thoughts changed when he saw the latter running his hand through the phoenix's feathers. It was enough for him to realize that the phoenix belonged to the man. Kyle glanced at the person beneath Bia's talon and asked her to let him go. With a nod, the phoenix raised her leg and moved back before transforming into her smaller form and landing on Kyle's shoulder. Mason, who was finally released, jumped toward his twin with relief in his eyes. The duo was planning to flee with all their might, but before they could even move a single step, Kyle appeared behind them. He grabbed their shoulders with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I just arrived here. So how about you two become my guides for a while?" The twins could do nothing but nod in response, casting hesitant glances at the tiny bird sitting on his shoulder, who was a massive beast just a moment ago. Kyle released their shoulders. He had already heard their voices from a distance and knew their names, so he didn't need any introductions. "All right, let me put on a robe over my bloodied clothes, and then you two can lead the way. First, I would like to go to a nice place where I can clean myself." He retrieved a dark robe from his mind space and quickly put it on over his clothes before following behind the twins, who started walking quietly in front of him. The twins sucked in deep breaths when they saw the many monsters that had previously tried to attack them retreating into the forest after noticing the little bird. Amidst the heavy tension, they inwardly sighed with relief when they exited the forest and arrived at a massive border where a grand gate awaited them. Kyle glanced at the gate. Many armored demi-human guards stood watch at it. As soon as the guards spotted the twins, they greeted them with polite smiles, since it was normal for the students of the powerful elders in the city to venture into the forest to complete missions. They didn't even check the man in robe with them and opened the small gate inside the massive gates to allow them entry. Chapter 703, Maybe They're Just Too Innocent. Kyle stepped through the city gate alongside the twins, only to be welcomed by a throng of people and a lively scene unfolding before him. The air was alive with the sounds of soft chatter, laughter, and the distant clatter of horse-drawn carriages making their way through the streets. On either side of him, rows of stalls stretched out, each adorned with vibrant fabrics and fresh produce. Vendors eagerly called out to passers-by, enticing them with the delightful aroma of spices and baked goods. Bia's eyes lit up at the sight of the food, but before the phoenix could dart toward the nearest stall, Kyle quickly grabbed her. Mason and Logan glanced at Bia, who started biting the human's hands. However, the man didn't let her go and asked them to lead him to a nearby hotel. With nods, the duo quickened their pace. On the way, Kyle noticed many demi-humans around him. To his surprise, even though their numbers were fewer, he also spotted some elves and members of the dragon race on the streets. Bia grumbled in his hands. He sighed as he caught sight of the phoenix eyes locked onto the food stalls around them, studying them with intensity. He caressed her head. Stay calm. Can't you tell that unlike the guards who seem indifferent, everyone around us is secretly checking us out? Hearing his words, Bia finally managed to tear her gaze away from the food. Huh, really? I didn't notice, but I don't think we need to worry. I can clearly sense the crowd around us is quite weak. You just need to lift a finger and they would fall. So can't you get me some food? Kyle hummed and his gaze met that of a few passersby, all of whom were startled under his stare and quickly looked away. I will get you food later. Regardless, I scanned the entire planet with my senses when we arrived here. From what I sensed, there are only 2 cities, and surprisingly, I can't detect even a hint of darkness. After following the twins for a while, he finally arrived in front of a building. Logan glanced at him and cleared his throat. This is the best place around. It's a bit pricey, but don't worry, we will cover the expenses, if you want us to. He glanced at his brother, who swiftly began checking his mind space to see how much money they had. Typically, they didn't carry much since they always spent all their money on precious treasures that appeared in the city to boost their strength. But it's not like they could ask the human to pay, particularly because the little bird with the man could end them in mere seconds. Kyle glanced at the duo, and before Mason could pull anything from his mind space, he tossed a storage ring to them. The twins blinked in surprise, but he simply asked them to go get him a nice room. As they entered the hotel to find a room for him, Kyle mumbled under his breath. They both lack common sense. I thought once we were inside the city, they would run away because I wouldn't be able to harm them under the gaze of so many. Bia agreed with his words as they trailed behind the duo who entered the hotel. Maybe they're just too innocent, not tainted by this impure world. Her words were cut off the moment Kyle stepped into the hotel, because instead of the hotel lobby, they were transported into an entirely different dimension. Kyle's eyebrow twitched violently as he raised his head to glance ahead. The space he had just arrived in was enclosed by gray walls, and the twins were hiding behind 2 old demi-humans who stared at him and Bia with solemn expressions. Innocent, huh? He chuckled as he cast a glance at the twins, who hastily avoided his gaze and retreated even further. You better take back your words because they no longer suit them. Kyle surveyed the gray space around him, feeling somewhat intrigued, before turning his attention to the 2 old demi-humans dressed in large robes. Bia climbed onto his shoulder and asked him to wrap this up quickly because she wanted to eat. One of the old demi-humans, with slit brown pupils, exerted his pressure on Kyle and Bia, his brows furrowed. His aged voice resonated throughout the space. Who are you, human? Kyle didn't even flinch under the pressure. He grabbed a chair from his mind space and sat down with a tired expression. First, tell me this. When did the twins contact you two and inform you about me? They were under my watch the entire time, and I'm certain I didn't see them using any communication device or artifacts. The 2 old men were immediately alerted because the one who had exerted pressure on Kyle was at the transcendent rank. They silently exchanged solemn glances. From the beginning, even though they could sense the phoenix strength, they had been unable to tell the human strength. At first, the duo suspected that he was using an artifact to mask his power, but now, witnessing his calm demeanor, they realized he was far from weak. The old demi-human who had spoken earlier locked his eyes on Kyle. He hadn't lowered his guard, but he couldn't afford to make an enemy of a powerful individual who even had a transcendent rank beast and risk endangering the city. You look incredibly young. No, you are young, especially since your skin shows no signs of aging. But how is it that you are so strong? Fortunately, I can't detect any dark energy emanating from you. He glanced at the other old man standing beside him, who nodded before pointing at the twins behind him. To address your question about how the twins reached out to us, the truth is they didn't. We detected your beast's presence the instant it arrived on this planet, and the twins just happened to lead you into the city, so we came to investigate you. He retrieved a purple crystal from his mind space and let it float in front of him. It was an artifact designed to trap anyone within a powerful array who used any type of energy in the separate space they occupied. After ensuring the artifact was functioning properly, he introduced himself and the old demi-human beside him. My name is Zask and this is Galdor. We are 2 of the 4 elders who safeguard the city. I believe that is sufficient. Now I would like to know who you are and what has brought you to our planet. Kyle stood up. Now that they weren't attacking him, there was no need for him to resort to violence either. He nodded at the 2 old demi-humans. I didn't mean any harm. I arrived here accidentally after a battle. I plan to stay for a few days until I recover from the injuries I sustained, and then I will leave. Jask thought for a moment and communicated with Galdor telepathically to determine if they should allow the human to stay in the city. After their discussion, Jask turned to the human. If you are merely here as a guest, then you may stay for as long as you wish. However, we would appreciate your assurance that neither you nor your beast will cause any harm to this city. Kyle agreed. It's not like he would harm anyone here unless absolutely necessary. He had arrived accidentally and planned to leave after a while, but he was genuinely curious about the planet, especially since it was safe from the dark side. Observing the lively atmosphere earlier made it clear that the citizens hadn't faced any danger up to this point either. He noticed Jask's gaze on him, and confusion flickered in his eyes. What more could he say? He had already assured them he wouldn't hurt anyone. I would appreciate it if you two could send me out of this space. I want to change into fresh clothes and rest, as I am tired from the battle I had recently. Galdor cleared his throat at his words. It's not that we don't want to, we are just waiting for you to introduce yourself. Kyle let out a sigh. Right, he hadn't introduced himself yet. My name is Kyle. This here, he pointed at Bia, is my bonded beast. Jask and Galdor exchanged glances after hearing his name. Why did it feel like they had heard this name before? Then their eyes widened slightly and they turned to Kyle, exclaiming simultaneously. Are you the nature's favorite? Kyle raised his brow. They knew about the title he had used in the gladiator arena. But he had thought that since there was no dark energy on this planet, it was hidden from the outside world, and he had accidentally entered this place. So how do they know that the title Nature's Favorite belonged to him just by knowing his name? Yes, Nature's Favorite is a title I used a while back, but how do you both know me? Chapter 704. They were both excellent students. Jask and Galdor's faces lit up when they heard Kyle confirm that he was indeed the Nature's Favorite. Instantly, their demeanor toward the human shifted, and they smiled broadly at him before Jask hurriedly answered his question. We know everything about you thanks to Elder Hal, because this planet is under the supervision of Elder Hal's wife, who is one of the 7 supreme rank elders currently fighting the Shadow Generals. Kyle blinked at the mention of Elder Hal. The name sounded very familiar, and it suddenly clicked when he recalled the supreme rank old man who had battled alongside him in the sacred divine land some time ago. Are you both talking about old Hal? The one who oversaw the gladiator arena? He paused for a second. He has a wife. This was the only fact that surprised him and Bia because they didn't think the old man would have a wife, much less one who was as powerful as he was. Jask nodded at him and pulled out a communication crystal with excitement. A while back, we received news that Elder Hal has been looking for you. We need to inform him that you are here. His words were abruptly cut off as Kyle disappeared from his spot and snatched the crystal from his hands. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone present, he crushed the crystal into dust. Kyle's expression grew serious as he glanced at the 2 old demi-humans. I hope my location isn't disclosed to anyone, especially since currently I have many enemies. What if they all come here for me, and I accidentally destroy this planet just to eliminate them? Everyone was left dumbfounded by his words as they quickly grasped what the human was implying. He wanted them to keep his presence on their planet a secret, or else he would destroy their planet and make it look just like an accident. The twins standing behind Jask and Galdor inhaled sharply as the atmosphere in the enclosed space grew tense. They had heard about the Nature's Favorite from their elders. He was the first human to slay one of the Shadow Generals, a feat that no one else had managed to achieve. Both Logan and Mason held profound respect for him, understanding that anyone in the universe who knew of Kyle revered him for his extraordinary strength. But they never expected him to be so different from their imagination. They had envisioned him as a hero, someone who had risen to combat the darkness, and they aspired to be just like him, but how wrong they were. He was not like that at all. From his demeanor up till now, they realized that he was merely a powerful man who cared only for himself, willing to eliminate anyone who dared to cross him. It was safe to say that the twins' expectations of the Nature's Favorite had shattered into pieces. Kyle noticed the sudden stares directed at him and shifted his gaze toward the twins, who this time did not flinch away. Instead, the 2 brothers stared back at him with expressions of betrayal. What's with them? Jask and Galdor were both uncertain whether to tell Hal, who was searching for Kyle, that the human was on their planet or to keep this information to themselves. But considering the human's strength and his obvious threat, the 2 old men decided to keep it under wraps for now. Regardless, only they and the twins behind them were aware of Kyle's presence on the planet, so it shouldn't be too challenging to prevent the news from leaking out. After a brief discussion with Galdor, Jask turned to Kyle with a sigh. All right, we will keep your presence here a secret, but you should reach out to Elder Hal since he is searching for you. Kyle nodded and suddenly glanced at the purple crystal floating in front of him, the very artifact Jask had taken out earlier. He noticed various symbols on the crystal and reached out to grasp it. Instantly, Jask and Galdor shouted for him to stop, but his hand was quicker, and before the duo could do anything, he seized the crystal. The 2 old men paled as a powerful array erupted from the crystal to trap Kyle. Oh no! However, to their surprise, instead of being startled or fearful, Kyle simply regarded the array trapping him with curiosity in his eyes. Their eyes widened in shock as he calmly touched a weak spot within the array. Instantly, the array surrounding the human shattered into particles. The crystal in his grasp lost its color and turned white. Kyle watched the swirling particles fade around him and casually tossed the crystal to Jask, who was staring at him in a daze. Not bad for a trapping array, however the weak points in the array are quite apparent, so anyone with knowledge of arrays can easily escape it. Jask stared at the white crystal in his hand with a blank expression. Wasn't the array on this crystal crafted by one of their best array masters? That array master had claimed that the array within the crystal could even trap a supreme rank. Glador muttered under his breath as he glanced at the white crystal. Really? Is it that weak? Kyle simply shook his head and moved toward one of the walls surrounding him. In this space, I could have easily disappeared from here using teleportation, but I was intrigued by how you two created this place. So I have been investigating. Guess what I found? Everyone's mouths fell open when he suddenly touched the wall before him, causing the space they were in to tremble slightly before it began to vanish. Jask's startled voice rang out behind him. How can you do this? This small separate dimension was created with the help of a powerful artifact. Kyle shrugged at his words. The artifact was simply weak. It operated on spiritual energy, and I merely cut off the source of power. It's not that hard. The space beneath him lit up with countless symbols he had created while conversing with the duo. The two elders and the twins watched in shock as the walls around them vanished and the surroundings began to shift. In the next second, everyone found themselves standing inside the lobby of the hotel Kyle had entered earlier. Instantly, the attention of the many people in the lobby shifted to the 5 individuals that had materialized out of nowhere. Some in the lobby recognized Jask and Galdor, known for their efforts in protecting the city, and they began to converge around them to extend their greetings. Kyle clicked his tongue and quickly retreated as he noticed the crowd around the 2 old men growing. He disliked noise and being surrounded by too many people. Just as he was about to leave the area, he spotted the twins slipping away from the hotel. A wicked glint flickered in his eyes. If I remember correctly, I gave them a storage ring filled with mana stones and treasures. How dare they run away before completing their task as guides? He looked at Jask, who flinched at the sound of his voice echoing in his mind. I'm taking the twins because I need to ensure they don't tell anyone about me. Don't worry, I will send them back alive. Jask quickly shouted at the people gathered around him to disperse, but Kyle had already left the lobby. He sighed under his breath, feeling a bit anxious for the twins. They were both excellent students. What a pity that they had to suffer because of him. Outside the hotel building, Logan and Mason cautiously glanced back when they noticed a shadow above them, only to see Kyle's floating figure behind them. They laughed dryly, discreetly searching for the 2 elders who should have been dealing with this human, before Logan's gaze wandered to a far-off place. Oh, I just remembered that we need to report back to the mission hall since we were out on a mission in the first place. He bowed toward Kyle. I suppose we should take our leave for now, esteemed nature's favorite. It was a pleasure to meet you. Mason gave him a thumbs up in his heart, but just as the duo was about to run off, Bia's loud voice echoed in their minds. Who gave you permission? Instantly, the duo froze in place, sweat trickling down their foreheads, completely unaware of how the Phoenix was laughing at their reaction internally. Wow. I just raised my voice and they are acting like I'm about to kill them. Kyle shook his head at the Phoenix, amusement dancing in his eyes before turning to the twins. He pointed at the storage ring Logan was wearing. That ring. You two need to cater to my needs until I have used all the mana stones and treasures inside it. After that, you two are free to go wherever you want. Logan and Mason exchanged glances. They hadn't yet examined the contents of the ring due to the situation, so they thought what Kyle just told them would be quite easy. However, when Logan finally checked the storage ring, he nearly fainted on the spot. Firstly, it was a supreme rank ring, and secondly, the mana stones and items inside were actually worth enough to sustain their entire city for many years. Mason caught his twin before he could fall and blinked in confusion as Logan mumbled through a tearful laugh. We're doomed, Chapter 705, The Ancient Projection, Part 1. Inside a lively restaurant, all the patrons seated at the tables cast curious glances at Mason and Logan, who were racing down from the second floor yet again. The duo dashed back and forth, grabbing an assortment of dishes before sprinting back upstairs, only to do it all over again. It was a chaotic yet entertaining scene, with laughter and chatter filling the air as onlookers enjoyed their antics. The people seated had recognized the twins. After all, the duo was dressed in the uniforms worn only by the fighters training under the elders who protect the city. But what the onlookers didn't understand was just who the hell was bold enough to give orders to the 2 students. On the second floor, which was entirely empty since it was reserved by Kyle, Bia sat at a large table cluttered with empty plates. Her stomach was bulging and a blissful expression lit up her face. This is what we call life, the Phoenix chuckled as she spotted Logan and Mason, her 2 new personal servants, bringing her more food. Although she had no room left in her stomach, she continued to use her divine energy to digest what she had already eaten, making space for more. Food is here. Logan and Mason had barely placed the dishes they had brought to the table before Bia shooed them away again to go and fetch something sweet this time. The duo's eyes held unshed tears. How could someone eat so much? They would have asked this question to Bia if they didn't know that the little bird in front of them was actually a massive phoenix. And not just any phoenix. It was the phoenix bonded to the nature's favorite, the man who had defeated the third Shadow General. Kyle was seated in the chair by the only window on the floor, observing the phoenix and the twins with a hint of amusement. He had changed into a fresh pair of trousers paired with a blue sweater after the twins found him a room in a nearby hotel. As he looked outside the window, he realized that night had enveloped the city. Just as he was about to turn away from the dark sky, he noticed a faint golden spark of light amidst the many tiny stars. He blinked. Initially, he thought it was just a star, but then his eyes narrowed as the light subtly shifted, as if it were circling around something hidden from view. Without hesitation, he rose to his feet and locked his gaze on the light. Instantly, his vision penetrated the curtain of clouds. His eyes widened slightly when he finally saw the object the light was encircling. It was a colossal projection, hovering directly above the planet in a way that its body shrouded or perhaps concealed the entire planet beneath its presence. "What's that?" Kyle's soft voice echoed in the air, and Bia turned her head to look his way. "What's what?" "The pastries." She pointed at the baked delights the twins had just brought up from downstairs. Kyle's eyebrow twitched at the phoenix's words as he glanced back at her. "Stop eating, will you? You're not allowed to sit on my shoulders or head if your weight increases any more than it already has." Bia's eyes widened at his words. "What? Are you calling me heavy and fat? Me, this magnificent being?" Kyle let out a sigh. He knew he couldn't win this argument now that Bia was indulging in her favorite pastime, eating, so he opted to shift the conversation. "No, I'm not talking about food. I just saw something outside the planet. It looked like a projection, but I'm not sure what it is." He had just finished speaking when both Logan and Mason choked on their breaths. The duo quickly wanted to flee to the lower floor under the pretense of getting Bia more food, but the phoenix and the human had already fixed their gaze on them. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he let out a surprised "oh" and approached the twins, who were frozen in place. "Based on your reaction, it seems you both know what I'm referring to. Care to share?" He crossed his arms over his chest and waited for an answer as the two brothers exchanged nervous glances. Finally, it was Mason who looked at Kyle. That is something we are not allowed to talk about since its presence is hiding this planet from the outside world." Kyle's eyes sparkled with interest as he waved his hand, and a chair slid toward him, allowing him to sit down. He had been wondering from the moment he arrived on this planet why there was not a single trace of dark energy here. Old Hal and his wife can certainly conceal this place from the dark side, but no matter how powerful they are, it seems implausible that not a single visitor from the dark side has ever discovered this planet. He gazed at the twins, who flinched under his intense stare, then poured 2 glasses of wine and pushed them toward the duo. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I'm just curious about what that projection-like thing is." "So tell me." "All right." Mason shook his head, but then Bia flew over to sit on his brother's shoulder. "Oh, really?" Logan panicked, and before the phoenix's sharp talon could reach his neck, his twin quickly grabbed one of the glasses of wine offered by Kyle and smiled. "Of course, we would share everything that nature's favorite wants to know, but please ask your beast to leave my brother alone." Bia laughed internally behind him. She nearly lost her balance because of the weight she had gained from overeating, coupled with her sudden distraction. But fortunately, she managed to stop herself from falling face first in time and cleared her throat, though her awkward expression gave away what had just happened. "No one noticed, right?" She sighed with relief when she noticed that everyone was focused on Mason. Kyle gestured for the demi-human who had grabbed the wine glass to speak, and with a nod, Mason began to explain. "We don't know much, but it's an ancient projection created by a supreme being long ago. This projection holds the names of all those in this universe who have the potential to achieve the divine rank in the future. Its main purpose, however, is to indicate who among them would be the strongest." He paused for a moment. "But you know, since the projection was created so long ago, people have stopped believing in it. Now only some individuals from the dark side, who take pride in the fact that Azazel's name is at the top of that projection, go there to see it." Kyle raised a surprised eyebrow. Azazel's name was at the top of the projection, the very projection that determined who would be the strongest. What about him then? Did his name also appear on that projection? Just as he was about to ask questions to gain more insight into this projection, Mason gulped down the wine in the glass he held and fixed him with a serious gaze. "Actually, we heard a decade ago that some of the top names on the projection had finally fallen to lower positions, and new names have risen to take their places." His vision started to blur slightly, but he shook his head to regain focus. "The divine dragon, the guardian of the projection who always blessed our planet, suffered at the hands of some divine-rank individuals from the dark side and lost his physical form when they heard this news. After that, a shadow general placed a veil over the names on the projection to prevent anyone from seeing them. As a result, no one knows whose names have fallen. Regardless, because of the immense presence of the projection, our planet has been concealed from prying eyes. Even the Shadow Generals cannot locate it since it lies directly beneath the projection and is shrouded by the energies surrounding it. Mason completed his sentence, but then the demi-human fainted. Logan quickly grabbed him with a panicked expression and began shaking his brother to wake him up. When Mason did not respond, Logan glanced at the wine bottle from which Kyle had poured wine for the two of them. Oh no, it's that wine. It was the most expensive one in the entire city. The person who sold it to us told us it's very strong and it's already in my twin's body. He's not going to wake up anytime soon. Kyle's expression deadpanned as he heard his words and glanced at the wine bottle. He hadn't drunk any, but did the duo really think he would faint from just wine? You really? He chuckled, and Logan quickly tried to salvage the situation. Of course, the twins wanted to get Kyle drunk and then run off to the elders, who would rescue them from him and the Phoenix. But it wasn't like they could tell him that. It's because you said you wanted us to spend all the money in the storage ring, so we bought the most expensive things for you and the Phoenix in the city. Chapter 706, The Ancient Projection, Part 2. Kyle's eyes flickered with a touch of amusement as he listened to Logan's explanation, but then he leaned in closer to the demi-human, prompting the latter to fall silent as coldness settled in his gaze. Just take note. Next time, if you bring anything that could be even slightly harmful to me or Bia, you won't be standing on your own 2 feet. Instead, I believe you will find yourself a few meters underground, alongside your twin, of course. Logan nodded frantically, a chill running down his spine as he locked eyes with the piercing green gaze fixed on him. He felt momentarily dazed, but then Kyle moved back and waved his hand. Leave for now, as I want a rest. Come back tomorrow to the hotel where I am staying, then we will explore this city. His words had barely faded when Logan seized his unconscious twin and rushed down from the second floor to escape the restaurant. Bia called out after the duo. Wait, I'm not finished yet. Kyle shushed her and covered her mouth. Just how much did she want to eat? That's enough food for today. I want to go and check the projection. Bia gasped in surprise, momentarily forgetting about food. She struggled and quickly pushed aside the hand that was preventing her from speaking. Oh, really? We can go there, but is it safe for us to check it out? The twins said that the projection is hiding this planet. What if something goes wrong with the projection because of you? I mean, you know, your presence alone attracts trouble. Kyle's eyebrow twitched at her remarks as he released her and raised an eyebrow. Then you stay here. I will be back after checking out the projection. Bia's eyes widened when he disappeared from his spot, and in an instant his figure reappeared standing in the open window. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind, she shouted, swiftly chasing after him as he leaped out of the window. Several bystanders outside the hotel noticed his floating figure, but it wasn't unusual to see someone levitating, so they looked away after just a glance or two. Unlike the unconcerned bystanders, Bia cursed under her breath as Kyle's floating figure ascended rapidly toward the sky. Do you think if you are faster than me, I won't be able to catch up? With an angry huff, she flapped her wings and used all her speed to follow the fading figure of the human. It didn't take long for her to realize that with her current size, she could never match his agility, which is why she transformed into her phoenix form. The dark night, adorned with tiny stars, ignited with golden flames as a majestic phoenix appeared above the city. Countless eyes from below were drawn to the magnificent creature soaring in the sky, and gasps of astonishment rippled through the bustling city. Some powerful individuals even tried to chase after the phoenix, but the beast was simply too swift. Jask and the 3 other powerful elders in the city stepped out of their residences when they sensed the distant commotion, only to be perplexed by the sight of the fire phoenix soaring in the sky. They didn't pursue Bia and instead wondered. Were Kyle and the Phoenix leaving the planet? But they couldn't help but question why it was happening so soon. Had Kyle already healed from the injuries he had mentioned to them? In the sky, Bia darted behind Kyle with all her agility, unfazed by the commotion her presence had stirred in the city. She chuckled when suddenly a series of symbols illuminated the air around her. The symbols swirled around her, shimmering brightly before coalescing into a shield. The moment the shield appeared, her presence vanished from the sight of all those watching or following her. Kyle halted in the distance and glanced back at her with a shake of his head. Next time, hide your presence when you transform. I sent the twins away because I didn't want anyone to know we were going to check the projection, but you just had to go and announce it to the whole planet. Bia quickened her pace as his voice resonated in her mind. She reached his figure after a few seconds and circled around him with innocent eyes. It's your fault, though. You shouldn't have left me behind. Especially since whenever you leave to do something, you always disappear for days, even weeks. Kyle sighed, realizing the Phoenix's words held some truth. He couldn't deny that he often disappeared, but it was only when he was about to do something crazy. Okay, whatever you say. He began to move again, but this time he ensured his pace matched Bia's, making sure not to go ahead of her. The spark of golden light that Kyle had spotted in the sky earlier started to enlarge as they drew closer to its source. Together, the duo passed through the curtain of dark clouds and left the boundary of the planet. As soon as they did, they found themselves surrounded by a thin cluster of energies enveloping the planet. However, amidst the unclear path and countless distant stars, their eyes quickly found what they were looking for. Directly above them, a massive square projection made of energy hovered in the air. Its luminous glow illuminated the surrounding darkness, and the golden energy swirling around it seemed to pulse with life, creating intricate patterns that danced across the dark space. Kyle quickly made his way toward the projection alongside the Phoenix. Unable to expand his scent perception skill, he relied on his senses to survey the surroundings. Fortunately, he detected no one nearby or around the massive projection. He finally came to a stop when he arrived directly before the projection, its enormous frame looming above him and Bia. But just as Mason had told him, Kyle noticed that everything on the projection was veiled behind a curtain, so he couldn't see anything at all, let alone check if his name was on the projection. Kyle rolled up his sleeves. Well, it looks like we need to take action regarding the veil. I definitely won't leave without seeing my name on the projection. Plus, I'm curious to find out if Azazel's name is truly at the top. He extended his senses toward the projection and began to examine the veil obscuring its content. Bia circled above his head, eagerly waiting for him to either dismantle the veil or find a way to see what lay on the projection. Do you think my name will be on it as well? After all, I've gone above the divine. I hope the projection does not discriminate against beasts, otherwise I will destroy it. Chapter 707, The Ancient Projection, Part 3, Kyle chuckled at Bia's words. How easily the Phoenix claimed she would destroy the projection if it didn't contain her name. He mused, amusement dancing in his eyes. I suppose I can only hope the projection knows what's best for itself. Still, Bia, you can't destroy it as its presence conceals the planet directly beneath it. Bia grumbled under her breath. Right, she couldn't destroy this thing. Suddenly her eyes lit up with an evil gleam. I can't destroy it, but I can at least ensure that no one will ever be able to see the names on it again. Hee. Kyle could only sigh at her as he continued to scrutinize the veil shrouding the content of the projection. Unaware to both Bia and Kyle, the divine-rank dragon's soul that had been residing within the projection for quite some time was rendered completely speechless by the Phoenix's words. However, the dragon was filled with excitement and joy at the sight of Kyle, so it chose to disregard the Phoenix. It couldn't leave the projection because, although the dragon had formed a new body for itself, it had not yet attained its full strength. Regardless, it decided to solidify its form for a few minutes and step out of the projection to make its presence known to Kyle and see if the human remembered it. The dragon had recognized the human immediately, even though the essence within the human's body had completely retreated as if it no longer existed. A deep voice echoed from the projection. Kyle, however, the voice was so faint that it completely vanished within the golden energy swirling around the projection. You have transformed into someone entirely different from your once innocent and naive self. Also, you have come this far so far that it's hard to believe Azazel hasn't eliminated you yet. At that moment, Kyle's ears twitched as he glanced around with an alert expression. What was that? Bia mirrored his actions. What was what? He extended his senses this time with complete focus to confirm there was truly no one around. However, even after a while he sensed no presence. He furrowed his brows and turned to Bia. I think I just heard a voice, but I'm not sure because it was very fleeting. Bia titled her head. You sure? Kyle checked his ears to ensure he hadn't damaged them as well during his fight with Sino. He hummed in relief when he found nothing wrong with his hearing. I don't think I made a mistake. I'm certain I heard someone speaking. He shifted his gaze toward the massive projection standing before him. If he was right, didn't the voice come from the same direction as the projection? Was someone hiding behind it? However, he had already surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed at the projection as a startling realization dawned on him. Wait, don't tell me the voice came from within the projection. No, that can't be. His words trailed off as he and Bia both sprinted away from the projection when a dark shadow emerged from its surface and began to take shape. The Phoenix's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Dark energy? No, that's not dark energy. It's a soul and it's forming a body for itself. Kyle readied himself for combat, feeling a twinge of displeasure that Bia had warned him something would go wrong with the projection due to him, and now it had. I need to make sure she keeps her comments to herself next time before I am going to do anything, because her words are manifesting into reality. However, he was quite surprised when he sensed the strength of the soul in front of him. It was only of divine rank. He relaxed his body, ready to destroy the soul before it could successfully form a body for itself, but he halted in his tracks when he heard Bia's surprised murmur. A true dragon. A dragon? Kyle lowered his fist aimed at the shadow when a deafening roar echoed through the air. His gaze caught sight of a pair of dark eyes staring at him from the shadow, each containing nothing but a white slit. He stared into the eyes, and suddenly a forgotten memory flashed in his mind. The eyes, they were familiar. While Kyle was distracted by this sudden realization, the divine soul in front of him successfully formed a body for itself. The remnant of the dark shadow in the atmosphere scattered, revealing a majestic blue dragon with a sleek and powerful body, adorned with scales that shimmered like sapphires. It unfurled its ethereal wings, which spanned a vast expanse, and shook them to adjust to its new form. Bea gasped with wide eyes. It's truly a true dragon. She had sensed its presence after it began to form a body for itself. Perhaps she could sense that the soul belonged to a dragon because they were both beasts. But why is it bigger than me? This fact was what frustrated and astonished the phoenix the most. She was already at the transcendent rank, while this dragon was only at the divine rank, yet its size was twice that of her own. Why? That's not fair. The dragon's eyes shifted toward the phoenix after it adjusted its wings, a hint of speechlessness crossing its gaze. I am bigger because I am older than you, little one. Don't fret. Bea's anger surged when the dragon called her little one. But before she could respond, the dragon turned its gaze to Kyle, who had been staring at it intensely with narrowed eyes and an unreadable expression. It's been a while since I last saw you, young man. You have grown a lot. Still, I hope you can relax your fists. I can't harm you. After all, I am weaker than you now. Kyle relaxed his fists. It was not because the dragon asked him to, but because after he stopped thinking about the old memory that flashed in his mind when he saw the dragon's eyes, he recalled what Mason had told him a while back and looked at the dragon with a thoughtful expression. You are the guardian of this projection, aren't you? And we have encountered each other before, or perhaps I should say you have revealed your eyes to me in the past. I am certain of it, even though I haven't fully recalled that memory yet. Chapter 708. The Ancient Projection, Part 4. The divine dragon blinked at Kyle's words, its deep voice resonating through the air. You don't remember anything else, but you recall seeing my eyes. It was perplexed. If the human remembered seeing its eyes, then why did he not recall that it was the dragon who had given him the knowledge of the ranks above the mortal levels when he knew nothing of what lay ahead? SSS rank. Kyle shrugged his shoulders. Does it matter? What happened is in the past and has faded with time, and I don't think I need to remember every single person I encountered along my path. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a hint of smile as it nodded its head with a sigh. Right, you don't need to, but now that you've come this far, I assume you know about the war. So why haven't you joined the fight yet? You are already so powerful. Your assistance could make a difference for those battling in the war. Kyle stared at the dragon, his eyes reflecting a sense of indifference. Why did everyone want him to join the war? I will definitely join the war. I will, but not for anyone else's sake. I will do it on my own terms and when I feel like it. The dragon hummed at his words, having somewhat anticipated this response. After a brief conversation with Kyle, it discerned the type of personality the man possessed. The human clearly disliked being asked to do anything by anyone. All right, it's not like I have the strength to force you. Go at your own pace. After all, I can tell that your main goal aligns with the ones fighting in the war. Kyle and Bea gazed at the dragon, questioning why the latter sounded so undeniably confident. Under the duo gaze, the dragon glided gracefully toward the projection, its scales glinting brilliantly in the light. It came to a stop before the projection and touched its surface with its claw. I can tell from your earlier conversation that you two are here to see the names on the projection, but as you've already seen, its content has been obscured by the veil. So it's not possible for you to see it. Just leave before the people from the dark side arrive and complicate things for you. Kyle looked at the massive projection, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, racing toward it. He had come here to check if his name was on the list. There was no way he would leave without finding out. You just need to stay back. We will break down this veil soon enough. Bea smirked and nodded. Yeah, the old should definitely keep their distance. We wouldn't want them getting hurt if we unleash too much power. Kyle shot her a sidelong glance, amusement dancing in his eyes. She really hates being called little one, doesn't she? It seems she had placed the dragon on her blacklist for using that term. The dragon could only sigh and moved aside to let them do whatever they wanted. It simply watched from the sidelines as the duo began to try to break the veil with their strength, lost in thought. It actually wanted to ask Kyle to save the old individuals trapped in the second realm, a realm created by Azazel countless years ago. But it seemed Kyle had forgotten the favor it had done for him in the past. Did he lose his memories? If so, with his current personality, there's no way Kyle would do what I ask. The thing that puzzled him the most was that Kyle didn't seem to care about his past anymore, as if it held no significance. The dragon gazed into the distance. I can give Kyle a fragment of an old memory, and if he truly wants to save the people who were all trapped by Azazel thousands of years ago, he will. But if he doesn't, then it's up to him. The dragon had barely relaxed its body when a loud cracking noise reverberated through the air. It quickly turned its gaze toward Kyle and Bia, only to see that the two had created a fissure in the veil concealing the projection. They actually did it, its astonished voice echoed as it watched Kyle moved back in midair, followed by a torrent of ice spears surging behind him. The dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, such a massive attack could harm the projection too. Its words faltered as it saw the spears racing toward the projection at a speed many times faster than its own. Before long, the ice spears crashed into the veil, producing a deafening roar and scattering shards of ice in every direction. However, to the dragon's surprise, even though the countless ice spears shattered the veil, they failed to make contact with the projection beneath it. I have to say Kyle's mastery over his skills is truly remarkable. Kyle cast a glance at the projection before him as the darkness shrouding it began to dissipate. He had sensed several protective symbols that upheld the veil by siphoning energy from the projection itself. After he countered the symbols with his spiritual energy, the veil shattered effortlessly. Finally, now show me what you hold. His eyes scanned the many names that began to materialize on the projection. All the names were displayed in 3 different colors: gold, red, and brown. The brown names were at the bottom, with the golden names above them, while the top of the projection was filled with red names. However, as soon as the highest point of the massive projection cleared, Kyle's gaze instantly shot upward toward the top name, and a surprised sound escaped his lips when he saw the top spot empty. 1-2 Azazel, why is it empty? Bia, who had been searching for her name on the projection, quickly followed his gaze and blinked in surprise as well. Azazel's name isn't on top. Wait, but the top spot is empty. Kyle and Bia glanced at the dragon, searching for an answer to their question, but it simply shook its head. I don't know why the top name is invisible. Maybe even the projection isn't certain if the person on that spot will live to become the strongest. Chapter 709, The Ancient Projection, Part 5. Kyle narrowed his eyes at the dragon, his expression unreadable, before shifting his focus back to the massive projection, searching for his own name or any other familiar names he could recognize. What about the color of the names? What do they indicate? Their owner power. The dragon spread its wings and flew closer to Kyle, but sensing that the human had still not completely lowered his guard, it stopped a short distance from him. The colors of the names indeed indicate the potential power of their bearers. Brown color signifies a mortal with the capability to achieve divine rank in the future. Golden color indicates that the person has attained divine rank, while red color signifies that they have far surpassed it. Kyle nodded, and his eyes flickered with a hint of a smile when he saw Alec's name directly beneath Azazel. That joy quickly faded when he saw Sino and Damien's names below Alec and above James. His gaze moved down, and he spotted Carcel's name in the 10th spot, followed by 9. His eyes lingered a bit longer when he saw Yue's name in the 19th position. After that, he continued to scan the names, humming softly to himself. What about my name? I see so many familiar names at the top, painted red, but I can't seem to find my own. I've surpassed the divine rank, so my name should be painted red, shouldn't it? His voice sounded concerned, but his amused and thrilled gaze told a different story as he glanced once more at the empty top spot in the projection. So you're not sure if the one with the potential to rise above all will survive until the end. I wonder, is that me, since I can't seem to find my name? After he saw Alec and the names of everyone he knew on the projection, he was convinced that it was functioning correctly. That's why it seemed nearly impossible for the projection to miss just his name. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Bia's voice, filled with shock and disbelief. No. That can't be possible. Kyle hurriedly glanced at the phoenix, only to find her downcast eyes fixated intently on a particular spot in the projection. He easily realized the reason for her distress and shock when he spotted her name in the 33rd position. It wasn't because her name was so far down. She was panicking because Nox's name was positioned directly above hers. Before the phoenix could unleash her flames and obliterate the projection, he quickly positioned himself in front of her. We can't destroy the projection. The area in front of Kyle erupted with a dazzling light as Bia transformed into a human. She rushed toward him and shook his shoulders, desperate to convey the turmoil she was experiencing. No. This projection is wrong, absolutely wrong. Nox is just a weak lynx who always gets beaten by me. There's no way he could surpass me in the future. Kyle stifled a laugh that threatened to escape his lips and maintained a solemn gaze as he looked into the eyes of the panicked little lady before him. Yes, the projection is wrong. A lynx can't be stronger than a phoenix. Bia moved back and slammed one of her fists into her palm with a nod, finally feeling a sense of relief from his reassurance. Right. The projection doesn't even have your name, so it's totally wrong. I won't buy into this nonsense. She glared at the projection and transformed into her phoenix form before glancing at Kyle with a huff. Let's go. I don't want to stay in this place any longer than I already have. Just as the phoenix turned away to head toward the planet, Kyle's lips twitched and curled upward, but they instantly dropped when Bia glanced back at him. The dragon watched the duo from a distance with an amused expression as Kyle trailed behind the phoenix, who began to soar toward the planet. Suddenly, an orb of light materialized between the dragon's brows and shot toward Kyle. But before it could make contact with the man, he spun around and caught it in his palm. Kyle stared at the orb and then at the dragon with an icy expression. He would have eliminated the latter if he had detected even a hint of threat from the orb. However, fortunately for the dragon, he didn't. "What is this?" the dragon chuckled at him. It had used all its strength to secretly send the orb into the human's body, but it seemed that it couldn't do so because the man had become far stronger than it. "I suppose it's better to be upfront. That was not an attack. The orb contains some knowledge. It may not be particularly useful to you, but knowledge is never a bad thing, right? Just consider it my parting gift, since I don't expect we will meet again." Kyle glanced at the orb in his grip before tossing it into his mind space to examine later. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the dragon spreading its wings before flying toward the planet beneath the projection behind Bia. He followed suit. In no time, they arrived on the planet. This time, Bia enveloped her body in a shield to mask her presence, and together with Kyle, they proceeded directly to the city and the hotel where they were staying. The divine dragon did not follow them. Instead, it hovered in the sky, and a surge of energy erupted from its body, illuminating the entire sky of the planet. The citizens, who had barely calmed down after witnessing the fire phoenix, were once again astonished as the dragon, a familiar figure that had always blessed their planet in the past but had suddenly ceased its visits, revealed itself once more. The dragon's scales shimmered like sapphires against the dark sky as it soared majestically and unleashed a resonant roar that echoed across the landscape, sending waves of awe through the hearts of the people watching it from below. With each powerful beat of its wings, the dragon seemed to awaken the very essence of the planet, stirring the winds and causing the trees to sway in reverence. The citizens cried out to the dragon, their voices a blend of joy and gratitude as it roamed the skies, a guardian returning to bless their land once more. Jask and the other powerful elders in the city also emerged to greet the dragon, the guardian of the projection. They were all relieved that, after so long, it had finally conjured a physical form for itself. With one last glance at the enthralled crowd, the dragon vanished into the sky as if it had never existed. After its departure, the energy that had erupted from its body to illuminate the planet's sky faded away as well. In the city, standing atop a hotel building with Bia seated on his shoulder, Kyle gazed at the dark sky with an intrigued gleam in his eyes. He had observed everything the dragon did until it faded from sight. That was a natural law, wasn't it? The ability to purify the air and the land from all sorts of pollution. Unlike him, Bia didn't understand what the dragon had done by illuminating the sky. She simply tried to process his words. "A natural law? No, that can't be possible. You know the dragon is only at the divine rank. How can it wield a natural law when even I cannot?" Kyle caressed her head with a hum. Yes, she was right. It seemed quite implausible for the dragon to wield a natural law, given that it hadn't yet attained the supreme rank. However, perhaps the dragon could wield it because it had lived for thousands of years, and its body could withstand the pressure. He tore his gaze from the sky and swiftly jumped down from the building. "Let's head back to the hotel. I need to check my communication crystal. It has been buzzing for quite some time." Chapter 710. The knowledge of a past. Kyle opened the door to his room upon hearing a knock, and amusement flickered in his eyes at the sight of the twins, whose expressions fell when they saw him. Bia settled on his shoulder with a yawn and cast a sidelong glance at the twins. "What, did you two think we had left this planet or something?" Logan and Mason flinched at her words. Naturally, the duo believed that Kyle and Bia had left after hearing about the commotion caused by the two the previous night. The twins had actually gone to the elders seeking help and justice after leaving last night because the human and the phoenix were treating them like servants. However, instead of offering assistance, the elders instructed them to do whatever Kyle and Bia asked and to stay with the duo for as long as they remained on the planet. Mason cleared his throat. Now that the twins had accepted their fate, it was wiser to perform their duties properly instead of risking punishment from the elders by angering Kyle and Bia. "That's not the case. We're here just as you both requested. Where would you like to go? Do you want to explore the city?" Kyle hummed, a bit surprised when he noticed that the two were quite serious. He thought for a moment he didn't particularly want to see the city. Then, "How about we go to the mission hall you two mentioned yesterday? I want to check out that place." Logan blinked at him, surprised that the nature's favorite wanted to see the mission hall. It was a place reserved solely for the students of the elders. However, before he could refuse Kyle, Mason agreed with the human and told him to just follow them. He glanced at his twin in confusion, but then Mason explained that since the elders had told them to do whatever the human wanted, they probably wouldn't mind. Kyle watched the duo bicker. He could see they had finally started to feel comfortable around him. He followed them as the twin demi-humans began to walk. Together, they left the hotel where he was staying and soon started to stroll through the streets of the city. While walking, Kyle glanced at the bright morning sky above him. It was beautiful, crystal clear, and devoid of darkness. His gaze flickered with a hint of indifference as he recalled what he had seen the previous night after finishing his conversation with Yue through the communication crystal. It was the knowledge of a past so tragic, yet wholly unrelated to him, encased in a small, white orb. He wondered what the dragon hoped to achieve by giving such knowledge to him. Does the dragon want me to save the people trapped in the realm created by Azazel? But are those people even alive, considering it has been over 10,000 years since they were trapped? Kyle had witnessed the catastrophic moment when this planet first plunged into the depths of hell, where dark flames roared and danced, illuminating the entire universe in a terrifying blaze after he absorbed the orb given to him by the dragon. It was the time when Azazel finally emerged from the lost treasure tomb, the very place where he had been betrayed by the two beings he believed were proof that not everyone in the world was evil. The man was enveloped in darkness, and his eyes were entirely consumed by it. He went on a massacre, a bloodbath, mercilessly slaughtering every single person connected to Lilith and Nathaniel. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and ash as he carved a path of destruction, yet the two he longed to kill the most remained just out of his reach. Nathaniel had entered the celestial realm with the aid of the celestial bones he had extracted from Azazel's body. That man even sealed the celestial realm to ensure that no one could ever pursue him into that ethereal place. As for the ice enchantress, she died due to regret, and because the ice bloodline within her showed her the bleak future that awaited her and all her descendants. Nevertheless, she left behind a lot of things. She even scattered her ice bloodline so that her relatives and descendants would at least have a chance to fight back. Upon learning this, Azazel's bloodlust knew no bounds, for he was left with the haunting realization that he had even been denied the closure of killing the two people he so desperately sought. The universe trembled under the weight of his anguish, and the dark flames flickered with memories of a past he knew he would never be able to forget, unlike before. When he was eliminating everyone connected to Lilith and Nathaniel, many tried to stop him, but Azazel plunged into a relentless killing spree, ending all those who stood in his way, having finally completely lost all his emotions. His sole desire was to force open the realm meant for the dead in this universe and the celestial realm, which would enable him to kill the two individuals he once considered friends with his own hands. Many began to follow him, not because he had compelled them, but simply because they all craved the strength he could offer them. The demon, dark, and nightkin, these three races were the first to kneel before Azazel after the man began ruling over dark energy, followed by countless powerful individuals from other races who started betraying their own kind merely to gain his trust. However, as the universe teetered on the brink of collapse due to his actions, all the powerful individuals united to confront him. Even the universe's will itself decided to intervene to oppose him. There were no celestials present in the universe, as anyone who reached that rank had to leave for the celestial realm to avoid disturbing the natural order. They could not seek help from the celestials either, since the celestial realm was sealed off. Thus, they understood they had to stop Azazel themselves before they all faced their demise at his hands, only to solemnly realize that the dark energy that had merged with Azazel had made him too strong to handle. In the end, they all decided to sacrifice their lifespans in a desperate attempt to end him. But just when they believed they had triumphed, Azazel compelled the very nature around him to obey his command. He tapped into countless natural laws simultaneously, a feat that could end even the Celestials, and trapped all those who were fighting against him in a realm, just as they were about to bring him down. However, after the people fighting Azazel disappeared, he too vanished. Many believe he sustained injuries, but no one knew the true reason behind his disappearance. Nonetheless, Azazel left behind the 5 shadow generals and countless followers who waged war against the other races at the place where he fought his last battle. Kyle hummed as he glanced ahead at the twin demi-humans walking before him. The people trapped by Azazel in the second realm, they should be considered the ancestors of this universe, right? I am sure they are probably dead in that realm, or maybe they're still alive, but can they even fight against the dark side now? They are not related to me. If I ever stumble upon that realm, I will see what I can do, I suppose. He had examined everything in the orb the dragon gave him. However, the knowledge contained within it was lacking, since there was no mention of the celestial spirits or the seals of the realm of the dead that the dark side was trying to break. From all the knowledge, it seems that Azazel wants to destroy this universe, but no one ever considered the fact that if he truly wanted to, he could have already done so with his strength alone. He wondered if Azazel had successfully achieved what he wanted in the past. Would they have ever met? Maybe not, since who knows if he would even remain in this universe after achieving his goal of getting to the 2 individuals he wants to eliminate so badly. Hearing Kyle's whisper, the twins glanced back at him, but he simply stared at them, prompting them to redirect their attention forward. Before long, they stood before a large building encircled by towering walls. Kyle noticed the numerous individuals entering and exiting the structure, each dressed in uniforms similar to the twins. For some reason, his gaze remained fixed on them, drawing strange looks in return. Bia cleared her throat to redirect his attention after sensing the twins' worry. "Hey, stop staring. You are attracting too much attention to us." Kyle opened his mouth but then closed it again with a perplexed look. It felt as if he had walked in a similar place before where everyone wore matching uniforms. The moment he thought that, his mind flashed with an old, forgotten memory. He saw the young figures of Alec, Carcel, Lara, and Mia walking before him. That's why he let out a surprised sound. "The Royal Academy, was it?" Bia's eyes widened slightly at his words. "What? How do you remember that place? Did Yue tell you about it as well?" "But no, she wasn't in the academy with you." Kyle rubbed his chin. Usually he struggled to remember anything about his past, even when he forced himself to think. However, now unexpectedly he recalled something, and it happened when he was not even trying to remember. "No, she didn't. I just remember a few things, not much. I think the memory was triggered when I saw something similar." He paused for a moment. "But why was I always walking behind Alec, Carcel, Lara, and Mia? That doesn't feel right for some reason." Bia's eyebrows twitched at his words. She so badly wanted to tell him just how much of an introvert he had been in the past. Even Nine, his first friend at the academy, was the one who approached him first. Who knows if he would have ever made friends if Nine hadn't taken that step. Suddenly, Bia's eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint. She can make fun of him, especially since he had no recollection of what had happened at the academy. All he knew was what others had told him. "Oh, isn't it because you were just a weakling back then? That's why you always walked behind them. They were the talk of the Royal Academy in the past. Carcel was a prince, Mia and Lara were the daughters of nobles, and Alec, he was the only person in the academy after me who possessed SSS rank talent. You were merely a speck of dust at that time." Bia swallowed her next words when she sensed a déjà vu. She let out a dry laugh and hurriedly left Kyle's shoulder. As the crimson bird soared across the sky, Kyle stared at her with narrowed eyes, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his gaze. "Was I really that weak in the past? No, that can't be possible, I'm sure." Chapter 711, The Forsaken Land. In a desolate expanse stripped of all greenery and littered with skeletons, a colossal flying ship emerged from a rift in the sky before gracefully descending onto one of the many floating islands hovering above the bleak landscape. The moment the ship touched down, numerous powerful individuals residing in the magnificent residences on the floating islands emerged to see who had arrived in the area after sensing numerous unfamiliar presences within the ship, as only a select few were granted permission to land directly on the floating islands. Under their gaze, a wooden ramp began to extend from the center of the ship to allow the passengers to disembark. But before it could even touch the ground, a young man leaped out of the ship, a curious glimmer flickering in his golden eyes. "So this is the place where the war is happening, but why is it so quiet?" Nine straightened his clothes before glancing ahead at the massive residence in front of him. He saw many floating islands around the one he had just landed on. "Oh, these islands bear a striking resemblance to those we encountered in the ancient realm on the blue planet." He noticed the many eyes upon him and waved at the floating figures watching from all around, flashing them a smile. After him, Sinon flew out of the ship. The demi-human didn't land on the ground. Instead, he began to fly and survey his surroundings. Alec and Carcel joined Nine as well, somewhat speechless that he had jumped out of the ship instead of disembarking normally with the others. Unlike Nine, the duo nodded politely at the many figures watching them from the sky. Behind them, Mia, Lara, Yue, and Ellie descended from the ship, followed by Ronan and Wesley, the two elves. Nox was the last to leave the ship. The lynx let out a yawn as he leaped down from the ship and then walked toward the group. He climbed onto Nine's shoulder with a curious expression. "This place looks kind of ordinary. I thought everyone would be fighting in here." His words were abruptly cut off by a thunderous explosion in the distance. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze toward the sound, only to see dark clouds billowing up from a distant location, accompanied by crimson flames that engulfed the sky. Carcel narrowed his eyes. Even from such a faraway location, he could hear the haunting cries of many. He looked over at Ronan and Wesley. "Are we in a safe zone?" Wesley responded to his question as all eyes turned to the old elf and Ronan. "You can indeed consider this area a safe zone because there's a barrier protecting it, but it's not completely secure. This place does experience attacks as well. It's just that the floating islands here operate on spiritual energy, which is why even though they have been destroyed many times, they revert to their original state after some time." Everyone nodded at him and began to survey their surroundings. The group had barely taken in the scene when two women clad in purple robes, adorned with a large gray sword intricately engraved on the chest of their garments, landed before them. One of the women was actually Elizabeth, whose expression brightened when she saw Alec and the young people with him. "You all are finally here, haha." Her laughter echoed in the air, surprising everyone watching the newcomers who had arrived with Ronan and Wesley. The older demi-woman next to Elizabeth raised her brow. It was quite rare to see Elizabeth laugh so heartily. "You know them?" Elizabeth glanced at the old woman who was the wife of old Hal and also one of the 7 supreme elders like her and flashed her a mysterious smile. "Why don't you take a guess, Sophia? You know them well. After all, they are the ones who have been causing quite a stir lately." Sophia's eyes widened as she instantly grasped her words. Not just Sophia, but every single person flying in the sky was surprised, as their keen senses allowed them to easily hear Elizabeth's voice. They swiftly descended onto the floating island and began to assess the newcomers, their eyes reflecting a hint of respect. Among the crowd gathering on the island, there were numerous elderly individuals, all of whom wielded considerable power. However, each of them had heard that this group of youngsters had achieved what no one else had in the past. They had killed Will, the third Shadow General. Instantly, faint whispers began to echo in the air. "Are they the audacious group who destroyed the gladiator arena? Have they finally come to join us in the war? I heard they even detained old Hal, Elizabeth, and all the powerful people who went to oversee the gladiator arena with formidable chains. But I can't see anyone with silver hair. Wasn't the silver-haired one the one who designed the array in the arena? I want to have a conversation with him so we can share knowledge about arrays over tea. Where's the nature's favorite?" As soon as those words resonated in the air, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone shifted their gaze toward the ship, eager to see if anyone else would appear. They had heard that the nature's favorite possessed remarkable power, and that the man was able to hide his presence with his mastery of arrays alone. Yet even after a lengthy wait, no one else emerged. Alec and the others, standing at the center of it all, could only manage awkward smiles as countless eyes fixated on them, eagerly awaiting an answer to their question. Suddenly, Elizabeth cleared her throat to capture the crowd's attention. Unlike the others present, she was aware that Odiak had received information from a faraway small planet that Kyle had been spotted battling one of Sino's fake bodies. After Odiak learned about Sino's fake body, he found James, and together they left immediately, first to assist Kyle and second to retrieve the piece of soul within Sino's fake body to find his true form. It had been over a day, yet the two of them hadn't returned or contacted her. Perhaps they were still engaged in a struggle against Sino. This might explain why Kyle hadn't arrived with the group. In the end, she turned to Alec. "Are you aware that Kyle is currently fighting one of Sino's fake bodies?" Upon hearing her words, the crowd around her gasped in astonishment. Nine was the one who responded to her. "We know. He vanished with Sino right before our eyes. Since he left on his own, I believe he can manage the situation, so I don't think we need to worry about him." Alec and the others around him nodded in agreement. They had no doubt that Kyle could handle the situation since they had witnessed how he obliterated the entire lost treasure tomb right under Azazel's nose. Elizabeth chuckled at Nine's words. "Indeed, considering Kyle, I am sure we don't need to be concerned about him." She clapped her hands to get everyone's attention and raised her voice. "I realize I haven't adequately welcomed all of you here, have I? So welcome. This place is known as the Forsaken Land, and here, if one lacks strength and intelligence, they will surely meet their end." Her words were followed by a loud explosion that didn't echo in a distant place. Instead, it resonated quite near them, accompanied by wicked laughter that filled the air. Immediately, all eyes turned toward the source of the sound, only to witness a supreme-rank demon followed by many others. They had breached the barrier surrounding the floating islands. Elizabeth's gaze hardened, and many individuals around her disappeared to confront the demons and repair the crack in the barrier. She steadied her expression and glanced at Alec and the others. "Don't worry, this is completely normal." Alec and the others could only nod in response to her words. Elizabeth motioned for them to follow her as the crowd around them began to break apart. She started to speak as they walked toward the residents on the floating island. "You won't be sent to the front lines right away. Instead, you will have the chance to learn a variety of new skills alongside the other young individuals who come here to join the war. I know you all want to learn a lot because simply being strong is never enough. Just look at Kyle, for example." Her words hadn't even settled when a startled cry from Wesley pierced the air, filled with panic. Immediately, everyone turned to gaze back at the old elf. Ronan, who had just begun to fly to assist those battling the demons that had attacked the barrier around the floating islands, also glanced back at Wesley, only to witness the old man's pale face and a communication crystal in his hand. Alec and Nine were the first to rush toward Wesley, catching the old man before he lost his balance. Alec furrowed his brows as he noticed the crystal in the latter's hand. What happened? "Are you all right?" However, instead of responding to Alec, Wesley glanced at Ronan, who had landed before him with a concerned expression. The old elf voice trembled as he spoke. "The Tree of Fate. It has fallen into slumber." Chapter 712. It's very weird. Ronan's eyes widened in disbelief at the shocking words that spilled from Wesley's lips. The tree of fate, the guardian of their planet, had fallen into slumber. How could that even be possible? That simply couldn't be. Under the astonished gazes of Alec, Elizabeth, and the others, who were equally taken aback by the old elf's words, Ronan gripped Wesley's shoulders, his expression a mix of disbelief and urgency. What, hadn't the tree of fate already recovered from the dark energy consuming it, thanks to Kyle? Then why? Wesley grasped his hands with a wistful smile and could only shake his head. His voice trembled as he stared at him. No. It's not because of dark energy, not dark energy. The Queen just contacted me. It's Enthrall, the fourth Shadow General. He was on the Elven planet and had harmed the Tree of Fate's core. He sucked in a deep breath. By the time the elves discovered his presence, it was already too late. Ronan's expression darkened. He had encountered Enthrall once before and knew that, unlike the other Shadow Generals, this man was exceptionally devious. The fourth Shadow General's whereabouts had been a mystery for quite some time, so he didn't expect him to act so suddenly. But the real question was, why would he damage the core of the Tree of Fate? Ronan steadied himself, but his grip on Wesley's shoulders instinctively tightened when he posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind currently. What about the planet? It's safe, right? Wesley nodded, and a flicker of relief finally flashed in the eyes of the elf before him. The planet is safe. Enthrall left immediately after he was discovered. He didn't try to fight anyone. He just laughed at everyone before disappearing, as if he had accomplished what he intended. Ronan stepped back and glanced at Elizabeth, who returned his gaze with a solemn expression. They were both aware that the Tree of Fate wasn't weak. It could protect itself. But if Enthrall had managed to reach its core without detection, it meant that the fourth Shadow General had either grown powerful or discovered something formidable to mask his presence. Wesley thought for a second. I believe we should return to the Elven planet. There are only 3 supreme ranks there, the Queen, her shadow, and the old man who is nearing the end of his life. The Tree of Fate was the protector that kept all powerful enemies at bay, but now that its protection has vanished, if the elves face an attack, none will survive. Elizabeth asked the 2 elves to leave for their planet when they looked at her, even though they had just arrived. Very well, go ahead, but I will accompany you. I want to evaluate the damage inflicted on the Tree of Fate and see if I can uncover a clue regarding what the Shadow Generals are scheming by suddenly harming it. Behind her, unlike Nine, Carcel, and the others who felt remorse after learning that the Tree of Fate had been harmed, since they were quite grateful to the Elven Queen, Alec's eyes burned with pure rage. He clenched his fists tightly. This anger had consumed him since he heard Enthrall's name. How could he forget the man he wants to kill with his own hands, the very man who had forced him to sign the dark contract? Finally, a clue about him. I thought he had disappeared completely. He surprised everyone around him by suddenly interrupting Elizabeth and the 2 elves' conversation. What about Enthrall, the fourth Shadow General? Is there a chance he is still on the Elven planet or he might come back? Wesley shook his head at him. I have no idea, he just disappeared. Alec thought for a few seconds, but it was as if Elizabeth sensed what he wanted. She chided him with a soft sigh. No, you are not allowed to follow us to the Elven planet. Stay here with all your friends. The elders will help you all settle in. Alec felt the urge to argue but restrained himself. Ultimately, he consented. All right, but please let me know if you hear anything about the fourth Shadow General. Elizabeth hummed thoughtfully. Noticing the fury in Alec's eyes directed at Enthrall, she understood that he had an unresolved conflict with the fourth Shadow General. But she wondered when Enthrall had crossed paths with Alec. Didn't Alec and the others come from the Blue Planet? As she thought about her home planet, she began to wonder how the planet was faring and how its residents were doing. Untimely, she decided to ask Alec and the others for more details about her home planet when she returned from the Elven planet. She shook Alec's shoulder. Just wait. No matter where Enthrall is, he will definitely return to the battlefield since he loves to stay on the front lines. Until then, you can focus on becoming stronger, as he is much stronger than you are right now. Nine's eyes turned toward Alec. Instead of wondering why Alec wanted to know about the fourth Shadow General like the rest, he had something different on his mind. Why do I feel like Alec was already aware that something bad was about to happen on the Elven planet? After all, he was the one who urged everyone to leave the planet as quickly as possible. He thought for a moment, but then sighed when he remembered that Alec possessed a powerful artifact. That artifact would have provided Man with a warning about any potential future danger. Still, I should ask him about what conflict he had with the fourth Shadow General. After Elizabeth was done contacting someone she trusted to familiarize Alec, Carcel, and the others with the forsaken land they all had just arrived in, she turned around and began to float with the 2 elves. She had just created a rift in the air to reach the Elven planet directly when suddenly, Sophia's loud voice interrupted her. Elizabeth glanced back and saw the old demi-woman hovering in midair, a smile brightening her entire face. Sophia was one of the individuals who had gone to confront the demons. Although she noticed the serious atmosphere around her, it didn't faze her. Her aged eyes sparkled as she eagerly shared the news she had just received with Elizabeth. The divine dragon has appeared again. That's why Jask and the other elders went to check the supreme projection. Can you guess what the elders discovered? The veil shrouding the contents of the projection has been completely destroyed. And she couldn't help but burst into laughter, a joyful sound that took Elizabeth by surprise. And you won't believe this, but the elders discovered that Azazel's name is no longer at the top of the projection. Elizabeth's eyes widened. Unlike the countless others who had lost faith in the projection, the seven elders had always trusted in it ever since Odiak, one of the greatest artifact makers in the universe, validated its power. Her face lit up with a smile, but Sophia wasn't done yet. It's not just Azazel, the four shadow generals and many other formidable names from the dark side that once occupied the highest positions on the projection have also now fallen to lower ranks. Elizabeth gasped in shock and covered her mouth as her eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, now it all makes sense why the shadow generals were so desperate to conceal the contents of the projection. The earlier somber atmosphere created by the tragic news about the Tree of Fate began to lift, as even Wesley and Ronan were surprised by Sophia's words. Elizabeth hurried over to the demi-woman, eager to know the name that had taken the top spot in the projection. However, to her and the two elves' disappointment, Sophia could only shake her head. The name isn't visible to anyone. Perhaps the supreme projection is trying to protect the owner of the name. Elizabeth took a deep breath to steady herself. In such a short time, she had been overwhelmed with information. She quickly retrieved an artifact to contact James and Odiak, wanting to share everything, but she could only grumble in frustration when neither of them responded. Alec and the others, who were unaware of the projection and the divine dragon, could only observe the scene from below with intrigued expressions. Sinan's floating figure halted behind Yue and 9. He narrowed his eyes. Guys, don't you think it's a bit weird? Mia was the one who replied to him. Weird? The demi-human flapped his wings with a serious and thoughtful expression as if he were considering something important. It's very weird, think about it. Whenever something significant happens, Kyle is somehow connected to it, but this time, there's no mention of Kyle. Everyone around him was left speechless. What did he think about Kyle? The man was indeed a bit eccentric, but there was no way everything significant happening in the universe would be related to him. Sinan gasped with a distressed expression as everyone ignored him and began to walk toward the residents in the center of the floating island. He shouted at them, "So you all don't believe me, but what if Kyle is really connected to all this? At least take me with you." He quickly rushed behind them before they disappeared from his sight. Chapter 713. You asked the wrong question. In the center of a vast hall, a grand tablet was displayed, surrounded by chairs. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as numerous attendees filled the seats, their conversations creating a low hum. At the head of the table sat James, exuding an aura of composure and confidence. Beside him, Odiak occupied the adjacent chair, his presence equally formidable. The duo had just returned to the Forsaken Island, but Elizabeth had already departed with Ronan and Wesley, leaving Sophia to share all the information with them. Flanking the two men were several other supreme ranks from various other races. The ancient decor of the hall, with its soaring ceiling, provided a fitting backdrop for this momentous assembly, which had occurred in this hall many times before. However, for the first time, everyone in the hall appeared genuinely satisfied. James softly rapped his knuckles on the table to capture everyone's attention, then turned his gaze toward Sophia. What are the chances that the name currently occupying the top position in the supreme projection belongs to someone who is on our side? Silence enveloped the hall as everyone contemplated James's words. Thanks to the information provided by Sophia, they had discovered that Alec's name now occupied the third spot on the projection, directly below Azazel. But they couldn't find out who held the top position, as that name remained invisible. All the individuals in the hall were quite excited, as not only Alec's name, but also the names of all his friends were seen in the top spots on the projection. Odiak smiled at James, a glimmer of disbelief and joy shining in his eyes. You asked the wrong question. You should be asking what the chances are that the top name on the projection belongs to Kyle. Immediately, everyone in the hall erupted into a heated debate. However, the air was thick with uncertainty. They acknowledged Kyle's power, but no one among them could confidently assert that he was the one whose name held the top position. Moreover, instead of joining the war like his friends, Kyle had disappeared yet again, and his whereabouts remained a mystery. Realizing that the discussion would never end if it continued like this, James raised his hand to silence everyone. It doesn't matter, we will find out whose name had occupied the top position in the projection, as that person will soon rise to become the strongest. However, Odiak has made a valid point, as Kyle's name wasn't seen anywhere on the projection. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, even though they had never seen Kyle, they recognized his power from the feat he had accomplished, and it was unlikely that the projection would overlook his name. James let out a sigh, feeling somewhat disheartened that his own name had also dropped to a lower position. Shaking his head, he redirected the conversation. Let's shift our focus to the dark side. The Shadow Generals are definitely scheming something. Otherwise, why would Enthrall attack the Tree of Fate? Aside from Old Hal and Elizabeth, who are absent, all the elders here should head to the battlefield. He glanced at Odiak. You should look after Alec and his companions. Assess their special talents and assign different people to help them refine those skills. Also, if possible, ask the youngsters to use aliases instead of their real names for now, as the dark side will come after them if they discover that they are the ones whose names have taken the top spots in the projection. The old dwarf nodded. I understand. I will ensure the young ones reach at least the end of the transcendent rank before entering the battlefield, as the stronger they are, the better their chances of survival. But what about you? James chuckled and cracked his knuckles, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. I received information from one of the spies we have planted in the dark side. They have located Onikus's whereabouts. He rose from his chair, causing everyone around him to stand as well. I'm heading to the planet where Onikus has been spotted to take him out. The fifth Shadow General slipped away just as I was about to finish him off last time. I believe it's finally time to end him for good, and you all should return to your duties. Everyone told him to stay safe before disappearing in different directions. Some went to check the last two seals holding the realm of the dead, while others made their way to the battlefield. In the end, only Odiak remained in the hall. The old dwarf stood up and walked toward the exit of the hall, which had gone unused since everyone else had simply vanished to reach their destinations. He opened the door and cleared his throat, wearing a solemn expression. Eavesdropping on others is bad. Nine, who had been leaning against the wall beside the door and listening to everything discussed in the room, flinched at the sound of the voice. His soul nearly leaped out of his body when he turned around only to see the old dwarf staring at him. He was shocked that the old dwarf had sensed him, especially since he was clearly using a powerful artifact he found in the lost treasure tomb to conceal himself. But he quickly regained his composure. Nine's eyes darted around as he scratched his head with a confused expression. Actually, I took the wrong route and forgot the way back. I guess I came from the right side. I apologize. I should leave. His words trailed off, and he let out a chuckle when the dwarf grabbed him from behind. Odiak's eyes narrowed. Kid, do you truly believe the weak artifact you were using concealed you from me? It may have hidden your presence from those at the transcendent rank, but many in the hall sensed you the instant you arrived here. Do you really think I would believe you? Nine flashed him a sheepish smile. All right, since he had already been discovered, there was no need to pretend. Regardless, given the dwarf's demeanor and the conversation he had overheard, he was confident he wouldn't face any punishment. I just wanted to know why so many powerful people were gathering in this building, so I followed behind. Odiak's eyebrow twitched when he saw the cheeky smile on the young man's face. A touch of speechlessness crossed his expression, but then he let out a sigh. Then I take it you heard everything. Well, that's actually a good thing. It means I don't need to explain anything at all. Nine nodded at him. Of course he did. His hearing was quite sharp. Odiak slapped his back and they began walking toward the building exit. The old dwarf glanced back at the young man trailing behind him. Anyway, do you know about me? This is our first official meeting, but I am from the same planet as you. Nine hurriedly caught up to him. I do, not just me, everyone else with me knows you too. You're Odiak, right? Actually, Xeron told us about you. He vanished a while ago, so I don't know where he is now. He paused for a moment. But I want to ask if you've seen Jan and Susan. Those two old men were with us on the Elven planet, but they left first, saying they were going to find you and James. We are here, but I don't see them anywhere. Odiak rolled the familiar names on his tongue with furrowed brows. It took him a few moments to remember the people Nine was referring to, and when he finally did, his eyes widened slightly in surprise. Jan and Susan are still alive, and Xeron, that thief as well. Wait, you're telling me that they were with you, but then they all vanished, and two of them even claimed they were going to find me and James. Nine nodded simply since that was the truth, but then Odiak burst into laughter. The old dwarf calmed down after a while and shook his head with a faint smile. Susan and Jan, as the guardians of the blue planet, indeed respect me and James. However, I'm sure they wouldn't come here because James was the one who burdened them with responsibilities. The duo would first seek to grow stronger before coming to give us a piece of their minds. And as for Xeron, I'm certain he would never come here. He likes stealing more than anything. Nine let out an "oh." He had a feeling something was wrong when Jan and Susan left so suddenly, even though the duo could have actually joined them to come here. Suddenly, Odiak gazed into his eyes with a solemn look, and Nine's eyes widened when he heard the old dwarf's next words. Your eyes, they are quite powerful, but don't use their power here, as many desire the vision your gaze possesses. Be wary of everyone here as well. You never know who might have secretly aligned themselves with the dark side. We've uncovered numerous spies among us, yet we can't foresee who may betray us at any moment. Chapter 714. Silence will you. Within a grand arena, rows of eager spectators filled the seats encircling the circular battle stage at the center, where two demi-humans clashed fiercely. Their movements were a blur of skill and power as they fought for victory. The air crackled with electric energy as the crowd cheered and placed bets on the fighters, captivated by the skill and ferocity on display. At the far end of the enthusiastic crowd, Kyle sat comfortably in a chair with one leg draped casually over the other, observing the scene before him with an inscrutable gaze. For some reason, he cleared his ear, his eyes narrowing in concentration. Why have I been feeling like someone's talking about me? Bia, who was seated beside him, and the twin demi-humans in front turned to him at the sound of his murmur. They had entered the place known as the Mission Hall, and after Kyle surveyed the area where the elders posted missions for the youngsters, they went into one of the battle arenas within the building. However, they had been sitting here for the past few hours because, for some reason, Kyle remained motionless in his spot. This soft noise the human made was actually the first sound he had produced in the past few hours. Bia tried to get closer to Kyle but quickly retreated when she noticed the solemn expression on his face. What's with him anyway? The twins too looked ahead at the battle unfolding in the arena. Unlike Kyle, who seemed unfazed by the numerous stares directed at him, they were starting to feel a bit anxious as they noticed several ladies around them stealing glances at Kyle. To make things worse, some of those women had partners who were growing increasingly irritated by Kyle's presence. Logan and Mason could only hope that no one would approach Kyle, as they wanted to avoid getting tangled up in any drama. But their fears soon became reality. A blue-eyed demi-woman sitting next to them glanced over at Kyle with a sweet smile and tried to strike up a conversation with him. Although she was ignored, her boldness encouraged others to follow suit, and soon a small crowd began to gather around Kyle. Mason cursed under his breath. He's handsome, but what's with these students? It's like they have never seen a good-looking guy before. His twin stood up and attempted to disperse the crowd when suddenly an elven man seated behind Kyle sneered at him, a look of disdain in his eyes. So what if he's all pretty? The elven man scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Looks don't mean anything if there's nothing beneath the surface. The remark hung in the air, drawing a few chuckles from those seated around him. Mason shot a glance at his brother, frustration and fear etched on his face. This damn elven bastard doesn't even realize who he's provoking. He's practically begging for a death wish and wants to drag everyone in the arena down with him. However, before Logan could voice his anger at the smug elven man, the blue-eyed woman who had been overlooked by Kyle earlier stood up and defended him. I'm at the pinnacle of the divine rank, yet I can't seem to sense this human's rank at all. What makes you believe he's weaker than you, especially since you've only just managed to reach the divine rank? Her words resonated with the crowd, causing the elven man's sneer to falter, and a few other women began to agree with her, intrigued by her boldness. Due to the sudden noise, the situation began to escalate, capturing the attention of everyone in the arena. Logan and Mason started to grow pale. They hesitantly glanced at Kyle, only to find his gaze fixed on the battle stage ahead. The man seemed utterly indifferent to the events unfolding around him, leaving them uncertain whether to feel relieved or not. Bia's eyes glimmered with mischief as she savored the spectacle before her. The elven man rose abruptly, engaging into a fervent dispute with the woman, insisting that she was blinded by the human beauty. Kyle turned his attention to Bia when he sensed her movement and swiftly caught her before she could stir up any trouble. His brows were tightly knitted together. They just had to make a racket. I was finally beginning to piece together some memories from the past. Bia blinked in astonishment at his words reverberating in her mind. So that was the reason he had stayed so motionless in his place for the past few hours. Oh, if I may ask, how much did you remember? She looked at him eagerly but was left speechless by his response. I remember the Royal Academy entrance test and the time I trained hard to gain entry to the Tower of Opportunity. I also recalled the battle when I conceded defeat to Alec. Bia narrowed her eyes. That's it? Kyle glanced down at the little bird in his hand, raising an eyebrow. No, it's actually quite meaningful. Reflecting on all these memories, I realize how weak I truly was back then. But I know what helped me get stronger. He didn't mention his bloodline, knowing the Phoenix understood him. Bia nodded, her expression deadly serious. Of course, I told you, did not I? You were just a tiny speck in the past. That's why you should be thankful you crossed paths with someone as powerful as me. Kyle's eyes flashed with amusement. He acknowledged that he disliked the feelings that came with the knowledge that he was weak in the past. But he knew that he had to embrace that part of himself as well. Coldness settled in his gaze as he finally turned his attention to the people causing the commotion around him. Logan and Mason, who had been trying to disperse the crowd, instinctively froze when they sensed his stare and the sudden chill that began to rise in the air. A loud voice boomed through the hall, cutting through the numerous voices. Silence, will you? Instantly, the noise around Kyle faded, replaced by an eerie silence. Not only the people arguing around him, but every single person seated in the arena clearly felt it when a sudden dread crept into their hearts. Their instincts screamed at them to obey the voice or they would regret it. Even the two fighters on the stage froze in their spots. Kyle stood up and motioned for the twins, who hurried to his side before he made his way toward the exit of the arena. "Let's get out of here, this place is crawling with fools who know nothing better." Bia zipped behind him with a laugh. All of a sudden, she glanced back at the blue-eyed demi-woman who now looked at Kyle with even deeper admiration. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she turned around and approached the woman. "He is married, you might want to stop staring, his wife is dangerous, you know." The woman and everyone around her jumped in surprise when the bird piped up. They could only watch in astonishment as the bird darted back behind Kyle. Only when the human had completely vanished from everyone's view did a faint murmur ripple through the crowd. What just happened? I felt like a heavy pressure descended on me, suffocating me as if I were on the verge of death. This stammering voice ignited a chorus of reactions from the crowd, and everyone finally erupted in confusion, questioning what had just happened. Had they really been frozen by a mere voice? I felt it too. Who was that human? He wasn't wearing the student uniform. That human exuded such an imposing aura. Just how powerful is he? With just a few simple words, he intimidated so many divine-rank individuals. The air was thick with tension as whispers swirled around them, each person trying to process what they had just witnessed. Wait. Weren't the twins with that human, Logan and Mason? Didn't those two die in the forest near the city? A person from the crowd stood up. It was the very demi-woman who had abandoned Logan and Mason in the forest when she saw the massive phoenix. "We need to inform the elders." Meanwhile, indifferent to the chaos his actions had caused, Kyle casually walked inside the building. He paused when, after a while, the twins encountered a few of their friends. Kyle watched the duo as they tried to send their friends away, insisting they were busy. He tapped Mason on the shoulder. "Go with your friends." The twins could only laugh dryly at his words, while their clueless friends, who were finally leaving after the duo communicated through telepathy that the person with them was dangerous, stopped and looked back at them with worried expressions. They joined their friends, and Kyle simply walked behind them, observing everything they did. Bia noticed the seriousness in Kyle's gaze and understood that now that he had figured out how to recover his past memories, he was intent on reclaiming all of them. "I guess the trip here isn't entirely useless." Chapter 715, I Am Leaving. Kyle stood amidst many bookshelves, immersed in the pages of the book he held, while Bia's small form rested serenely on his shoulder with her eyes closed. Outside the mission hall's sole library where he stood, the twin demi-humans bid farewell to their friends, who anxiously asked the duo to take care. As their friends vanished from sight, the twins stepped into the library. They paused a short distance from Kyle when they saw him engrossed in the book in his hand. But noticing how the human flipped through the book's pages with remarkable speed, as if the latter was just counting them, the duo wondered if he was truly reading it. Many students were around Kyle, but no one seemed to be paying attention to him, or rather, everyone was behaving as if they couldn't see the human at all. Logan glanced at his twin and whispered. Did he conceal his presence? Mason narrowed his eyes. Although he could see nothing around Kyle, he checked the energy in the air and detected subtle stirrings of divinity encircling the man. It seems he has created a protective barrier around himself, allowing only those he chooses to see him through it. But given what happened earlier, it's probably for the best that no one can detect him. The twins sighed and began waiting for Kyle to finish whatever he was doing. The air was filled with the faint rustle of pages and the soft sound of books being returned to the shelf. To their annoyance, the human seemed to be merely flipping through one book after another. He would examine the cover of each book, skim through all the pages, and then return it to the shelf, only to reach for another, repeating the entire process. The air was thick with a sense of frustration as the twins exchanged glances, wishing for Kyle to hurry the hell up. In the end, the two brothers leaned against a bookshelf and dozed off. Kyle turned to glance at the duo when he sensed their guard around him had relaxed, only to find them fast asleep. He hummed and began to wander through the library. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, awakening emotions he hadn't felt in ages. His eyes roamed the space, pausing briefly on a group of students seated around the tables scattered throughout the space, all absorbed in the books before them. A faint smile tugged at his lips, growing brighter with each step he took. The last spot in the practical exam, that merman really did underestimate my abilities. I suppose even if I was weak in the past, my mind remained quite sharp. His eyes flickered with amusement as he remembered how he had amassed so many mana stones from 9 after winning the bet, where the latter had wagered that he would come in last in the exam. It's a pity Alec and Carcel didn't join in. With a shake of his head, Kyle grabbed another book from a shelf nearby. The knowledge within wasn't very useful, but he had noticed that the books in this place contained many unique concepts. What he liked the most so far was learning how to form a weaker version of the skills he possessed to share with others. Bia stirred on his shoulder, but he patted the phoenix, and she relaxed. After putting the book in its place, he was about to wake the twins to leave when he spotted Jask entering the library alongside an old elf. Walking directly behind them was the demi-woman Bia had seen with the twins in the forest, accompanied by the blue-eyed demi-woman who had tried to strike up a conversation with Kyle not long ago. In addition to the two girls, many other people followed behind the elders, all wearing expressions of curiosity. Jask scanned the area, but since Kyle's presence was hidden behind the barrier, he couldn't detect him with his senses. In the end, he turned to the two demi-women behind him and voiced his frustration, since they were the ones who had caused a scene and alerted the elders. But the two women remained persistent, urging him to search the entire library as it was related to the twins' safety. Kyle shook his head at the sight. It's clear the elders don't want to create a scene since they know about me, but the youngsters aren't grasping their point. He made his way toward the twins, raised his leg, and nudged Mason's body, causing the man to jerk awake the moment his foot made contact. Mason gasped at him and quickly roused his twin as well. Kyle flicked his fingers, causing the barrier around him to dissipate. The twins followed closely as he made his way toward Jask. Instantly, the two women's eyes locked onto him and they quickly pointed him out. It's him, he was the one who caused a scene in the arena. The crowd surrounding the elders began to murmur their agreement as they recognized Kyle's face. However, to their surprise, the two elders remained silent. Jask raised his hand, demanding attention. Silence, that is our guest. Instantly, an eerie silence settled in the space as the two women and everyone around them gazed at Jask in confusion. If the human was a guest, then why hadn't the old man mentioned it to them earlier? The unexpected commotion captured the attention of everyone present in the library. Still, Kyle strode casually toward the elders and locked his gaze with Jask. The other elder with Jask wanted to introduce himself to the nature's favorite, but he was utterly ignored as Kyle began to speak in a calm voice. I am leaving. My stay here wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. The twins behind him beamed with relief, exchanging gleeful glances. At last, the human was leaving from their planet. Jask nodded at Kyle. That's unfortunate to hear that your stay here wasn't entirely enjoyable, but may I ask where you're headed next? Also, since you are leaving, I believe I can let others know that you were here. Kyle's eyes narrowed slightly. No, don't tell anyone because I will come back here after settling an old score. Just tell me if there's a group of people here who will soon join the war, I will follow them. Jask was surprised by his words. It was true that many youngsters from his planet would be selected to join the war every few years, but Kyle wanted to join the war with his people. He wondered how old Hal and Sophia would react upon learning this. He counted the time. Even though there were still 3 months before the selected group would leave, it wouldn't hurt to send them off a bit earlier to shorten the wait. A month from now, a group of youngsters will be departing. You can join them. His response shocked the elders standing beside him and the individuals around who could somewhat grasp what he was saying, yet they could do nothing but watch. Kyle hummed with a nod. A month was enough time for him to settle the old score he had remembered, along with many other past memories. Jask seemed to want to say more, but he turned around and gestured for the twins to follow him. Immediately, the twins' faces fell. They watched as a circular teleportation portal illuminated before them. They glanced at the elders for help, but the elders averted their gaze, extinguishing their last hope. With heavy hearts, they stepped into the portal. Kyle followed behind, and then the portal shattered into many tiny particles. Jask let out a sigh as he sensed the numerous eyes upon him. He understood that he owed an explanation to many, but for now he could only watch the fading bright particles before him. Where could he possibly be heading? When I first laid eyes on him, he seemed cold and unfeeling. Yet now his gaze is filled with so much depth, I can't help but wonder if this is a positive change or not. He shook his head. But wherever he is going, I hope he doesn't encounter anything that would lead him to abandon the emotions reflected in his gaze once more. After all, losing one's emotions might be bearable once, but experiencing that desolation again makes it impossible to reclaim what has been lost. Chapter 716, Learning to Craft Skill Cores. Part 1. Kyle glanced at the two identical-looking brothers standing below on the ground as he sat comfortably on a tree branch with one leg crossed over the other. Bia stretched and yawned on his shoulder, unfurling her wings before soaring into the sky for some fresh air. To her surprise, she discovered they had returned to the exact spot in the forest where they had first landed upon arriving on this planet. Her gaze shifted to the twins. The sweat glistening on their foreheads revealed their anxiety as they remained clueless about why they had been brought here. Bia then turned to Kyle, who was focused on shaping something with a mix of mana and spiritual energy in his palm. What are you doing? Weren't we supposed to leave the planet? Hearing the phoenix's voice echo in his mind, Kyle glanced at her, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. Actually, I wish to conduct an experiment. 2 test subjects should suffice, as I doubt I will find suitable candidates later, so I want to do this before we leave. Bia blinked and noticed how Kyle's intense gaze fixated on the twins, who trembled under his ominous stare. An experiment? What kind of experiment? It does sound quite intriguing. Curiosity sparked in the phoenix's eyes as she circled the tree where Kyle was seated, observing what he was crafting in his palm. Could it be a soul-injuring spell? Or perhaps a deadly weapon capable of killing another without detection? Logan and Mason exchanged glances before Mason retrieved the storage ring that Kyle had given them earlier. It was still filled with treasures, and with the human about to leave, it felt appropriate to return it. However, before he could say anything, Kyle waved his hand dismissively. You both can keep whatever remains in that storage ring. Think of it as payment for being my guides. Mason was entirely taken aback. How could the humans so nonchalantly part with such a huge amount of wealth? It seemed that Kyle was indeed very rich. His face lit up, and he noticed that his brother shared the same excitement. With the treasures inside the ring, they could significantly enhance their strength. It had been so long since the twins had been stuck at the first stage of divine rank. Finally, they had the opportunity to advance to the next stage. No, with this abundance of treasures, there was even a possibility they could reach the next rank. Mason bowed slightly to Kyle, his face beaming with gratitude. Thank you. He had just finished his words when the mana and spiritual energy that Kyle had been gathering in his palms suddenly emitted a loud whistling sound. Kyle's eyes widened at the sound, and he vanished from his spot. Bia also sensed a sudden disruption in the air beneath her and shot upward into the sky as well. They left, and a small but deafening explosion shattered the stillness, sending shockwaves through the air. The branch of the tree where Kyle had been seated moments before disintegrated into tiny particles, raining down like confetti. Mason and Logan stood frozen in shock, trying their best to comprehend what had just happened. The two instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves from the splintering wood and debris that rained down on them. Kyle landed softly behind the twins, a contemplative look on his face as he saw the two brothers coughed and waved their hands to clear the dust around them. His voice was low, so it didn't reach anyone. I guess it wasn't as easy as I thought. I combined equal amounts of mana and spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy, being the more dominant force, consumed the mana before I had the chance to form a core and infuse it with knowledge. The twins brushed off their clothes and stared at Kyle with blank expressions. The duo's earlier gratitude had entirely faded. Now all they wanted was to return to their city as quickly as possible. From above, Bia too glanced down at Kyle with a twitching eyebrow. So he was truly creating something highly dangerous. At least give me a warning if you are going to explode something. Kyle remained silent, lost in thought, his eyes sharp with focus. I think I understand now. With a whisper, he lifted his hand and spread his fingers wide, and once again, mana and spiritual energy started to coalesce in his palm, startling the twins, who instinctively stepped back. Bia, who was about to approach, also retreated. It was wiser for her to wait until Kyle finished what he was doing before getting any closer for her own safety. This time, thankfully, no explosion occurred. Kyle's eyes lit up as a nail-sized orb began to materialize above his palm, casting a soft glow. He began transferring knowledge into the tiny orb after the shell surrounding the energy in his palm grew strong enough to contain it. Observing his concentration, the twins wondered what he was trying to achieve. They noticed that the orb in Kyle's hand somewhat resembled a skill core, but they quickly dismissed the idea. Skill cores are commonly extracted from the bodies of defeated monsters because their bodies naturally form them. The only way to artificially create a skill core is by forming a weak version of the skill one possessed, but this task requires immense mental strength and complete control over mana and spiritual energy. Even if one possesses these qualities, they must also master the conversion of their knowledge into fragments of energy to complete the final step. That's why, despite many knowing the process of creating a weak version of a skill core, everyone struggles to put it into practice. The twins blinked when the human suddenly lifted his head to meet their gaze, wearing a seemingly harmless expression. Kyle held the tiny orb between his fingers and raised it for the duo to see. It's ready. So who's going to test it? Chapter 717, Learning to Craft Skill Cores, Part 2. A chill ran down the twins' spines as they stared at Kyle's face with wide eyes. Test it? What test? Didn't something similar that Kyle was creating previously explode not long ago? Does the nature's favorite really want to test this dangerous object on them? The duo scooted back as Kyle moved toward them, their backs colliding with a shield that had formed behind them to block their escape. Kyle tilted his head, seemingly waiting for them to take the glowing orb from his hand. Mason took a deep breath. It wasn't like they could outmatch someone who had defeated one of the Shadow Generals. He began to advance toward Kyle, despite his twins' attempts to stop him. He patted his brother's shoulder and reassured him that he would make it through, no matter what. Kyle's eyebrow twitched at the sight, his gaze flickering to the orb in his hand. It's not like it's some kind of destructive artifact, right? Bia landed on his shoulder with a chuckle. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Kyle was left speechless, and Bia's words only deepened the twins' unease. However, Mason still took the orb from his hand with a determined look. Kyle's gaze narrowed. Absorb it. With a nod, Mason tightly shut his eyes. It was better to do what needed to be done as quickly as possible to minimize the pain. The tiny orb in his hand shattered into particles and entered his body. Logan stayed by his side, worry etched on his face and a powerful healing potion in his hand, but fortunately, even after a few seconds, nothing happened. Mason slowly opened his eyes with an utterly bewildered look and stared at Kyle. He staggered back when Kyle looked at him with a hint of expectation in his gaze. Did it work? Mason nodded, still not fully processing what he had just experienced. It did. I absorbed the skill. It was an F-rank fireball, wasn't it? Kyle smirked. So he succeeded. Good. He raised his hand and crafted several more tiny cores. This time the twins were more than willing to try. Yet in the end, they were both left disappointed since the human only created F-rank fireballs. After a while, when Kyle was finally sure that he had succeeded in mastering the ability to craft skill cores, he stopped. He glanced at the twins. They wore dejected expressions, and who wouldn't feel that way after absorbing so many fireball skill cores that weren't even useful? A faint smile appeared at the corners of Kyle's lips, but it faded before the twins could see. He began to float. I guess that's enough for the time being. It's finally goodbye then. The twins sighed with relief when they heard his words. They even waved at him, urging him to just disappear directly. Kyle's eyes flickered with amusement. He checked his mind space where many skill cores he had acquired floated, but since they were low rank and useless to him, he had never used them. He glanced at the duo below him. Well, I remember a lot about my past thanks to them, and I dislike being indebted to others. Besides, any skill below my rank is not useful to me. Logan and Mason jumped in fright when they saw the human throw a few glowing objects toward them. Kyle could only shake his head as the duo collided and fell down, before he vanished into the portal that illuminated behind him with Bia. The twins cautiously glanced at what the human had thrown their way, and their eyes widened in shock as they spotted several glowing, fist-sized skill cores scattered across the ground before them. Mason gasped in disbelief. Their size is enormous. They are at least S rank or maybe even higher. The duo collected the cores, astonished to discover that all the skills within them were incredibly powerful. It wasn't easy to come across strong skill cores. Although they could be found within the bodies of defeated monsters, the odds of obtaining even a single core after slaying numerous monsters were quite rare. They glanced at the sky where Kyle had vanished and exclaimed simultaneously, "He wasn't that bad." Then they erupted into laughter and collapsed onto the ground to calm down. The time the two spent with Kyle felt like walking on the edge of a precipice. The human's presence alone was enough to make them lose their composure. How could someone be so strong when he looked much younger than they were? Despite everything, they felt certain they would encounter Kyle again in the future, especially since he seemed to have caught on to the fact that their presence brought calm to others. Maybe that was the main reason. Even though the human clearly disliked having others around him, he compelled them to stay around him. Mason let out a sigh. I guess his emotions found some peace because of us. But what made you decide to use your inherited skill on him after our first encounter went so horribly? Logan scratched his head, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. It was actually triggered accidentally, but the human didn't stop me because it only remained around my body. Then you also started to use it, and seeing him getting comfortable, I just let it stay active. He raised his voice. However, the primary reason was that I disliked his gaze. When it turned empty, it was so unsettling and frightening. Mason smiled at his brother, then he thought about the skill the two of them had inherited from their father. Inherited skill, emotional resonance D rank. This skill can create an invisible aura around the wielder, which helps everyone nearby calm their minds and regain their numb emotions. This sense of calm can enable them to vividly recall any aspect of their past, weaving together fragments of their history into a coherent narrative. It was a skill that was neither useful nor powerful, yet who would have thought that such a seemingly weak ability would one day bring them so much fortune? Mason's gaze traveled toward the sky. Accident? Regardless, I suppose what happened was for the best. The nature's favorite is indeed intimidating when his expression becomes unreadable. Chapter 718. Onikus's whereabouts. Where are we going? Bia's enormous wings, enveloped in crimson flames, illuminated the darkness around her as she trailed behind Kyle's figure with a curious expression. She only knew that he wanted to settle a score with someone and had no idea where they were heading. However, from the cold and evil smile on his face, she was certain that whoever they were searching for was destined to meet a gruesome end. Kyle turned around in the space and glanced at her with a gleam in his eyes. His lips curled upward into a smirk. You want to know where we're going? I'm not exactly sure of the name of that place, but it's a planet conquered by the dark side. There's a man named Onikus. I want to kill him since I finally remembered that I swore I would end him with my own hands. Bia furrowed her brows, rolling the name Onikus on her tongue. It sounded familiar. Her thoughts came to a halt, and her eyes widened when she finally recalled where she had heard the name before. The fifth Shadow General. Her voice echoed through the vast darkness as they glided through a sea of distant stars and planets. Kyle let out a chuckle. Perhaps, at the moment he felt incredibly light, all because he remembered so much about his forgotten past. Although he still hadn't recalled his family, there were many joyful memories he had grasped. He glanced at the sight around him, spinning his body in the air. It's breathtaking, the countless stars shimmering in the vast, dark space. Bia mimicked his actions and glanced around, and for the first time she saw the beauty of the universe. Oh, it is. They admired the space before disappearing into a portal. Kyle had no idea of the location of the planet where he met Onikus, but he was sure he would find the man soon enough since he was going to create chaos on every planet belonging to or conquered by the dark side until they themselves led him to Onikus. In no time, the Phoenix and the human entered a colossal planet enveloped in a crimson hue, only to discover that they had arrived at the sole planet in the universe owned by the demon race. Planet Eadmire, the very planet where Nine had discovered the dark contracts. Perhaps it was due to Kyle's luck stat. Kyle's figure descended above one of the largest buildings on the planet, destroying everything in the process as he wanted to make his presence known. Just as he had anticipated, the moment he released his aura, countless pseudo-divine, divine, and transcendent rank demons, with four expansive dark-colored wings behind their backs and white slit pupils, filled the sky and the space around him. Kyle cracked his knuckles. He had already scanned the entire planet with his senses and knew that a few supreme rank demons were also present on the planet. But they posed no threat, as they were only at the initial stage of supreme rank. Those arrogant bastards didn't even bother to show themselves. Are they thinking that a mere transcendent rank would be easily handled by their minions? The countless demons encircling him snickered at him, their eyes glimmering with malice as one of them taunted, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "Did you lose your way, human?" Another chimed in. "Don't worry, we'll make sure you don't die too quickly. It's been a while since someone dared to intrude on our territory, so we want to alleviate our boredom first." A third added, licking his lips. "He is handsome, the wealthy demons will surely covet his skin and flesh." As their loud laughter echoed around him, Kyle simply raised a finger toward them. His loud voice silenced the crowd. "I don't like the demon race since you all stink, but today I'm here because I want to know where Onikus is. I will start killing and won't stop until I get the whereabouts of the man I'm looking for." A demon nearby laughed mockingly at him after hearing his unbelievable words. This human thought he could kill them in their own territory. Who did he think he was? The others might have joined in, but before they could, the laughing demon's body was sliced in two equal halves. Kyle wiped the blood from the saber in his hand and lifted his gaze. "Bia, stop hiding, will you?" A loud tusk echoed in the air, startling everyone who had frozen in disbelief after witnessing how easily the human had killed a peak divine rank in front of them, but they were unable to even react. In the next moment, crimson flames erupted into the air, and the Phoenix, who had been enjoying the show from behind the invisible barrier she had created around herself, let out a piercing cry. The barrier surrounding Bia shattered, revealing her massive figure enveloped in flames. The demon's eyes widened at the sight of the breathtaking Phoenix, her pure golden flames casting a radiant glow that pierced through the shadows of their dark planet. In an instant, alarm bells blared in their minds as they knew. They knew that right now there was only one individual in the entire universe who had a powerful fire phoenix as a bonded companion. It was none other than nature's favorite. The very nature's favorite who had killed Will, the third Shadow General. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and the demeanor of the demons shifted. Some of those with brain vanished to contact the Shadow Generals or somehow alert the few supreme ranks currently on their planet. Kyle sensed the movement when a few demons departed from the area, but he chose not to stop any of them. After all, he was sure that by the time any individual capable of stopping him arrived, he would already be finished here. He vanished from his spot, and all the demons around him were terrified when a powerful massive ice domain descended from the sky to envelop them completely. Bia, who was about to ask Kyle how they were both going to handle the residents of an entire planet on their own, blinked when the ice domain descended. She knew that even though they were both strong, they wouldn't have enough energy to handle so many people. That's why upon seeing the ice domain, her eyes lit up. After all, she knew that the area inside Kyle's ice domain couldn't be detected or breached by anyone without his permission, as the domain created an invisible barrier that separated the enclosed space from the surrounding environment. So he never planned to fight the entire planet. He just wanted to get Onikus's whereabouts and then disappear. Now this is going to be fun. With a flick of his wrist, Kyle unleashed a pulse of spiritual energy that began to form multiple symbols, which quickly entered his domain and increased its strength. The demons attacked him, but he easily dodged their strikes. A dark aura erupted from his body as he activated his fierce skill, aiming to completely obliterate the hope of the demons surrounding him. I have already told you all what I want to know. If you wish to survive, simply provide me with the information I seek. He flashed a beautiful smile that sent chills down the spines of everyone around him as his fierce skill enveloped them entirely. But just as Kyle expected, many transcendent rank individuals escaped the influence of his fierce skill. They began to cry for help and break the ice domain. He shook his head. How annoying. Why can't any of you understand even the simplest words? I suppose I will have to eliminate half of you to get the others to start talking. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he vanished from his position. No, he didn't use instant teleportation. He simply utilized all his agility to move with a speed that was imperceptible to anyone. In the next moment, numerous cries began to echo through the air, but no one outside the ice domain could hear them as they were completely engulfed within it. Bia also spread her flames, and it didn't take long for the demons surrounding them to plead for mercy and reveal everything they knew about Onikus's whereabouts. The Phoenix's eyes turned toward Kyle. For some reason, he wasn't as brutal as when the two first met in the sacred divine land. Is it because he remembers many of his memories? Well, this change isn't bad. Chapter 719, there's another human with him. Damien, the first Shadow General who had just arrived on planet Edmir, gazed darkly at the gruesome sight before him. Behind him, the demons who had contacted him, along with many other powerful residents of the planet, floated with pale faces. The area before them was covered in shattered fragments of ice that shimmered ominously in the darkness. Frost-covered corpses of demons littered the land. Damien's azure eyes burned with pure rage as he turned around and slapped one of the supreme-rank demons behind him, sending the man hurling toward the ground. You useless fools, you couldn't restrain a single human until I arrived. His booming voice thundered, causing every demon around him to tremble. He was already occupied, but now he had to deal with this mess as well. Rubbing his temples, he took a second to calm down and gestured for a demon to approach. The woman trembled under his intense gaze but flew closer to him. She was one of the demons who had disappeared from the area to contact the Shadow Generals. Damien gazed at her and she bowed her upper body and closed her eyes. Why was he here? The woman parted her lips. Her voice was shaky, but she managed to speak. He said he wanted the fifth Shadow General's whereabouts. Damien's gaze narrowed. Onikus's whereabouts? Why? The woman shook her head. I don't know. The human said he was only here to get Onikus's whereabouts and that he would leave once he got it. Since he has left, that means… She didn't need to finish her sentence, as the first Shadow General understood what she was trying to convey. Damien snapped his head toward another supreme-rank demon in the distance. Where is Onikus currently? The demon quickly moved toward him. It's planet Eastria. The fifth Shadow General always goes there to rest or heal his injuries whenever he is tired from the war. That planet is concealed under a blanket, but he can only be there. Damien mumbled the name of planet Eastria. He knew about this planet. It was conquered by Onikus after he killed one of the strongest demi-humans. However, what he didn't understand was why the hell Kyle was suddenly searching for Onikus. He furrowed his brows. It's good that Enthrall, who was supposed to come here, went to meet Sino. It would have been catastrophic if that human had uncovered our plan and interfered with it. An ominous aura began to emanate from his body, and the dark five-petal flower on his shoulder glowed as he contacted the fifth Shadow General through the link shared by all the Shadow Generals. Inside a grand hall bathed in dim light that cast long shadows on the walls, Onikus sat on a magnificent throne. A layer of dark energy surrounded his body, and as it dissipated, he snapped open his dark, piercing eyes with a laugh. I've broken through, finally. His laughter was interrupted when the dark five-petal flower on the back of one of his hands began to emit a faint light. Who is contacting me? Onikus was surprised when he sensed Damien's familiar dark signature. It was very rare for the man to seek him out for something, so he felt quite curious. Wait, did he find out about my plan to secretly eliminate James so I could gain some merits? I was discreet, though. Even when I discovered and bribed the spies that James and Odiak had planted among us. His eyes gleamed with a hint of anticipation, believing that Damien had discovered his plan and was reaching out to commend him. Perhaps the man would even promote his title from 5th Shadow General to that of the 3rd who had died. He had already revealed his location to James through the spies who had betrayed their side for some treasures. Currently, all the traps to ensnare the man were set, and he was waiting for the human to arrive at his doorstep and trigger them. And considering that James had been injured recently, he would easily be able to handle him if he directly attacked his soul after the latter was caught off guard. The grin on Onikus's face crumbled when Damien's voice finally echoed in his mind. Evacuate planet Istria immediately. Onychus was taken aback. Why was the first Shadow General asking him to leave his own territory, the land he had conquered with so much effort? What do you mean, why should I? His words were interrupted by Damien, and he sensed the underlying seriousness in the voice echoing in his head. The nature's favorite is looking for you, and he has discovered your whereabouts. Onychus blinked. The nature's favorite, the very human who had killed Will, but why? He had never even encountered that man. Amidst the many questions swirling in his mind, the most pressing was why the hell Damien sounded as if he would face his doom if the nature's favorite found him. This bastard, how dare he look down on him just because he was a bit stronger? His eyes turned cold, but he kept his words measured. After all, Damien was above him in strength and status as well. Do you have anything else to share? There was silence for a while before the first Shadow General's voice echoed again in his mind, this time with an angry snarl. I am coming there myself. This time I will put an end to Kyle at all costs. So leave the planet and don't risk doing something you would regret. You may be strong, but given that Kyle has killed Will, you aren't powerful enough to confront that human. Onychus clenched his fists, feeling the weight of Damien's words. I will do as you say. The flower on the back of his hand lost its glow, and he let out a sneer. He was furious, very furious, that Damien had called him weaker than a human who he had heard was only at the transcendent rank. But he wasn't an idiot. If Kyle had the strength to kill the third Shadow General, then that human could harm him as well. What the hell, why is there never any peace in my life? Let's just go and join the war. I need to shed a lot of blood to improve my foul mood. He had just risen from his throne when suddenly everything around him began to tremble violently as if an earthquake had struck the planet. Onychus raised his gaze as the twin divine-rank demons clad in dark robes rushed into his chamber, not even asking for permission to enter, their expressions filled with panic. The two demons stumbled over their words as they tried to convey their message. Master, the traps we set up around the planet have failed. James has entered the boundary of the planet unscathed. Onychus's eyes widened. What? That's not possible. His soul isn't strong enough to pass through the traps. The twin demons fell to their knees as Onychus's formidable dark aura erupted from his body. They quaked in fear but still managed to speak again. There's another human with him. Yes, that human tore through the barrier around the planet with his bare hands and even faced all the attacks unscathed. Onychus stumbled back. Another human. Immediately, the conversation he had with Damien a while ago and the name of the nature's favorite flashed in his mind. But how did he arrive here so soon? His eyes widened when he remembered what nature's favorite was capable of. Ah, he can create teleportation portals. He didn't just discover my location. He also got the coordinates of this planet to come here directly. Damien, you bastard. You didn't tell me he would arrive here so soon. Chapter 720, I am here for a target. A while back, Kyle stepped out of the teleportation portal alongside the Phoenix, who transformed into her smaller form and landed on his shoulder. There wasn't even a single wrinkle on his clothes, although he had just slain many demons. Naturally, he eliminated every demon inside the domain after acquiring the coordinates of the planet where Onychus was present. His eyes scanned the dark space before him, revealing nothing but distant stars. In the end, his gaze paused on a man floating in the distance, drawing symbols in the air to break something invisible. As if sensing Kyle's presence, the dark-haired man in the distance halted his actions and quickly turned with a defensive posture. But his eyes widened when they met the green eyes gazing at him. Kyle tilted his head when he saw the man's face. He looked to be in his 30s and for some reason seemed familiar. Do I know him? He asked Bia since he couldn't recall. Bia narrowed her gaze and after a second she blinked with a surprised look. It's that person, the one we saw in the Tower of Opportunity. What was his name again? Right, James. Oh, Kyle halted the attack he was about to unleash upon realizing that the man before him wasn't from the dark side. However, he didn't lower his guard since he sensed that the latter was quite powerful. James examined him from head to toe. Aside from the hair, Kyle was exactly as he had seen when the part of his soul that he left on the blue planet returned to him. He stopped what he was doing and disappeared to talk with Kyle. But when he reappeared, he froze as he realized that the moment he used teleportation, Kyle also stepped into a teleportation portal. James glanced back and his eyebrow twitched when he saw Kyle flying in his previous position with an amused gaze. What the? He hurriedly approached the human, and Kyle acknowledged him with a nod before silencing him with a gesture. I don't have time for conversation. I need to get to my prey before it slips away. Bia nodded at his words. Given the chaos they had caused on the demon planet, she was sure the dark side was already aware that they were looking for Onychus, and it was likely that many powerful individuals were already on their way to find them. So they really didn't have much time. Under James's solemn gaze, Kyle turned toward the spot where the man had been trying to break something earlier. He spread his senses to assess what lay before him, and his eyes narrowed when he detected a peculiar type of barrier ahead. It was quite strong, yet the way it was crafted suggested that the individual who created the barrier intended for others to breach it, as Kyle easily discovered a weak point. James retreated as a layer of spiritual energy began to gather around Kyle. He observed with a calm demeanor just how much the young man had advanced, yet he couldn't shake his curiosity about whom Kyle referred to as prey. Is he also here for Onikus, but why? His eyes flickered with disbelief when suddenly Kyle grabbed something in the air with his hands, and a loud tearing sound echoed as he stretched it apart. Then the invisible curtain before them vanished into nothingness, finally revealing a massive planet cloaked in darkness that loomed before their eyes. James sucked in a deep breath. Did he just destroy a powerful barrier with his bare hands? But suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he sensed numerous powerful dark attacks heading straight for Kyle's location. Be careful, he rushed to protect him, but it was too late. Countless dark beams of light surged from the planet and enveloped Kyle's body. Bia gasped in shock as the dark beams forcefully began to ensnare Kyle. What's happening? An attack. For some reason, the dark energy only trapped Kyle while the phoenix was thrown aside. James's eyes dilated as he sensed what the dark energy was doing. Oh no. It's an attack aimed at his soul. His gaze turned cold as he quickly used his spiritual energy to destroy the dark energy wrapping around Kyle to help him. He was not sure why, but he had a hunch that this attack was somehow meant for him. Don't tell me Onikus already knew I would come here, that bastard. His eyes glowed white, but just as he was about to tap into a natural law to control everything in his surroundings, time around him suddenly came to a halt. Then it started to reverse, and everything began to flow backward with its currents. Kyle's figure emerged as the darkness enveloping him transformed back into dark beams, retreating to their origin. His eyes were icy as he brushed off his clothes and fixed his gaze on the spot where the attack had withdrawn. I said I don't have time. His words had just escaped his lips when time around him regained its momentum. Once again, the same attack surged toward Kyle, but this time he was ready. He raised his fist, and a tremendous amount of spiritual energy erupted from his body as he charged straight at the beams of dark light coming at him, obliterating them into a shower of sparks. James's lips parted in shock, but he hurriedly regained his composure. It was nothing. He could also somewhat control the flow of time. However, as he glanced at Kyle, he let out a dry chuckle. Who am I kidding? If I were in his place, I would have already lost at least half of my soul. Controlling the natural law of time requires a lot of mental strength. It is the most dangerous natural law. But I had no idea Kyle had made so much progress. It's almost unbelievable. Bia hurried toward Kyle as he advanced toward the planet ahead, and James quickly trailed behind them. As they crossed the planet's boundary, they wrinkled their noses at the air, which was saturated with dark energy. There wasn't even a hint of light. Kyle halted in midair as numerous individuals from the Dark Race and Nightkin race began to encircle him. Some of them were the ones who had activated the traps meant to eliminate James the moment he destroyed the barrier around the planet. The twin divine-rank demons, who were their leaders, had vanished from the area after the plan fell apart. The only order the twins left behind was to overwhelm the two humans with numbers and end them. Ultimately, anyone who succeeded in this challenging task would be generously rewarded by the Shadow General. However, instead of worrying about the growing number of enemies surrounding him, Kyle glanced back at James. I believe I mentioned that I'm here for a target. It's Onikus, so don't interfere because I'm going to take him down. James arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. He had suspected as much, but now Kyle's words solidified his suspicions. The young man had a troubled past with the 5th Shadow General. You can do whatever you want with him, but you can't take on an entire planet filled with thousands of enemies by yourself. He cracked his knuckles, and an overwhelming aura surged from his body, causing everyone from the dark side in the vicinity to lose their balance and collapse to the ground with panicked cries. So I will deal with the minions. Consider this a gift from someone who hails from the same planet as you. James spread his senses and let out a sneer before glancing at Kyle. That cunning bastard is escaping. What are you waiting for? Go finish your prey, and if you can't, I will. After all, I was originally here to take him down. Kyle nodded his head. James's personality wasn't bad for someone currently leading the fight against the dark side. The man was also powerful, and the best part was that he didn't question Kyle's strength. He didn't seem to doubt how Kyle could defeat a Shadow General. No, I will handle Onikus. He formed a portal, but then suddenly his lips curled into a smirk as he remembered something and glanced at James. You can handle the rest, but feel free to ask for help if it gets too difficult. Bai's eyes also twinkled with mirth. Yes, you can ask for help. Before James could comprehend what the two meant, Kyle and Bai both entered the portal and vanished from his sight. James manipulated the space around him with a confused expression and started to eliminate everyone around him. He could easily handle everyone on this planet. Onykus would be a bit of a problem, but since there was only one other supreme rank on this planet, he was sure he could defeat him as well with a little effort. In truth, Onykus always ran away from battle whenever he was on the verge of defeat, which was why James hadn't been able to eliminate him all this time. The fifth Shadow General is the weakest. If he hadn't run away with the assistance of the other Shadow Generals last time, he would have already died at my hands. He shook his head and focused his attention on the enemies around him, who began to flee after witnessing his strength. He also kept his senses extended to keep an eye on Kyle and Onykus. Suddenly, his expression stiffened as he looked up. A massive crack appeared in the sky, and when Damien stepped out of the crack with a furious expression, he finally understood why Kyle and Bia had advised him to seek their help if things became difficult. What the hell did those two do? I can't fight Damien alone, he's stronger than me, he let out a dry laugh. Why do I feel like I'm done for? Chapter 721, Don't You Remember Me? Onykus paced in front of the magnificent throne, wearing a grim expression. The twin divine rank demons clad in dark robes and a supreme rank individual he had just summoned knelt before him. This is the worst. His dark eyes glowed ominously in the dimly lit space. If it had been only James who had successfully intruded upon his domain, he would have fought the man until reinforcements arrived. But the issue was that nature's favorite, who had killed the third Shadow General, was also with him. Onykus waved his hand and the space behind him began to fracture, creating a path for him to leave the planet. He wasn't foolish enough to confront two powerful individuals head-on. While he was arrogant and proud of his strength, he valued his life above all else. If he were dead, then what was the point of all this anyway? He glanced at the twin demons, but knowing that their only usefulness lay in their ability to extract the skills of others and that they were ineffective in combat, he tusked and shifted his attention to the older man kneeling beside the duo. I bestow upon you the authority to command everyone on this planet. Every individual here is bound to me. You can act as you see fit. I only require that you ensure James and the nature's favorite remain on this planet until Damien arrives. At that point, Damien will take over. The middle-aged man nodded. His slit pupils and a pair of fox ears on his head revealed his identity as a demi-human. A mocking sneer briefly crossed his lips as he noticed Onykus preparing to flee, but his eyes were dull, weighed down by the dark flower glowing on the back of his neck. The very dark flower that compelled him to bow his head before Onykus. He clenched his fists, but he had no other choice. His planet had been conquered and everyone he held dear was dead. No one had come to help, not even when the last of his comrades fell to the fifth Shadow General. Now, he was merely a slave to the Shadow General, forced to obey Onykus like a puppet, bound by a dark mark. That doesn't mean he harbored any affection for those fighting against the darkness. He despised them just as much as he loathed the dark side itself. After all, his people had never received help as they died or were enslaved by the dark side. So why, for what reason, should he side with those battling the dark side? I will do my best. His eyes glowed with a dark glint. He had no idea who had arrived on the planet and instigated such chaos for the fifth Shadow General, but he definitely wanted to see Onykus ripped apart by them. However, since that wasn't possible, he would do as Onykus had instructed. Just as he had planned, he would wait until he became strong enough to destroy the enslavement mark on his body and kill the fifth Shadow General with his own hands to avenge his people. I'm at the first stage of supreme rank, so I know I am valuable. Onykus would never eliminate me. I just need to stay alive until the day I can exact my revenge. Hearing his response, Onykus turned around and stepped into the crack that had formed behind him, his jaw clenched. I will remember this day, nature's favorite. I had no feud with you, but today you have made yourself my greatest enemy. I will make sure you face a very brutal fate. The crack was swallowed by the space after he vanished from sight. In that very moment, the twin divine rank demons, who were in a state of panic since Onykus did not take them with him, and the older man beside them suddenly turned their heads as a large portal illuminated behind them. Kyle stepped out of the portal with Bia, finding himself in a grand hall bathed in soft, dim lighting. It didn't take him long to find Onykus's exact location. As the instant he expanded his senses, they screamed at him that the prey he was searching for was right here in this place. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze briefly resting on the twin demons and the supreme rank demi-human, who stared at him solemnly, before shifting to the throne in the center of the hall. The throne was empty and he could no longer sense Onykus's presence. Where is he? Kyle's voice was heavy with menace, bordering on murderous as a powerful pressure erupted from his body. Due to the immense pressure, the twin demons were forcefully slammed to the ground, crying out in pain and shock. The demi-human also froze in place, astonished by the intensity of the force radiating from the human's body, even though the latter looked so young. His gaze was captivated by Kyle's green eyes, reminiscent of nature's hue, yet they carried a chilling promise of destruction if his question remained unanswered. He is dangerous. he admitted, steeling himself for a brutal battle. He could not fall now, not until he had killed Onikus with his own hands. In that moment, Bia cursed under her breath. "We are late," he escaped, Kyle snickered, a dark glint flickering in his eyes as he reached behind him and grasped the fabric of space with his hand. "No, he is not allowed to escape. I didn't give him permission." The supreme-rank demi-human who had charged at him despite the pressure on his body gasped when the young human's eyes suddenly turned entirely white. Immediately, everything around him came to a standstill before time began to reverse. A thunderous crackling of electricity reverberated outside their location, and blood began to ooze from Kyle's eyes, as if nature itself was warning him to stop what he was doing. But he didn't. His lips curled upward into a sneer as the space before the throne began to swirl in front of him. The demi-human and the twin demon's eyes widened in utter shock as the crack from which Onikus had escaped started to regain its shape. A chill ran down their spines as they watched Onikus emerge from the crack, just as he had stepped in a few seconds earlier, wearing a bewildered expression. Their eyes darted toward Kyle just as they heard the sound of his footsteps. He let out a melodic hum, causing Onikus to glance back with a pale expression. "How?" Kyle chuckled and wiped the blood from below his eyes. Bia silently rolled her eyes at his recklessness, but he had achieved what he wanted, so he didn't care. "How, you ask? I forced the space before me to obey my command, along with time. It was excruciatingly painful and challenging enough to overwhelm my mind, but I did it. That's what matters." He tightened his fist, and the crack behind Onikus was swallowed by the surrounding space, startling the fifth Shadow General. "After all, if it's space you manipulated to escape, then I can manipulate it as well to force you to come back." Kyle titled his head with a dark gaze. "Anyway, don't you remember me? It's been a long, long time, but I believe you wouldn't have forgotten this face so easily. Or have you already forgotten me?" Chapter 722, "Aren't you my master's friend?" Onikus staggered back. The shock of seeing Kyle manipulate space and time to bring him back after he had already left the area was replaced by a sudden chill that ran down his spine as he digested the words spoken by nature's favorite. "Have you already forgotten me?" These words reverberated in his mind, hitting him like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, fleeting images from the past flickered in his mind, and he remembered the weak silver-haired man who had accidentally entered his territory, only to be ruthlessly beaten to the brink of death by him. He recalled how Azazel, his master, had come to find that man, but the silver-haired man had used a spatial tunnel to escape before his master could catch him. Aren't you my master's friend?" Onikus mumbled aloud with a shocked expression. To think that weak human he had beaten up in the past was the nature's favorite, the future friend Azazel was looking for. His face grew even paler when the words his master had spoken to him at that time began to ring like alarm bells in his mind. "Increase your strength, because you just made an enemy of my future friend. Just a few more years, and he's going to become someone who will mercilessly kill everyone who ever dared to lay a finger on him." Kyle tilted his head with a confused blink, not understanding the reason behind the sudden dread in the fifth Shadow General's eyes. It was true he manipulated space and time, two laws of nature at transcendent rank, when his body couldn't even handle it. But Onikus was stronger than him, as he could sense that the man had just broken through to the second stage of supreme rank. So why was he suddenly so scared? "Your master's friend." Darkness crept into his eyes when he understood the meaning behind the fifth Shadow General's words. There was only one master of the Shadow Generals, and that was none other than Azazel. Kyle let out a soft, mocking chuckle that was devoid of any hint of joy. "Indeed, I am your master's friend. I wonder how you became aware of this fact." Hearing his shocking words, the twin demons and the demi-human were utterly flabbergasted. After all, they knew who the master of the Shadow Generals was. Kyle disappeared from his spot, extending his fingers like claws to grasp Onikus's face, but the man let out a piercing cry. "Stop him, Wyatt!" The supreme-rank demi-human, who had fallen into a silent daze after hearing Kyle and Onikus's conversation, snapped back to reality when the dark flower on the back of his neck glowed faintly and a jolt of pain coursed through his body, compelling him to obey Onikus's command. He gritted his teeth and vanished behind the human just as Kyle's hand was about to reach Onikus. Wyatt grabbed his collar. However, a gasp of pain escaped his lips when golden flames erupted from behind him and engulfed his entire body. Bia let out a frustrated sigh. "Why does everyone always ignore my presence until I have to intervene?" The twin divine-rank demons cried out in despair as the hall began to fill with golden flames, and a massive phoenix materialized out of nowhere before their eyes. Because of Bia's imposing frame and the movement of her wings, the space began to tremble, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Well, not my fault. It's because they dared to ignore my majestic presence." Kyle glanced back at the demi-human who had grabbed his collar with an unreadable gaze. He seized the hand on his collar and with a swift motion tilted half of his body back to punch the man, sending him flying backward further into the flames. Don't interfere, Bia, keep them occupied. Until I'm done with my prey. The phoenix's eyes widened at his words. She could manage the two divine ranks, but she had only caught the supreme rank off guard due to the perfect timing. Unlike Kyle, she lacked the ability to manipulate the laws of nature and didn't possess immense physical strength or agility. How the hell was she supposed to handle a supreme rank all by herself? She was just an ordinary transcendent rank phoenix for the sake of the universe. Wait, I believe this isn't right. Her words were cut short, and her eyes widened as a blurry dark figure leaped out from the flames directly toward her. Without thinking, she recognized it as the supreme rank demi-human, causing her to cry out and flap her wings to fly backward. The wall behind her collapsed as a shield erupted from her body to protect her. Wyatt's attack collided with the shield, causing it to shatter in a second, but the brief moment of pause provided Bia with an opportunity to escape the hall by soaring straight toward the ceiling above. Kyle, you bastard. I am sure I will be killed because of you one day. The hall's structure collapsed entirely after Bia's body collided with the ceiling, creating a massive hole to escape outside. Kyle, who had seized Onykus by the shoulder after sending Wyatt flying toward Bia, grimaced as the ceiling began to cave in. Dust and debris rained down, the sound of crumbling stone echoing in his ears. Without hesitation, he created a teleportation portal and quickly leaped inside, pulling Onykus along with him as the man squirmed in his grasp. He stepped out of the other side of the portal and tossed Onykus's struggling form ahead, clicking his tongue in annoyance as he brushed the dust off his clothes. But his expression changed when he caught sight of James's flying figure passing on his left, crashing into one of the structures behind him with a thunderous noise. Huh! Kyle blinked as his eyes locked with the furious azure gaze of the floating man that appeared behind Onykus, who had barely regained his balance in midair. Seeing the regal crest atop his head and the powerful, sculpted form he possessed, one thing became clear: he was a dragon. A water dragon. Kyle's eyes widened slightly, for there was only one water dragon who had allied with the dark side by betraying his own kind, Damien, the first Shadow General. Damien was the very person his master in the No-Mana land despised the most. Chapter 723, I won't underestimate you. After the brief surprise, Kyle burst into wild laughter as he stared straight at Damien. Haha, so the famous first Shadow General himself has shown up to fight me. Truly, what an honor. He sensed that after leaving the building, Bia had transformed into her smaller form and hidden herself in the area, so he wasn't worried about her anymore. As for James, well, it's not like he cared whether that man died or lived. They had just met, so he felt no attachment to him. Hearing Kyle's words, Onykus whipped his head back, and immense relief flickered in his eyes when he saw the first Shadow General. He rushed toward Damien. You're finally here. This human is very dangerous. He can manipulate both time and space, but, he fumbled with his words. Don't you know that nature's favorite is the very person our master called a friend? Damien looked down at the disheveled elven man hovering before him, bewildered by his strange words. Master's friend? How can nature's favorite be a friend of Azazel? He is an enemy, not an ally. An angry vein throbbed on his forehead. Utterly useless. He raised his hand and smacked Onykus, the sharp sound resonating through the air. The fifth Shadow General staggered back in midair with a shocked expression. The numerous survivors and injured individuals from the Dark Race and Nightkin race in the surroundings collectively gasped as they witnessed the scene unfold. Damien had saved them from James upon his arrival on the planet, but who could have anticipated that they would witness him hit the fifth Shadow General instead of fighting the two powerful enemies? The twin demons and Wyatt, who had emerged from the rubble of the collapsed structure, were just as astonished. The air was thick with tension, and Onykus's eyes gleamed with fury as he glared at Damien with clenched fists. But after a moment, he lowered his head and closed his eyes. He couldn't fight him. The first Shadow General was far stronger, and they were on the same side. Right now, they couldn't clash with each other, especially with two powerful enemies nearby. He could always settle his grudge later. I apologize. He braced himself for another blow from the first Shadow General, but was surprised when Damien grabbed his shoulder. It's good to see you still have some sense left. Stay back. Don't get yourself killed. Will has already fallen, and our side can't afford to lose another Shadow General. Onykus lifted his head in disbelief, recognizing how misguided he had been. Damien wasn't truly that bad. How could he have felt resentment towards someone who was here to help him? Just then, the sudden solemn atmosphere was shattered by a faint, stifled laugh. PFFF. Right away, all eyes snapped to the dark-haired human floating in the distance, desperately trying to hold back his laughter. Kyle raised his hand to clarify that he was not at fault, feeling the intensity of the many furious glares directed at him. Wait, it's not my fault. It's because you two are just acting out of character. Is not this the moment when you two should be at each other's throats? So what is with this sudden brotherhood? I just can't wrap my head around it, you know. James, who had just arrived behind Kyle after healing the injuries he sustained when Damien sent him flying, stared at his back with a dazed expression. While he really has a talent for getting under people's skin, he glanced at Damien and Onykus, and a nervous laugh slipped from his lips. No, it wasn't a laugh. It was more of a breathless exhale, a sound that caught in his throat as he saw immense dark energy rising behind Damien, so powerful that it engulfed everything in its wake. Now we are truly done for. He has just summoned all his strength to end us both. James had battled Damien numerous times and knew just how strong he was. The first Shadow General indeed ranked second to Sino in terms of overall power, but that was only because Sino had the ability to create multiple fake bodies. The second Shadow General can undoubtedly overpower Damien when all of his fake bodies are assembled with the real one, but even he wouldn't dare to confront Damien when the latter gets serious. James clenched his fists tightly as the air around him thickened, enveloping him in a suffocating pressure. I need to contact the elders somehow. I can't fall, nor can I let Kyle. His thoughts abruptly halted when he noticed the indifferent expression on Kyle's face, as if the young man didn't care about his own life or death. This reckless young man, Damien stretched his neck, fixing Kyle with a dark gaze as a massive blade began to take shape in the sky above him. I won't underestimate you, as I know you are the one whose name currently sits at the top of the supreme projection. Nor will I underestimate the man behind you, but I believe it's time for both of you to perish. He had never been able to defeat James, the human he loathed most, because the latter never fought him alone. But today, he finally had the perfect chance to kill the leader of the force opposing the dark side. To make things even better, he would also eliminate the new powerful force rising in this universe to prevent future problems. Kyle pulled out the silver spear floating in his mind space. Its metallic tip gleamed in the darkness surrounding him. You want to end me, but what a pity. Today I am not here to fight you. I am here for the elven man flying beside you. After all, I hold an old grudge against him. That's why I want to end him with my hands. Suddenly, he held out the spear in his grip toward Damien, and it quivered slightly as if conveying anger. An unreadable glint flashed in Kyle's green eyes. By the way, do you remember this weapon? It belongs to someone who despises you to the core. Chapter 724, Is He Still Alive? Damien glanced at the gleaming weapon, uncertain of what the nature's favorite was on about. Without wasting any more time, he vanished from his position. Before James could react or call out a warning, he reappeared directly in front of Kyle. With a swift motion, he slammed his palm against Kyle's chest, the powerful impact reverberating through the air. Under his gaze, Kyle was sent hurtling downward, crashing into the ground with a tremendous force that created a massive crater. Dust and debris exploded outward, obscuring the scene for a moment. Without hesitation, James rushed forward with a racing heart and attacked Damien to prevent him from going after Kyle. After all, Kyle was only at the transcendent rank, and an all-out attack from someone who had surpassed the supreme rank would have already left him on the brink of death. However, his eyes dilated as the first Shadow General effortlessly dodged his attack and raised his hand. Under Damien's command, all the dark energy in the vicinity flowed into the massive dark blade he had conjured in the sky earlier. James exerted all his strength and invoked a natural law. The wind currents across the entire planet responded to his command. Stop, you bastard! Fight me instead of someone weaker than you. Utilizing the wind pressure, he halted the dark blade that plummeted from the sky, moving with incredible speed toward the exact spot where Kyle had crashed. However, with his mind occupied, he left Damien a significant opening to strike. A chill ran down his spine when he heard an amused whisper echo before him. I never knew you could sacrifice yourself for someone you had barely known. In the next moment, the air was knocked out of his stomach, and his figure was sent flying backward. Damien stretched his neck and disappeared behind him. Behind them, after the force holding the massive dark blade in the sky dissipated, it crashed down to the ground at its intended position before erupting into a sea of dark energy, engulfing everything in its wake. The individuals from the Dark Race and Nightkin race hurriedly began to run away to save themselves from the aftermath of the attack, but many of them were caught in the impact and cried out in pain. All of them wielded dark energy, yet even they weren't spared when such a powerful attack was unleashed. Onykus sucked in a deep breath as he observed the scene. I already know, but Damien is really powerful. It's surprising he got injured in the war so many times. Well, I am glad I apologized right away. Phew, it's good to stay on the good side of powerful people. He clicked his tongue when the twin divine rank demons appeared behind him. Surprisingly, these two useless demons always managed to survive. Wyatt's floating figure also arrived behind him like the obedient servant he was. Even after the dust in the area began to settle, the sea of darkness in the land did not recede. Dark currents started to swirl through the land, tainting it further. Suddenly, Onykus beckoned the three figures behind him, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he licked his lips. His gaze drifted down to the tainted land where the nature's favorite remains should be. He wasn't certain whether Kyle was the friend Azazel was looking for. However, one thing was clear. Since Damien was the one who had killed him, the repercussions would fall solely on him. Therefore, there was no need for him to worry. Wyatt, take the demons with you and search for the nature's favorite remains. I can't let it go to waste. He must have had many powerful skills that the twin demons can extract from his body, particularly the teleportation skill. Go find his body if it has not been completely destroyed. The eyes of the supreme-rank demi-human floating behind him flashed with disgust for him, but he had no choice. Wyatt nodded and motioned for the twin divine-rank demons to follow him. He had just moved when suddenly a familiar, sleek, and elegant spear, with a stunning shade of gray, zoomed out from the darkness below. Its tip glistened with a brilliant light, lighting up the surroundings as it soared toward the sky with incomprehensible speed, startling Onikus and everyone else. However, instead of heading toward a certain someone, the spear quickly passed the planet's boundary under their stunned gaze and disappeared from view. Onikus's eyes widened with shock. What the hell, is he still alive? He extended his senses to ascertain if nature's favorite was still breathing after enduring such a powerful attack. Damien was occupied with James, so he knew he had to verify Kyle's death. However, his brows furrowed when he detected no living presence in the vicinity. I can't sense him. Is he dead or not? Immediately, he kicked the stunned supreme-rank demi-human beside him. Go check if he is alive or not. What the hell are you waiting for? With a furious glint in his eyes, Wyatt vanished toward the land with the demons to confirm Kyle's death, unaware that the human had already left the area. Further away from the scene, Kyle leaned against a rock surrounded by the remnants of collapsed structures. He let out a pained groan as he clutched his chest, the area where Damien had struck him. Crimson blood trickled from his mouth, staining his neck and clothes. Bia's small figure circled restlessly around him, her eyes filled with anger and worry. You could have disappeared earlier. Why did you have to take that first hit? Kyle spat out the blood gathered in his mouth. He had used instant teleportation just an instant before the dark blade crashed down on his location. I did it because I wanted to make sure Damien thinks I am dead. If I had used instant teleportation earlier, I wouldn't have been able to leave the area. Also, I needed to channel enough spiritual energy into the spear so it could withstand the attack and remain under my control. He tilted his head and glanced at the distant place where Onikus was floating. Well, I guess we need to wait for a while until the master is here. Then I can easily take Onikus with me. Hopefully James stays alive until then. Chapter 725, Who the Hell Dares to Interfere? Bia landed on Kyle's shoulder with a thoughtful expression but took off when he hissed, as if he were in so much pain that he couldn't even tolerate her light weight. She descended to the ground with a speechless expression. If he was in so much pain, why the hell did he have to take Damien's first hit head-on? With a shake of her head, she suddenly asked him to take out his communication crystal. Contact UA as well. She can notify the other powerful individuals to come here. That way they can subdue Damien. Kyle blinked in surprise. He had nearly forgotten that he could also contact the people James knew. It seemed that his gluttonous bonded companion had finally started to show signs of intelligence. Seeing the surprise in his eyes, Bia's eyebrow twitched. It wasn't hard for her to grasp what Kyle might be thinking. With a swift motion, she pinched the back of his hand with her nails and let out a huff. Cease whatever you are thinking. Kyle let out a sigh and took out his communication crystal. A smile lit up his face when Yue answered immediately, as if she had been waiting for him to reach out. He cleared his throat, but knowing he would waste time on small talk, Bia intervened and explained their situation to Yue. The elven woman remained remarkably calm even after discovering that they were in the presence of the first Shadow General who was currently battling James. That was to be expected, as Yue had even witnessed Kyle fight Azazel, the powerful leader of the dark side. What else could possibly surprise her at this point? Yue wasted no time and swiftly checked Kyle and Bia's current coordinates through the communication crystal before abruptly severing the connection to quickly inform Odiak and the others about the situation. Kyle stared at the crystal in his grasp, wearing a complicated expression. That was quick. After storing the crystal in his mind space, he began healing his injuries while secretly watching Damien and James fight, only to furrow his brows. The fight was brutal, and James was the only one getting beaten up. On the other hand, the first Shadow General appeared to be quite delighted, but fortunately, James was successfully avoiding all the dangerous attacks with the instant teleportation skill. Kyle's gaze shifted toward Onikus's position. The latter was just floating in his place, watching the battle alongside others from the Dark Race and Nightkin Race. The dark side can be incredibly foolish sometimes. They have an opportunity to eliminate their longtime archenemy, yet instead of taking him down together right away, they're just relishing the show. He clicked his tongue and began silently waiting for the perfect moment to get to his prey. Just a little longer, as he could sense the silver spear had already reached its destination through the layer of void. Meanwhile, the air trembled as James's figure was sent flying once again, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact that created a deep crater. Dust and debris erupted around him as he gasped and spat out blood. His shirt hung in tatters, revealing numerous gruesome injuries that marred his body. Damien's dark presence loomed above, casting an unsettling shadow. The first Shadow General smirked with a sinister glint in his eyes as he raised his hand. Instantly, dark energy began to gather around him, and James knew the man was conjuring another massive dark blade to deliver the final blow that would end him. James let out a chuckle. He had regretted many things in his life, particularly the loss of his friends and comrades. But today, he experienced the deepest remorse of all as he watched Kyle die right before his eyes. He couldn't save that young man, the one who might very well have had the potential to become one of the strongest. Hearing him chuckle even in such a dire situation, Damien raised an eyebrow. "What are you happy about the fact that you're finally dying?" James spat out the blood that had gathered in his mouth and amid the pain forced himself into a seated position. "It doesn't matter if I die. I have lived long enough to be unafraid of death, but do you truly believe my death would bring victory to the dark side?" "No, never," he began to float. "After all, there are many other powerful individuals in this universe who will rise to fight the dark side in my stead." Damien clenched his jaw. He hated James's arrogance, this misguided belief that somehow his side would win against the darkness. Oblivious to the harsh truth that the idea of good always triumphing over evil existed only in stories. He disappeared from his position. There was no need to drag this any further. It was time to end his greatest enemy. James's eyes widened as he sensed Damien's figure approaching with even greater speed than before. But he didn't waver. Despite insisting he wasn't afraid of death, he knew he couldn't die right now. He feared that Elizabeth, his wife, might shatter the remaining seals of the realm of the dead herself just to come after him. He quickly tapped into the natural law of time. He hadn't mastered it, but he could slow the time around him for a while. But he cursed as Damien was not affected in the least by the natural law. The massive dark sword had already materialized above him, poised to descend at the first Shadow General's command. James wasn't certain if he could successfully block the attack coming at him, so he resorted to instant teleportation to vanish from sight, only for his body to be violently yanked back from the void he had entered, causing him to cry out in pain. His head buzzed, and the next instant, a punch landed squarely on his abdomen, sending his body crashing once again into the ground below. Damien glanced down, raising his hand with a satisfied smirk. "It's finally goodbye." The massive dark sword above him plummeted with terrifying speed, aimed directly at James, who gasped for breath, his body screaming in pain as he struggled to move. However, his limbs betrayed him, leaving him helpless to do anything but watch as his doom drew ever closer. But just before the blade could crash, chains forged from pure spiritual energy surged down from the pitch-black sky of the planet, gripping it firmly in place. James's struggle ceased as he stared blankly at the dark blade hovering just an inch from him. The radiant light from the chains holding the blade illuminated the space engulfed in dark energy. Relief flickered in his eyes, but his disoriented mind prevented him from moving from his position, let alone identifying who had helped him. Damien's angry eyes fixed on the chains. They weren't powerful, but they were made with immense spiritual energy, and that's why they successfully halted his attack, which was composed of dark energy. "Who the hell dares to interfere?" he roared in fury, extending his senses to locate the person who had the audacity to stop him. It couldn't be Odiak or the other elders, as they didn't possess such a pure and vast amount of spiritual energy. A wild laugh escaped his lips when he detected an individual at the initial stage of supreme rank outside the planet's boundary. "Haha, so it's just someone who has barely entered the supreme rank trying to dig their own grave." He blinked, and a dark vortex materialized in the sky, pulling the audacious individual from outside the planet. In the next second, an elderly figure who seemed to be trying to flee the scene was forcefully drawn into the planet by the vortex's powerful pull. Hubert, who was tightly clutching the gleaming spear that had sought him out in his arms, cursed all the ancestors of Kyle. He desperately wanted to run away, of course. He hated Damien to the core, but he wasn't strong enough to fight him. After he appeared here, he sensed someone dying, so he extended a hand of help, thinking it was Kyle. But it wasn't Kyle, his disciple, that bastard, summoning him to die at the hands of his worst enemy, yet he himself was nowhere to be seen. "Fuck, I take back what I said back then." The parting words he had spoken to Kyle when he had left the No-Mana land echoed in his mind like a haunting melody. "Rascal, if you ever find yourself in grave danger that threatens your life, throw the spear you have stolen into the air and it will come find me, and I will come to help you immediately." Chapter 726. Can he hold on for a few minutes? Hidden behind a boulder, Kyle silently applauded for Hubert, completely oblivious to the fact that the old man was cursing him and planning to beat him up. Master may be weaker, but I have faith he can hold off the first Shadow General. Just a few minutes will be enough until the reinforcements arrive. Bia followed his gaze and observed the old man floating in the distance, clutching the spear, her curiosity piqued. Is that the person who is your second master? He stopped Damien's attack. How did you find such a powerful individual? The two of them watched with anticipation, eagerly waiting for the old man to confront the Shadow General head-on. In the distance, Hubert's eyes glimmered with solemn intensity as they locked onto Damien's gaze, the man who belonged to the same race as him. On the other hand, the first Shadow General froze momentarily upon seeing his face. It's you, his eyes flashed with incredulity. How could he ever forget those solemn blue eyes that mirrored his own? But the idea that Hubert was still alive, even though the entire water dragon race and their planet had been obliterated by Azazel into mere fragments right before his eyes, was almost unfathomable. Damien's eyes were drawn to the silver spear in the old dragon's grasp, and they widened slightly. Wasn't that the spear Kyle had shown him earlier? Why was it with? His thoughts suddenly came to a halt as he finally remembered. He remembered where he had seen that spear before. Just how could I forget? A wide smirk made his lips curve upward. After all, that spear was the very weapon Hubert had wielded when he battled him in the past, alongside many others, only to ultimately lose when Azazel arrived. He raised his eyes with a feigned relief in his gaze that was filled with thrill. It's been a while, hasn't it? Seeing his smirk, which contrasted sharply with the darkness rising behind him, Hubert clenched his fists. He felt his anger surging but managed to control himself. It was true that he had been residing in No Mana Land, but thanks to his strong physique, he could leave that place at any time. He had occasionally traveled to nearby planets to ensure he stayed updated on every new piece of information regarding Azazel and the Shadow Generals. That's why he was well aware of their strength. Hubert's physique was strong and his spiritual energy was impressive as well. However, he had only recently reached the supreme rank, so how could he even think fighting Damien, the one who had already surpassed that rank? The outcome was clear: he would lose miserably. Still, my blood boils at the mere sight of him. He has grown immensely powerful while I remain exactly the same, but that's to be expected because he acquired that strength by betraying his own race. Getting no response, Damien grew impatient. He raised his hand, and the darkness gathering behind him erupted, instantly shattering the chains of spiritual energy that held the dark blade in place. In the next instant, the blade crashed down at its intended destination. However, the brief opportunity Hubert created provided James with enough time to clear his muddled thoughts and evade the sword using instant teleportation. An angry vein bulged on Damien's forehead as he spotted James's floating figure in the distance, sneering at him. Truly, he was thrilled to see a familiar face from his race after so long, especially since that individual had once been someone he couldn't defeat. However, this situation was starting to irritate him. He turned his gaze to Hubert with a shake of his head. Now that you dare to interrupt me, I trust you are ready to face the consequences. If you've been alive all this time, it would have been far wiser to remain hidden and never reveal yourself. But alas, what a pity. In the next moment, both Hubert and James felt an unsettling chill as the air around them began to quiver ominously. The ground trembled violently, and then a thick curtain of darkness unfurled in the sky, swirling with an eerie energy. It swiftly enveloped the entire planet, casting a shadow that seemed to consume the light, creating a formidable barrier that would not allow anyone on the planet to escape. No one shall leave this planet until I have ensured that every enemy is dead, Damien declared loudly. He needed to eliminate James and this old, familiar face as well. Moreover, after seeing the spear, he had a hunch that Kyle wasn't dead. He communicated telepathically with Onikus and asked him to search for Kyle's body, only to find out that Onikus had already scoured the area but had not even found a trace of Kyle's remains. Damn it, I was careless. He extended his senses, but after failing to detect Kyle, he asked Onikus to search for the Crimson Phoenix, the one he and the others had overlooked all this time. If they found the Phoenix, they would ultimately discover whether Kyle was alive or not. I have a bad feeling about this. I think I should use the natural laws to end this quickly, even if it puts a strain on my body and causes me harm. With narrowed eyes, he suddenly disappeared and launched an attack on Hubert, who had remained silent all this time, secretly searching for Kyle on the planet with his senses. But just as his strike was about to land, James intervened using instant teleportation. Damien cursed and sent him flying with a kick, but despite his bloodied state, James's lips curled into a smirk as he noticed the intense frustration and anger in the Shadow General's eyes. Hoo-hoo, this is actually quite fun. After witnessing James fighting Damien with all his might, Hubert also refused to retreat from the battle and unleashed his spear art against the first Shadow General. But Kyle and Bia were left speechless when he was sent flying like a piece of paper. Kyle scratched his chin with a perplexed expression. It looked like he had overestimated his master's strength. Can he hold on for a few minutes? Or should I step in since I am the one who got him into this situation? But fortunately, just before he could join Hubert and James, only to add to the number of people getting beaten up, he sensed someone attempting to pierce the curtain of darkness enveloping the planet. At last, the elders have arrived. Chapter 727. Are you crazy? Damien's eyes shot up as he sensed some people attempting to breach the barrier of dark energy he had created around the planet to keep those inside from escaping. His fists clenched with pure rage, and his suspicions about Kyle still being alive after enduring his attacks were solidified. Who? He took a deep breath and distanced himself from James and Hubert, who, despite being hit brutally, were not backing down in the slightest. His gaze swept over the numerous individuals of the Dark Race and Nightkin race before they passed by Onykus, the Twin Demons, and Wyatt. A flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. How utterly useless. They are watching me fight as if it's a spectacle, reveling in it, fully aware of how crucial it is for me to win and for our side to eliminate James. Damien knew he needed to calm down. As the strongest, he had to think rationally and eliminate his enemies. However, one thing was clear: none of the individuals from the dark side currently on the planet would be of any use or actively assist him. Those fools, including Onykus, didn't even seem to realize that the dark barrier he had created was being broken, with numerous enemies outside the planet screaming to end them the moment the barrier fell. Truly pathetic. Aside from Sino and Enthrall, the rest of the people on our side are nothing but a disappointment. He mumbled loudly enough for everyone around him to hear, causing James, who had regained his balance midair, to laugh. He had also sensed that some people were trying to break the barrier around the planet, and from Damien's earlier expression, he realized that those trying to break through were on his side, here to help him. He didn't have to ponder much how they knew his location. Seeing the spear Hubert was wielding made it clear that Kyle had called for reinforcements. The young man he had thought was dead was still alive. However, his gleeful smile faded when the first Shadow General suddenly let out a calm yet ominous sigh, as if he were tired and wanted to end this pointless battle. It has gone on for too long. But I must say, nature's favorite has truly made me realize that I can't treat him as a normal threat. Damien's azure eyes glimmered ominously with a dark sheen before the two dark orbs completely turned pure white, creating the illusion that they were untainted. A wide, malevolent smile spread across his face, which started to pale as the immense surge of nature's power rose around him at his command, yet he no longer cared. This feels amazing, he whispered softly with a satisfied expression, for he loved the moment when he unleashed his full strength. James's eyes dilated when he saw Damien's eyes. Instantly, he knew what the latter was planning, having witnessed it far too many times in the war. The first Shadow General was going to obliterate every single thing, including the planet they were on. Are you crazy? He screamed loudly, knowing that if the planet was obliterated, it would also end the people from the dark side. However, his throat went dry as he witnessed numerous tears forming in the surrounding space, and all the individuals from the dark side, including Onykus, began to dissolve into the void. A hollow laugh escaped James's lips when suddenly Damien gave him a serene smile, a smile that conveyed a clear message. Only you and those who are here to save you will die. No one from my side shall perish, even if they are utterly useless. Hubert had long been frozen in place the moment he saw those pure white eyes. He had seen a pair of similar eyes before, the dark eyes of Azazel, which turned crystal white when he shattered his planet, killed his comrades and his people. So Damien, who had once been so much weaker than him, had become so powerful that he could now wield a force similar to that of the man who destroyed his race. No, this can't be possible. He staggered in midair. He still hadn't found Kyle, who had summoned him here. Was Kyle dead or alive? He had no idea, as he couldn't detect him at all despite having scoured the entire planet with his senses. Yet he had no time to calm himself as the space surrounding him began to break like glass, splintering into countless shards. With just a single movement of his hand, Damien had controlled the space on the planet, including the air pressure. Then he invoked the natural law of destruction and commanded the core of the planet to detonate on its own. He knew this was taking a heavy toll on his body, so much so that he could taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. However, seeing the air being squeezed from James and Hubert's bodies, he felt it was worth it if his enemies perished. Hubert's eyes turned bloodshot as he abruptly lost his balance midair due to a sudden pressure that bore down on him, causing him to collapse onto the ground, which was also breaking apart. From the corners of his hazy vision, he noticed that James had also fallen. But the bloodied man was still desperately trying to fly toward the dark barrier surrounding the planet, shouting with all his might to warn his comrades to flee the area, as the planet was on the verge of exploding. However, his efforts were disregarded by Damien, who shook his head with a solemn sigh. Don't be so desperate, James. They can't hear you. Just like how no one on this planet can leave without my permission, their voices can't escape either. He glanced around thoughtfully. I wonder if nature's favorite is feeling the same pain as you too. Is he witnessing this destruction? But where could he be hiding? It's very odd that even after everything, I still can't sense his location. He narrowed his eyes, and despite the strain, he invoked another natural law. The veil sight, which allowed him to perceive all living things in his surroundings. The colors around him faded, leaving only the white shadows of all living things on the planet, yet he still couldn't locate Kyle or his bonded beast, the phoenix. That's strange. Even if nature's favorite is using a powerful array to hide, escaping a strong natural law is impossible. Wait, don't tell me Kyle had already died from my attacks and my suspicions were unfounded. But then who called Hubert with the spear and the reinforcements? Nothing seems to add up. Chapter 728, You Are Indeed Still Alive. James clenched his fists tightly. The strength Damien was displaying now was the reason he and the elders had never won the war against the dark side, even after Azazel disappeared. He cursed. The people outside the barrier are here to save me. If it's really Kyle who had called them, I'm sure Elizabeth is with them too. They're in danger, damn it. He gritted his teeth, fully aware that after fighting for so long, his body was teetering on the edge of giving in. It was nothing but sheer willpower that kept him going. He fought against the relentless pressure weighing down on him. If only he could use the artifacts Odiak had given him, he could easily escape this suffocating force. But unfortunately, at that moment, he couldn't even move his fingers, let alone retrieve those artifacts from his mind space. His trembling gaze shifted toward Hubert, only to discover that the old dragon was in even worse condition. He then scanned the planet for Kyle. If the man was still here, he would undoubtedly be enduring the same ordeal. But just as Damien had mentioned earlier, he couldn't locate Kyle. Therefore, he concluded that Kyle had already escaped the planet. At least he is not dead. He didn't expect a young man with such a bright future to sacrifice his life for him. He just hoped Kyle could warn those outside the planet that it was about to explode so they could leave the area and avoid dying. Please, Kyle, take them away. However, even after a few seconds, the people outside the planet didn't retreat. The planet's core emitted a deafening screech, resonating through the air as if pleading for help. The fractured land began to dissolve into bubbling lava, and in that instant, James made the decision to sacrifice his soul to stop Damien. If he had to die anyway, he would at least save his partner and his people. He smiled bitterly. So this truly is the end then. Then he closed his eyes, but just as he was about to release the strength of his soul, a familiar yet pained voice echoed in the air. James snapped his eyes open, and the first thing he and Hubert noticed was a massive crack in the shattered space. Kyle, who had just stepped out of the crack, dragging Onikus's bloodied and struggling form, lost his balance in midair and with a heavy thud fell squarely to the ground. The impact sent a powerful tremor through the shattered space around them. Fuck! He let out a loud curse, yet he still refused to release Onikus from his grasp. Following Kyle, the familiar Crimson Phoenix surged out from the crack, only to follow him and plummet toward the ground due to the overwhelming pressure. Kyle's eyes widened as he saw Bia's massive form coming straight toward him. He shouted with all his might. Turn back to your smaller form. As if sensing the urgency in his shout, Bia quickly transformed into her smaller form and landed on Kyle's back. While the impact didn't hurt him, she let out a hiss of pain. Damn it, we just left for no more than half a minute to catch the prey, and what the hell happened in this place? Her bewildered and angry shouts echoed in the eerie silence as she struggled to move under the pressure weighing down on her. Just a short while ago, when they saw Onikus suddenly disappearing into the rifts forming in space, Kyle had created a portal, and they had followed Onikus into the tier to catch him. But who would have thought their brief absence would change everything here? Damien glanced at the struggling newcomers, his expression turning icy when he spotted Kyle. So you are indeed still alive. His gaze shifted to Onikus's struggling figure, who screamed in agony since Kyle maintained a tight grip around his neck, even under the immense pressure. The fifth Shadow General shouted desperately at the first Shadow General. Help me, Damien. Yet the cold gaze that met his eyes sent chills down his spine, causing him to clamp his mouth shut. Damien's eyes flickered with disdain and disappointment. What a useless fool. I sent you away, yet you still got caught. He turned his gaze toward Kyle and increased the pressure on the human. Let him go, Kyle scoffed and refused to release Onikus. He ignored him and lifted his head to glance at Hubert with a solemn face. Master, I never knew you were so weak. At hearing those words, Hubert spat out blood. He had nearly sacrificed his life, and yet this insolent disciple still dared to call him weak. He swore that if he survived today, he would settle this with Kyle, even if it meant fighting a full-fledged battle. A vein throbbed on Damien's forehead. With his peak transcendent rank strength, Kyle should have easily sensed that the planet he was on was about to explode. Shouldn't he be begging for mercy? What was with his attitude? With a swift motion, a beam of light shot toward Kyle and Bia, and the human finally released Onikus just an instant before his hand was severed from his body. Damien called for Onikus, and the man hurriedly disappeared toward him, leaving behind the human and the phoenix, who stared at him with cold eyes. The planet's core emitted another deafening noise, a loud cracking sound reverberating through the atmosphere, a chilling warning that in just a few more seconds, the planet would erupt in a cataclysmic explosion, annihilating everything in its path. Damien hurriedly controlled the space around himself and Onikus, creating a separate area that isolated them from the surroundings, allowing them to witness the fate of the people dying firsthand. The first Shadow General loathed taking risks, so he was determined to ensure that these individuals met their end right before his eyes. Meanwhile, Onikus laughed at Kyle, who struggled to even move. "What now? Weren't you supposed to kill me for revenge, huh? What happened now? Can't even move, haha." His ominous laughter echoed in the air, instilling despair in James and Hubert. But when Kyle suddenly joined in with a wild, crazed laugh, Onikus fell silent. Damien stared at the human, who was laughing uncontrollably with amusement, his expression solemn as he wondered if Kyle had completely lost his sanity. For some reason, as he felt those green eyes fixed on him, Onikus experienced a twinge of panic inside, but he managed to maintain his outward composure. After all, the first Shadow General was with him, so there was no need to worry. Unlike the Shadow Generals who were fixated on Kyle, James and Hubert were too absorbed in finding a way to escape to take the time to comprehend Kyle's sudden laughter in such a dire situation. Only Bia felt a chill run down her spine at the sound of Kyle's laughter. She was all too familiar with that eerie sound, which lacked even a hint of joy. "Oh no, he's gonna do something crazy." Chapter 729. Let's finish what was left unfinished. Bia's eyes flickered with panic as she listened to Kyle's laughter. She tried her best to reach out to him, hoping to make him snap out of his sudden outburst, but it was as if he could no longer hear her. Or perhaps he simply didn't want to anymore. The air quivered, and in the next moment, under everyone's widening eyes, despite the immense pressure bearing down on him, Kyle forced his body to move. Blood trickled from his mouth and every inch of his skin, yet he bore the strain. After all, this degree of pain was nothing. A wide smirk played on his lips as he felt the pressure on his body increase further. It was fortunate that his physique was at the supreme rank. Otherwise, he would have already been crushed under the weight. Damien's eyes darkened at his smile. An unsettling premonition surged within his heart, and without hesitation, he used his power and clenched his fist tightly. In the next moment, with a loud, deafening sound, the center of the planet, where the core was situated, erupted in an explosion, the devastating impact sweeping through to obliterate and consume everything. Yet even as the explosion threatened to consume everything, Kyle's frenzied gaze remained locked on Onikus. Hubert, in a frantic bid to protect his soul, used every ounce of spiritual energy in his body to survive the explosion. Next to him, James, who was on the brink of sacrificing his own soul to halt the blast, felt his heart stop beating when he realized it was too late. His people, the ones who had come to save him, would all die. Bia simply closed her eyes. After all, she was 100% certain she wouldn't die, definitely not in Kyle's presence. This was because, despite his craziness, she trusted him. Moreover, unlike the others who were far away from them, she sensed it very clearly, the familiar calm yet chilling aura radiating from his entire body. For some reason, this time the icy power felt so overwhelming to the Phoenix that everything else seemed insignificant, like a mere speck of dust in comparison. As the impact of the explosion radiated outward from the planet's center, Kyle's voice cut through the chaos. "I was meant to end my target. It's time to complete what was left unfinished." His voice was hoarse, almost grating, strained by the oppressive pressure. The tips of his dark hair instantly transformed to silver, glistening beautifully amidst the surrounding darkness as he vanished from his spot. Then everything came to a standstill. The surging explosion, the swirling fragments, the air, the myriad of energies. Even Bia, Hubert, and James were caught in this moment, suspended in time. Damien's eyes dilated as he sensed a chilling aura behind him, but before he could react, Onikus's shrill cry pierced the air. His heart raced and a single question echoed in his mind. How the hell did Kyle manage to intrude into a space that was completely under his control? It was simply impossible. With every ounce of agility he could summon, he turned, but the sight before him made him blood run cold. Right in front of him was the human who hadn't even stepped into the supreme rank yet. He had torn apart Onikus's right arm. Blood splattered everywhere, painting his vision entirely crimson. Kyle's green eyes glowed with an overwhelming radiance, devoid of any emotion except pain as blood trickled down his cheeks. His head throbbed, and he knew he was using a power he wasn't meant to access yet, thanks to his bloodline, which had risen from its slumber to save him when his life was threatened. His body felt like it would burst at any moment from the overwhelming icy power coursing through him, trying to desperately merge with him. But he refused to stop and ignored the pain that threatened to consume him completely. Just as Damien was on the verge of breaking free from his trance, blue flames erupted from Kyle's body, engulfing both him and Onychus in a chilling embrace. The space turned frigid, so much so that even the surrounding darkness recoiled. Onychus's anguished wails echoed briefly before silence fell, and the flames began to devour everything in their path. Damien could only watch as the towering flames tore through the separated space he had created. Finally, fear, the emotion he only ever felt in Azazel's presence, flickered in his azure gaze. He wanted to stop the flames, but the moment he attempted to harness the laws of nature, an icy aura surged forth to thwart him. Then his instincts kicked in. It told him to run away before the blue flames engulfed him. Sensing the strength of the flames, he knew that even if his soul survived, he would lose his body. With gritted teeth, he retrieved several explosive artifacts and hurled them into the surrounding area before disappearing into the crack that appeared behind him. For now, he needed to inform Azazel about nature's favorite, because if Kyle remained alive any longer, he feared the dark side would surely lose its advantage and face dire consequences. Sino was right, we definitely can't allow this human to stay alive. After he disappeared, a faint, frustrated sound reverberated from within the blue flames, as if the person controlling them was displeased with his escape. The flames surged in all directions. Time stood still, and the only movement within the eerie stillness was the flickering of the icy flames, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the darkness. In just mere seconds, they enveloped the entire exploding planet in their embrace. A faint whisper echoed in the space. "Beauty, full." The voice disappeared, and then the massive planet that had frozen into ice shattered, breaking apart into tiny cold particles that filled the space like sparks. The people outside the dark barrier encircling the planet, which Damien had erected earlier, realized when the barrier suddenly lost its strength. With one last powerful blow, Odiak shattered it. He rushed forward with 3 others alongside him, but the sight that greeted them was something they knew they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Behind the older individuals, Nine's golden eyes sparkled with wonder as he gazed at the countless particles before him. He even reached out his hand to touch them, only to shudder when the cold sparks vanished into nothingness upon contact with his skin, leaving a tingling sensation behind. Just what the hell happened here? He was mesmerized, and the golden threads in his eyes began to shift as if attempting to grasp something powerful. However, unfortunately, his moment of enlightenment was interrupted, and he snapped out of his trance when he heard Elizabeth panic scream. "James!" The woman rushed forward with all her might and grabbed the floating, bloodied man who was amidst the cold sparks. Odiak and the other elder hurried behind her. Their expressions turned grim as they assessed James's condition. Fortunately, he was alive but unconscious. However, his body was in terrible condition, and it appeared to have deteriorated further due to the extreme cold. Odiak rubbed his head, his expression heavy with concern. His body is destroyed. He will need to create a new body for his soul because healing this one will take many years. While the 3 elders examined James, Alec appeared behind Nine and slapped him on the back to get his attention. After hearing the news from UA that Kyle and James were confronting Damien, who had appeared to save Onychus, Elizabeth, Odiak, and another elder present, instantly abandoned their tasks to rush to the location UA had shared with them. Naturally, the 3 elders had no time to worry about UA and her companions who wanted to tag along. However, to everyone's shock, Nine abruptly jumped into the crack the elders had created. Before Carcel and the girls could process Nine's action, Alec also vanished behind him, having already sensed the merman's plan. Nine swatted the hand that slapped his back away with an aggrieved look. "What? Can't you see I'm trying to find out if Kyle's body is still intact?" Alec rolled his eyes. He had escaped this place. There's no way he would linger around after destroying an entire planet. Don't you dare joke with me. Tell me why you followed the elders. You know we are in the same boat now. He paused for a moment, somewhat surprised at how readily he had accepted that it was indeed Kyle who had destroyed this planet. With a wry smile, he shook his head and refocused his focus on Nine. "You've been acting suspiciously." Nine let out a deep sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. This bastard really had an uncanny intuition. "I wanted to separate from the group for a while. There's a place I want to visit, and this was the best time." Alec narrowed his eyes but then just nodded. He too wanted to go to a place he had recently discovered. But that place was too dangerous. He couldn't go there now, not until he reached the supreme rank. "What place?" He nearly choked on his breath when he heard Nine's answer because it was the very place he wanted to visit. "Sea of Consciousness," Nine whispered, and a determined gleam flickered in his eyes. It was a place he had glimpsed in his vision when he hugged Giant to say farewell on the elven planet. The only place in this universe where we can put our lives on the line, but in return comprehend the laws of nature. Chapter 730, He is asleep. Beneath a bundle of green leaves encased in a soft layer of glistening ice, a tiny figure stirred, and a pained groan echoed through the dark space filled with towering trees. A small wing broke free from the leaves, followed by a sharp curse that pierced the stillness. Bia struggled to pull her tiny body from the soft, cold leaves that felt as heavy as mountains. Her red-rimmed eyes glowed in the darkness, scanning her surroundings with a mix of confusion and bewilderment. I am still alive, but what happened? First and foremost, she assessed her body to confirm all her limbs were still intact and let out a loud sigh of relief. However, the cold aura surrounding her and the ache in her body reminded her that what she had experienced was no dream. She glanced up at the canopy of countless twinkling stars and the large, bright moon before attempting to sense Kyle's location through their connection. Bia froze when she sensed him not far away. He wasn't in any type of pain. Rather, he was in a deep, peaceful sleep. With a speechless look in her eyes, the phoenix moved toward his direction, feeling the air grow even colder with each step. Ultimately, she found him lying face down on the grassy, leaf-strewn ground, his body half buried beneath the leaves. Quickly, Bia checked his breathing. She narrowed her eyes when she noticed his clothes were soaked in blood, yet there wasn't a single scratch on his pale skin, only a layer of ice covering his body. He is fine, but what happened? What about the Shadow Generals? Bia scratched his back with her nails, slightly frustrated because she had no idea what had transpired. She only remembered Kyle's words when he said he was going to finish what was left unfinished. After that, everything blurred, and the next second she blinked, she found herself engulfed by a portal amidst a sea of icy flames. Did he stop time? But his comprehension of the natural law of time isn't strong enough to manipulate it when the surroundings are already under the control of someone more powerful. He got stronger again. No, it was because of that cold thing, she grimaced with a solemn expression. Why did Kyle have to become so strong so fast? If it went on like this, she would be left behind. A grumble escaped her lips before her ears perked up at the sound of another pained voice in the distance. Bia quickly became alert. She knew Kyle wouldn't wake up from the way he remained motionless, even though she had started pulling his hair. It seemed his body needed rest after whatever he did to escape Damien and Onikus with her. Okay, I should protect him from the enemies until he wakes up. Her eyes sparkled with determination, prepared to eliminate anyone nearby. She knew she was weaker than him, but during these fleeting moments when Kyle fell asleep, the Phoenix felt a rush of pride knowing she could protect him too. However, she clicked her tongue in disappointment when she spread her senses and detected the presence of the old dragon Kyle called Master. The pained voice belonged to the old man. He is alive too. She arrived above the old man's groaning body, covered in blood as he struggled to move, or should she say crawl. Her eyebrows raised when he ceased his attempts to move and gazed at the starry sky with a melancholic expression. A soft whisper escaped his lips. Is this the realm of dead? Why is it still so painful, as if all my bones are broken? And why is this place so cold? Hubert blinked a few times and his eyes finally began to clear. He gasped when he recalled the sea of familiar icy flames. Like Bia, he couldn't remember what happened after Kyle declared he would finish what he had left undone. He only remembered being abruptly engulfed by the icy flames and then a dark portal that swallowed him. Damn that bastard of a disciple, he almost got me killed. Where the hell is he? He tried to move to confront Kyle but winced as a sharp pain shot up his spine from his broken bones and the numerous wounds covering his skin. Oh my, how am I even awake in this condition? I need to heal myself or else I will go mad from pain. With a harsh breath, the old man tried to concentrate on mending his wounds and bones, but his expression twisted when he realized there wasn't even a hint of spiritual energy in his body. After one final curse, Hubert started absorbing the spiritual and divine energy from the surroundings before directing the two powerful energies to heal himself. He shut his eyes, but Bia, who had settled on a branch of a nearby tree to keep an eye on him, because, unlike Kyle, she had yet to trust this person, suddenly saw him open his blue eyes and stare directly at her. It's going to take me a long time to completely heal my injuries. How long are you going to stare, little one? Bia blinked, taken aback. There was no anger, no greed, not even a hint of malice in the gaze directed at her. The only thing she could see in those eyes fixed on her was a trace of a smile one would reserve for family. She was at a loss for words. It was the first time she had met Hubert, but she finally understood why Kyle had accepted this man as his master. The old man wasn't a bad person. I wasn't staring, I was just checking who was in the surroundings. She blurted out whatever came to her mind, and Hubert responded with a chuckle. But suddenly his calm blue eyes flickered with annoyance and a touch of sternness. What is Kyle doing? I can sense he's nearby. After injuring me, he isn't even helping me heal. How ungrateful. It's time for me to teach him a lesson. But he has become so much stronger. He let out a deep sigh, reassuring himself that the day would come when he could beat his disciple one day somehow. Bia's eyes flickered with amusement as she flew closer to the old man. Finally feeling a bit comfortable, she landed next to him. Kyle is asleep, I can help. I don't have a mind space so no healing treasures, but I can use my spiritual energy to assist. Hubert didn't stop the phoenix as she assisted him with her spiritual energy. At least the bonded beast of his ungrateful disciple wasn't as heartless as he was. It took him 3 full days to heal all his broken bones and recover from his severe external injuries. Although there was still a dull ache in his body and he needed more time to recover completely, he felt much better than when he couldn't even move. During this time, under Bia's gaze, he had killed all the monsters in the vicinity and had even adjusted Kyle's motionless body into a more comfortable position, despite his grievances against the man. However, the surrounding temperature continued to rise. By the end of the 4th day, the entire forest was encased in a thick layer of ice, yet Kyle, the one responsible for it, hadn't even moved a finger. Chapter 731, The Right Time. Sitting atop an ice-covered boulder, Hubert exhaled a plume of frigid air and rubbed his hands together for warmth. Despite coating his body in spiritual energy to protect himself from the surrounding ice, his skin still felt the sharp sting of the cold. At this rate, we're going to freeze into ice sculptures just like the forest. Why is so much cold emanating from him? On his left, the fire phoenix who had transformed into a beautiful young lady clad in a feathery outfit mimicked his actions and rubbed her hands together. I don't feel much cold because my body naturally resists it. Not to mention I am bonded to Kyle, so his aura doesn't affect me as much. You can leave if it's getting difficult. I can keep an eye on him. Hubert sighed and shook his head. He couldn't leave, not when he still couldn't figure out why Kyle wasn't waking up. No, I am fine, but why aren't you wearing the shoes I gave you? They may be a bit big, but in your human form you will injure your feet if you don't wear them. He reprimanded her gently and Bia grumbled in response. But they are so uncomfortable. Hubert shook his head again. I understand that. It's definitely uncomfortable since you're not used to being in human form. However, in the future, your larger form could hinder your battles against enemies. It's important to adapt and be prepared. Bia fell silent, realizing she hadn't thought about it before. With a nod, she slipped on the shoes the old man had given her. They were certainly oversized and uncomfortable, but she understood that she couldn't always complain. Just like the old man said, she needed to adapt if she wanted to grow even stronger. Suddenly, Hubert shifted his gaze toward Kyle, who lay on a bed of ice before him. Unlike him, Kyle seemed unaffected by the cold. In fact, he appeared oddly serene as the cold aura grew further around him with each passing moment. The human's entire body was encased in ice, glistening like an otherworldly statue. His calm face radiated an ethereal beauty that Hubert was certain would captivate anyone who laid eyes on him. Sigh. He just had to be so damn handsome too. Is strength not enough? Why is he so blessed? It's just not fair to poor souls like me. Bia rolled her eyes. He isn't that good looking. Among everyone, Alec has the best face, way better than his. Hubert smiled dryly, a pained expression crossing his face. So there was someone even more handsome than Kyle. It was true that the old man's younger form was quite good looking, but it paled in comparison to Kyle. This universe truly isn't fair. Suddenly he pointed at Kyle's hair. If I remember correctly, the tips of his hair turned silver when we were under Damien's pressure, but now they have reverted to their dull shade. In the No-Mana land, Kyle's hair was completely silver. He paused, letting his words sink into Bia's mind before asking the main question. What happened? Did he go through something that caused his hair to darken? Bia looked away. She knew the reason, but there was no way she would share it. No comment, I am hungry. Let's find something to eat. Without waiting for Hubert to respond, she turned, and despite knowing that there were no monsters in the forest since, aside from the ones killed by Hubert, the rest had fled because it was completely frozen. She began scanning the area for something to eat or perhaps find some trees with fruit. Hubert's eyebrow twitched. How could a transcendent phoenix feel hunger? She could go for years without eating thanks to her strength. But he quickly followed behind her to make sure the kid didn't accidentally harm her human form. Shortly after the two of them left, Kyle's fingers twitched violently. After ensuring Bia and Hubert's safety, he managed to throw himself into a portal before losing consciousness. However, even in the darkness of his dreamless sleep, he somehow knew that his essence had mended his broken body within mere minutes after he fainted. The damage inflicted on his body by the power he wasn't supposed to wield yet was healed, but the scars it left on his mind and soul remained. That's why he fell into a slumber and didn't wake up. Kyle's twitching fingers clenched into tight fists as his consciousness began to return. First, his awareness manifested in his mind space to check on his essence, which had once again retreated into a corner. His eyes fluttered open, a brilliant glow illuminating his emotionless gaze as he focused on the tiny blue particles floating in the distance, which conveyed a deep sense of sorrow directly to him. His lips parted. The essence failed. It failed to merge with me completely. But why? Is it because my body is still too weak? He fell silent as the understanding of the natural laws he had grasped while wielding a power beyond his strength solidified in his mind. He recalled the pain he had endured from directly tapping into a fraction of his bloodline's power. It felt as if all his internal organs and bones were breaking apart and merging together only to break apart again. Conflicted emotions flickered in his eyes. If it was already this painful, how much more agony would he have to endure when the celestial bloodline completely merged with him? With a sigh, he shook his head. I guess I will wait for the right time. There is no hurry. It's not like I or the essence in my body is going anywhere. The way it clings to me so desperately, it's clear that the moment I die, it will return to nature and disappear as if it never existed before. With an exhale, Kyle's consciousness disappeared from his mind space. His body shifted slightly above the bed of ice where he was lying. Chapter 732. The old man is a scaredy cat. The instant Kyle's physical body shifted, a faint layer of coldness radiated from him, dissipating the ice that covered his body. He slowly blinked open his indifferent eyes, but sighed when he saw that his frigid aura had frozen everything around him. With a groan, he moved and placed his palm behind him for support as he sat on the icy bed. Even though his body had long since healed, it still felt stiff, likely because he hadn't moved at all for some time. His eyes scanned the frozen surroundings before he silently extended his senses and noticed Bia and Hubert's presence quite far away. The duo seemed to be fine. With a simple motion of his fingers, the ice surrounding him began to dissolve into tiny particles without harming the forest. The vibrant colors of the trees and the sounds of rustling leaves, which had been stifled by the ice covering them, began to reemerge. In no time, the forest returned to its original appearance, as if it had never been encased in a glistening ice. Kyle got to his feet and stretched his arms and legs a little, but he wrinkled his nose at the scent of blood surrounding him. And to make matters worse, it was his own blood, dried and stuck to his tattered clothes. Damn, that old man didn't help me change. However, in the next moment, he suddenly blinked when he realized that his sense of smell had completely healed. Ah, a surprised noise escaped his lips as he hurriedly touched his nose. After fighting against one of Sino's fake bodies, he had damaged his sense of smell, but it seemed that when his bloodline healed his body, his sense of smell was also fully restored. No, he actually felt it was stronger than before. Before he could test his scent perception skill, which he had avoided using since his battle with Sino's fake body, he suddenly felt a familiar pressure coming straight toward him from behind. Just as he turned around, Bia rushed toward him and wrapped her arms around him tightly. Kyle nearly lost his balance, but he quickly regained his footing. He schooled his expression, and the indifference in his eyes vanished as if it had never existed. He gently patted Bia's back. Bia, you are suffocating me. A frustrated huff pierced the air as the phoenix released him. Her eyes scanned his body, and she nodded upon confirming he was perfectly fine. Hubert halted behind Bia and examined Kyle's body as well. The two had rushed back the instant they saw the ice around them dissolve into particles. After confirming that Kyle was in good state, the concern in the old man's eyes vanished, giving way to a flicker of anger. So you're finally awake, huh? His voice echoed in the air, drawing the attention of both Kyle and Bia. With a raised brow, Bia quickly stepped away from Kyle, excited for a good show. Over the past few days, she had heard the old man repeatedly say that he would beat up Kyle the moment the human regained consciousness, so she was eager to see what Hubert would do. Kyle simply lifted his gaze and met the familiar blue eyes fixed on him. Yes, I am awake, master. His voice was firm, almost challenging, causing Hubert to swallow all his grief and nod stiffly in response. That's good. Bia was left speechless, even more so when she saw the corners of Kyle's lips curve upward into a faint, satisfied smirk. While the old man is a scaredy cat, Hubert's eyebrow also twitched when he saw Kyle's smirk, but instead of getting angry, he just sighed softly inwardly. Unlike the emotionless man who had stayed in No Mana Land, this Kyle seemed much better, even though he was annoying. He cleared his throat to suppress the relieved smile that threatened to appear on his face. Regardless, now that Kyle has woken up, I believe I should leave. There is no use for my presence anymore. His words were interrupted by Kyle. No, master, you should stay with us for a few weeks. I'm not fully healed. My body is, but my strength has weakened a bit. I need to meditate to clear my mind. During that time, I don't think it would be wise for me and Bia to be alone, especially since I have killed the 3rd and 5th Shadow Generals. I am sure the entire dark side is after my head right now. There's even a chance Azazel himself will show up. He clicked his tongue at the mention of Azazel's name. It had been a while since he had seen that man. Hearing his words, 2 pairs of extremely shocked eyes stared at him with mouths agape, both for different reasons. Hubert was shocked by the fact that Kyle had killed 2 Shadow Generals. Doesn't that mean Kyle had killed the 3rd Shadow General after leaving No Mana Land? And if he remembered correctly, wasn't the fifth shadow General Onykus. That meant Kyle had also successfully killed Onykus even though Damien was protecting him. On the other hand, Bia was astonished because it was the first time she had seen Kyle depend on someone else. He always acted alone, regardless of how perilous the situation was, so when he asked Hubert to stay with them, she could hardly believe her ears and thought she must have misheard. There was a brief silence before Hubert cleared his throat and cautiously took a few steps away from Kyle. Grateful that he had refrained from seeking revenge against Kyle for his suffering, he now realized he would have deeply regretted it. Kyle had truly become very, very dangerous. Taking a deep breath to calm his troubled yet proud heart, Hubert nodded. Okay, I will stay with you too for a while. Anyway, I think Bia needs some training in her human form, so I will help her adjust. Once you're fine, we can part ways. I need to return to No Mana Land. I cannot leave my people alone for too long. Hubert blinked in confusion when Kyle suddenly stretched out his hand toward him. He took another step back. What now? Kyle tilted his head and flashed a dazzling yet insincere smile that Hubert was all too familiar with after all the years they had spent together in No Mana Land. The Spear Master, so I can call you for help in the future as well. Hubert's heart sank then and there. The thought that he might have to endure even worse in the future, after all he had already faced just to help Kyle, was enough to make him lose his balance. He laughed, and Bia couldn't tell if he was laughing or crying at his fate. Chapter 733, Bad Habit. In the end, Hubert didn't give the spear to Kyle, claiming he had lost it in battle. But just who would have thought that Kyle had already marked the spear with his spiritual energy? Moreover, even though the spear was bound to Hubert, it seemed to prefer feeding off Kyle's spiritual energy. So instead of asking Hubert for the spear again, Kyle simply closed his eyes and tried to sense it. He felt a sense of satisfaction when the spear actually responded to him. It seemed that the old man had forgotten to store it in his mind space and had left it behind because he was too injured. Come back, Kyle murmured, and he felt it distinctly when the spear started moving toward his location with lightning-fast speed. In a distant place, Alec, the one who had discovered the familiar silver spear he had seen with Kyle floating in the void when he, Nine, and the elders found James's body, was jolted when the silver spear resting at his side suddenly began to stir. He gripped the spear tightly, his brows furrowed as it struggled to break free from his hold. Unlike Nine, who disappeared, he had returned with the elders and reunited with Carcel and the girls. So when he suddenly made a sound while Carcel, the girls, and many other men and women were meditating around him under the direct guidance of Old Hal's wife, Sophia, one of the 7 elders who was teaching them how to harness their mental strength to confuse their enemies. Everyone opened their eyes to see him being dragged by the silver spear in his hand, which seemed hell-bent on flying away. Carcel's eyes flickered with amusement as he stood up and approached Alec, who was doing his best to hold on to the spear while trying not to cause it any harm. After Alec returned with the spear, Carcel had actually asked him to lend it for a while since his main weapon was a spear, but Alec had refused, insisting he would damage such a beautiful weapon. Now, watching Alec being laughed at by those around them, Carcel was itching to have his sweet revenge. He tapped Alec on the shoulder with a serious expression. I never knew you were so covetous, Alec, just let it go. You know it's not yours. Alec's lips twitched and a speechless expression crossed his face. However, before he could retort to Carcel's words, Lara also joined Carcel and regarded him with a solemn expression. Let the spear go, Alec, I am certain it will find its way back to Kyle. Mia and Ellie nodded, doing their best to stifle their laughter. Yue simply shook her head, smiling at the scene. Alec glared at Carcel. He was going to let go of the spear soon, all right. Actually, when he found the spear, the system informed him that it bore the mark of a powerful dragon and could help the wielder learn spear arts more easily. So he thought he should use it to master a spear art in his free time. After all, if Kyle can use both the sword and spear, why can't he? But alas, it seems he cannot. With a dejected sigh, Alec released the spear. In mere seconds, it vanished into the sky before everyone's eyes. Alec stared at the sky for a few moments. Hopefully no one follows it. I don't want the spear to attract any more danger to Kyle's location. Carcel shook Alec's shoulder with a satisfied expression that seemed to say, if I can't use that spear, you aren't allowed to either. Alec rolled his eyes, silently adding Carcel's name to his blacklist for a while. Just then, Elder Sophia clapped her hands and instructed everyone to return to their positions and resume their lessons. On the other hand, Kyle finally utilized his scent perception skill to explore the planet where he had arrived with Bia and Hubert. Although Hubert and Bia had already assured him that the planet was relatively safe, he still wanted to confirm that it was secure enough to stay for a while. Ultimately, he discovered that the whole planet was primarily inhabited by monsters, with only a small population of humans and dwarfs residing in 2 cities located nearly on the opposite side of the planet. After confirming that there were truly no major threats in the vicinity, Kyle suddenly asked Hubert if he could borrow a change of clothes from the old man. Hubert raised an eyebrow but didn't dwell on it and handed Kyle a new set of clothes. However, he was left speechless when Bia informed him that Kyle had a bad habit of discarding his clothes, simply because they were slightly torn or because he was too lazy to wash them. He had a similar habit when he first arrived in No Mana Land, but it improved over time since clothes were scarce there. To think he has started doing it again. But it's not like I have the strength to teach him the value of clothes. Besides, he can easily buy new ones from the cities on this planet. With a shake of his head, Hubert simply began teaching Bia physical combat. A week later, while Hubert was training Bia in the sky, Kyle sat atop a rocky structure in the forest with his eyes closed. He was dressed in a pair of dark trousers and a fitted white shirt underneath a light blue sweater that he had bought from the human city on the planet, as he had no clothes left in his mind space. Suddenly, his eyes flew open as he sensed the presence of the silver spear, which had come quite close to his location. With a blink, Kyle vanished from his spot, only to reappear after a few seconds, this time with the spear in his hand. The moment Hubert sensed the spear's presence, he cried out at it from a distance, his expression filled with grievance. "You treacherous weapon, who are you truly bonded with me or Kyle?" Chapter 734. Leaving for the war. Part 1. 3 weeks later, Kyle hovered opposite Hubert above the forest where they had lingered for nearly a month. Bia was seated on his shoulder in her smaller form. She was so tired that she didn't even have the strength to move. Over the past few weeks, Hubert had subjected her to intense physical training and had even taught her close combat all while she was in her human form. To make matters worse, he even used a weird artifact to prevent her from tapping into her mana, divine, and spiritual energy during training. Just a week ago, Hubert had excavated a tunnel in the ground with his spiritual energy and tossed her inside, instructing her to climb out without relying on her phoenix form or any of her skills. It took her 2 whole days to crawl out of that dark, narrow place. "I think I have successfully developed a trauma toward human physical training." That's why she couldn't fathom how Kyle had endured the old man's grueling training for countless years when she struggled to withstand it for just a month. Any longer and I would have perished. Resentment flickered in her eyes as she recalled how Kyle hadn't lifted a finger to help her and had just watched her suffer from the sidelines entirely nonchalant. HMPH, I will. I can't even take revenge. Why does Kyle have to be so much stronger than me? Kyle sensed her discomfort and caressed her head, wearing an amused expression as he exchanged a nod with Hubert. It was finally time to part ways. Hubert smiled wryly as he gazed at the silver spear floating behind Kyle. He wanted to take it back, but ultimately decided to let it remain with Kyle. "Just don't find yourself in a similar situation again. You survived from Damien this time, but we can't predict the future. Try not to get into too much trouble. Take care." With that, he turned and vanished toward the clear sky dotted with clouds. He needed to make his way back to No Mana Land. Hopefully, the young members of his race who wished to leave hadn't departed during his absence, as the outside world had become increasingly perilous. After he disappeared, Kyle turned around, stretching his neck. "We should head back too and join the twins. I just hope Zask and the people under him haven't left for the war yet." Bia shifted on his shoulders, slightly annoyed at the thought of traveling again. But before she could even protest, a portal illuminated before them and Kyle stepped through. In the next moment, they stood before the massive border where the grand gate of the city, protected by Zask and his 3 fellow elders, awaited them. Bia's eyebrow twitched as she folded her wings. How convenient. She glanced at the many armored demi-human guards stationed at the gate, who immediately became wary at the sight of Kyle materializing out of thin air. One of them quickly approached to check on him, but before the guard could reach him, Kyle stepped into another portal that lit up in front of him and vanished with Bia, leaving the guards dumbfounded. Kyle reappeared inside the city before a bustling 2-story hotel. After renting a room, he ordered a large amount of food for Bia to lift her spirits. He then took a long bath before finally allowing his aura to leak, letting Zask know that he had returned. After just a minute, a soft knock echoed on his door. He rolled up his sleeves, intrigued by the oddly pleasant politeness. That was fast. Glancing at the small phoenix, who had made a mess on the round table beside the bed because of her habit of overeating, he stood up with a shake of his head and went to open the door, only to find Jask's familiar figure standing outside. Kyle's eyes traveled past Jask when he noticed 3 more figures behind the old demi-human. He recognized one of them as Galdor, one of the elders who protected the city in the absence of old Hal and his wife. Therefore, he concluded that the other 2 individuals were also elders of the city. Jask's robes were wrinkled, and the clothes of the others behind him also looked disheveled. It seemed they had rushed to see Kyle. However, that didn't stop them from scrutinizing Kyle. After all, he was the reason they were sending their people to war a few months earlier this time. The preparations had been completed a few days ago, but the human was nowhere to be found, so the 4 elders had been waiting for his arrival. Some of them even suspected that Kyle wouldn't return, yet he did. Kyle stepped back after Jask and the other elders greeted him. "Come in." They exchanged glances but stepped into the room. It was quite small, containing a bed and a table where Bia's tiny figure lay sprawled, breathing softly from having eaten too much. Kyle didn't intend to keep them longer than necessary, but Jask took out some chairs from his mind space and arranged them for everyone to sit. With a sigh, he decided to sit down opposite the elders. "Is the preparation ready?" Galdor responded to him. "Everything is ready. Jask will be leading the ship. We can leave at any time." Kyle nodded, realizing they had been waiting for his arrival. Suddenly, he said something that surprised everyone. "The twins, are they going too?" Jask, who understood whom Kyle was referring to, nodded. "They are. They have grown stronger with the help of the treasures you gave them, so they decided to join the war. However, since they are only at the divine rank and the least powerful among everyone, they will return to the city with me after a few months." Kyle stood up to check on Bia. "All right, we can depart tomorrow as early as possible. There's no need for the elders to come personally to fetch me. I believe you all have your own matters to attend to. Just send the twins to inform me." Hearing his words, Jask and the elders didn't linger and quickly departed. Still, they were somewhat intrigued by Kyle's specific request for the twins. Had he developed a liking for their company? No, that can't be possible since the twins were treated more like servants than friends. They had no answers to their questions, so they decided to set them aside and hurried to inform those who would be heading off to war to gather in one place. When the twins, who were enjoying their normal lives, were informed by Jask that they would once again have to take care of Kyle, they instantly rejected the idea. But upon seeing the elders' solemn eyes, they could do nothing but accept their fate. Chapter 735, Leaving for the War, Part 2. Early in the morning, Kyle jumped out of bed when a knock echoed at the door. He wasn't sleeping, he was meditating to clear his mind, so he quickly opened the door to find twins' familiar faces standing outside. Logan and Mason greeted him. He could still see fear in their eyes, but unlike before, Kyle noticed that the fear was concealed beneath a layer of gratitude and respect. Mason stepped forward toward him. "We're here to pick you up. Everyone has gathered, so the ship will leave in an hour." Kyle gave them an OK sign before heading back toward the bed where the Crimson Bird was sleeping. Bia gasped when he pinched her neck with 2 fingers and lifted her body to eye level. "Wake up or I will toss you in the water again." Instantly, the phoenix hissed at him in anger, her feathers bristling in alarm. This damn bastard. He had conjured water last night and mercilessly dipped her in it again and again, insisting she was too dirty. He didn't stop even when she cried and flapped her wings in protest. "I'm already fully awake, okay?" Kyle's eyes flickered with amusement as he placed her on his shoulder. "That's good to hear." Bia snorted and climbed onto his head, tugging at his hair in retaliation. He didn't stop her and walked toward the twins. "Let's go." Without wasting any time, Mason and Logan turned around and the 4 of them left the hotel, heading straight toward the large building known as the Mission Hall, surrounded by towering walls. Kyle had been there before, but after passing through the bustling area, the twins chose to take a detour instead of entering the Mission Hall, heading toward the open area on the left side of the structure. Bia narrowed her eyes as she spotted a massive flying ship docked in the center of the open area. In front of it stood at least 100 demi-human and elves, alongside Jask and another elder. As the twins approached the ship, the buzzing atmosphere around the ship fell eerily silent, with all eyes fixed on the duo before shifting to Kyle. A few astonished gasps filled the air as every single person present already knew that the dark-haired human approaching them with the twins was none other than the famous nature's favorite. It's because, in response to the students who were abruptly informed that they would be leaving for the war in a month when they were originally supposed to leave in a few months, the elders had no choice but to tell them that the reason for this was that the one who had killed Will, the 3rd Shadow General, would be joining them. Kyle furrowed his brows at the hushed whispers and the way everyone stared at him in awe as he halted in front of Jask. He wasn't particularly fazed by the stares, but he couldn't shake the feeling that his journey would be far from peaceful. Seeing his frown, Jask gestured for the students to quiet down before asking the other elder to allow them to board the ship. He then proceeded toward the vessel with Kyle and the twins. "We can't use a teleportation portal to the Forsaken Land, where the war is ongoing, as we need to keep the presence of this planet secret from the dark side. So, as I mentioned earlier, we will travel by ship. It will be a 2-day journey, and another elder and I will be responsible for ensuring everyone's safety throughout the trip." Kyle hummed in agreement. He had no issues with the setting. He didn't float and climbed aboard the ship like everyone else, doing his best to minimize his presence. After informing him of the location of his room on the ship, Jask left him alone. After all, he needed to operate and protect the ship alongside the other elder. Remembering something, Bia suddenly tugged at Kyle's hair. "We're leaving for the war. Don't you want to inform UA and the others?" Kyle blinked. He didn't particularly miss anyone except Yue, as they were all quite annoying, but he would be lying if he said he didn't enjoy their company. Moreover, after recalling some of his old memories, he felt as though he had not seen them in years, even though it had only been a little over a month since they parted ways. Therefore, he was looking forward to seeing them. No, I want to give them a surprise. The faint yet genuine smile that curled up on his lips for some reason elicited a few squeals from some of the female students who had boarded the ship before him. Kyle's smile instantly faded as his gaze drifted toward them. The 100 or so elves and demi-humans stood in small groups at the front of the ship, whispering and laughing among themselves. He even spotted two familiar demi-women he had encountered a month ago in the mission hall, staring at him intensely. What a nuisance. Bia clicked her taug at his words. It's all because of your face. Seriously, check yourself out in the mirror, your skin is glowing. This always happens after your body is healed by your bloodline. Kyle ignored the Phoenix's words, and before any of the students could try to approach him, a golden barrier appeared around him, clearly visible to everyone, preventing them from getting close. He permitted the twins to pass through as he walked toward the front of the ship and gestured for them to come closer. The ship began to float, as Mason and Logan rushed over to the human, feeling a bit aggrieved because after Kyle formed a barrier around himself, the other students were giving them stinky looks. But their minds went blank and they turned pale when they heard Kyle's next words. It's strange. I'm not sure I felt a calming sensation from one of you last time, but it's not present this time. So I can assume it was either a skill or a spell, right? Mason started to sweat, anxious that his twin might face severe consequences or might die for daring to use a skill on Kyle without permission. In a moment of panic, he dropped to his knees and pulled Logan down with him. I swear, it's not harmful, we didn't mean any harm. Kyle's lips twitched, so his suspicion was spot on. They had indeed activated a calming skill or spell around him. He noticed from the corners of his eyes that after the twins suddenly knelt, everyone around him backed away from his location. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. I know it's not harmful because if it were, you two wouldn't be alive right now. The twins trembled, but they were dumbfounded when Kyle suddenly asked them to explain that skill or spell. Without hesitation, Mason shared everything the two knew. Since the skill they activated around Kyle was merely a low-rank skill, they felt no need to conceal it. Kyle rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So that was the reason why he recalled some of his old memories so easily. Emotional resonance, a D-rank skill, its effects aren't bad. You two should activate it when you're around me. The twins exchanged glances and agreed immediately. They would do it as long as Kyle didn't make things difficult for them. Chapter 736. Let him learn. 2 days later in the Forsaken Land, beneath the relentless glare of the sun, a multitude of figures clad in armor stood watch around a large, elevated stone platform, shielded by many protective arrays. A similar large gray sword was intricately engraved on the chest of each of their armors. The landscape around the platform was stark and barren, devoid of any greenery, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Yet the armored individuals remained indifferent, as if they had witnessed this scene for so long that they had become completely numb to its impact. However, unlike any other day, today they struggled to contain their laughter as they observed a certain demi-human striking a corner of the platform with all his might. He would cry out in protest with every strike, cursing the moment he asked Odiak to take him as his disciple and teach him the art of forging artifacts and weapons. Sinon staggered. With a groan of frustration, he threw the ordinary-looking metal hammer from his grasp away before collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. His large wings, adorned with intricate silver and golden patterns, fluttered briefly before folding to shield him from the sun as he propped his palms behind his back and sat down with difficulty. I can't break this, he murmured, a solemn expression crossing his face as he acknowledged and glared at the stone platform before him. This was the task Odiak had assigned him. To break a small piece of the platform, no larger than a fist, and in return he would be accepted as his disciple. The rules were very simple yet complicated at the same time. He wasn't allowed to use anything except an ordinary hammer. I've been hammering for 10 days and look at this, it's not even budging. He spitefully extended his leg and kicked the corner of the platform he had been hammering non-stop, only to hiss in pain. What the hell is the stone used to make this platform made of? I can't handle this anymore, I have had enough. I suppose I will just have to accept that I wasn't cut out for the art of forging. Sinon dusted his hands, and after shooting one last glare at the hammer and platform, he decided to join Alec and the others, who were training under Elder Sophia alongside many other individuals. They are gonna laugh at me, I left with Odiak so boldly without looking back. It's only been 2 weeks and I am already going back to join them. He clicked his tongue. Initially, he had attempted to learn about arrays with Mia and Carcel under another elder who was an expert in that field. The old elder even gave them special treatment. But the trio ended up causing a few tiny-miny disasters in the Elder's residence that destroyed half of the old woman's abode while attempting to experiment with array symbols. After the nth explosion, the Elder simply taught them how to create teleportation portals, and then kicked them out of her ruined home with a blank expression. She stated that they had no talent in the art of arrays because, although they could easily memorize the concepts, they were unable to form proper arrays and always messed up one thing or another. Sinan shook his head disapprovingly. She doesn't understand that practice makes people perfect. She should have given us more time. I swear I felt like I was so close to becoming an array master, but alas, he spread his wings and began to fly. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as he attempted to form a teleportation portal back to one of the floating islands, knowing he couldn't roam in this dangerous place that could blow up at any moment. After 2 failed attempts and wasting 10 long minutes, he finally conjured a portal which was still somewhat unstable. Sinan let out a sigh of defeat. This is already the best, considering how difficult it is to merge the new destination coordinates with the symbols of the teleportation portal every time. He waved at the guards stationed around the stone platform, who had been watching his struggles all this time, inwardly vowing never to return to this place. But just as he was about to step into the portal, the air trembled and a large flying ship emerged from a rift in the sky. 11:11. Due to the sudden shift in energy, the portal before Sinan started to quiver, and before he could salvage the situation, it emitted an explosive sound and shattered, leaving the demi-human stunned and dumbfounded. It's gone just like that. The guards stationed around the platform chuckled at him, but that didn't mean they neglected their duties. They quickly shifted their attention to the flying ship that landed in the center of the stone platform. This place actually served as the designated location recognized throughout the universe for individuals who periodically send their people to join the war, as it was closer to the battlefield and also the most secure area due to the protective arrays surrounding the platform. Moreover, the platform itself had a powerful artifact underneath, which made it very sturdy. A divine rank guard in the crowd immediately recognized the familiar ship and quietly went to tell Elder Hal and Elder Sophia that, for some reason, newcomers from their planet had arrived a few months earlier than usual this time. Sinan glared at the ship as a ladder descended from its center. Under his gaze and that of the guards, a stream of curious yet vigilant demi-humans and elves began to disembark in neat, orderly lines. His frustration simmered beneath the surface, but he could do nothing but curb his anger. After all, it wasn't as if he could confront the newcomers simply because their arrival had destroyed his portal. All of a sudden, his eyes glinted with mischief. Well, they would be sent straight to the battlefield. They aren't as fortunate as I am and my friends who are favored by James and the 7 elders. So there is no need for me to plan revenge, hee. His wicked laugh captured the newcomer's attention, which is why he sealed his mouth and turned his gaze away from the crowd to create another teleportation portal. After everyone had disembarked from the ship, 2 older demi-humans stood at the forefront of the group. The guards counted their numbers before asking who the leader of the group was. Sinan's ear twitched as he heard one of them introduce himself as Jask. However, he was too focused on creating a portal. At the far end of the new arrivals, Kyle lifted his gaze toward the sky, where the winged demi-human was flying. He murmured under his breath with a sigh, "The symbols aren't balanced. The teleportation portal is gonna explode." Bia chuckled at his words. "Then just go and help him." Kyle shrugged his shoulders and pulled the edges of his hoodie to conceal his face. He wanted to check the battlefield first. "Don't want to let him learn." The bird sitting on his head grumbled in protest as she was pushed back into the fabric by his fingers. He glanced ahead at the guards. Upon knowing that Jask was the leader of the group, they wasted no time. One of them began to explain the rules of the Forsaken Land to the newcomers, while the others provided them with armor, uniforms, and an ocean blue metal ring that would record their contributions in the war and alert the elders if anyone dared to join the dark side and betray them, since they would be directly escorted to the battlefield. Only after the newcomer's potential, capabilities, and determination to fight against the dark side is assessed on the battlefield will they have the opportunity to enter the area filled with floating islands and a chance to study under the elders. Kyle fiddled with the ring given to him. He didn't take the armor and uniform since they weren't mandatory and he didn't really need them. His eyes narrowed at the ring as he noticed symbols carved into it. "Once worn, we can't remove this ring." The guard who handed him the ring was taken aback by his words and nodded in response with a polite smile. "Don't worry, it's not dangerous. It's just a safety precaution to prevent enemies from infiltrating our side. Also, the ring will come off the moment you leave this land." Chapter 737, He is not an enemy. Kyle nodded in understanding at the guard, but then suddenly the older man before him pointed at Bia, who was poking her head out of his hoodie to look at the ring. "Your beast." Kyle forced a faint smile and roughly nudged the crimson bird in the hoodie. Yes, she is just a little shy, the guard chuckled. It wasn't the first time he had seen someone hiding their bonded beast, so he didn't think much of it. I can tell she is not weak. You should take your beast to the area where bonded beasts compete against each other by controlling the monsters weaker than them. I am sure it would provide your companion with valuable battle experience. He handed him another ring for Bia, one that could adjust its size to fit the wearer, before moving on to another person. Kyle put one of the rings on his finger before pulling one of Bia's legs from his hoodie and sliding the other ring onto her limb, until it adjusted in size just below the life-saving artifact she was wearing. His eyes shifted toward Jask when a few powerful guards suddenly approached the demi-human and took him a distance away to discuss something. I suppose his unexpected arrival has been reported to Old Hal and his wife. Bia poked her head out once again. Doesn't that mean we don't have much time to create chaos? Her words were followed by a distant explosion echoing in the sky. The human and the phoenix glanced up, only to see Sinon cursing because the portal he had created had exploded once again. Bia laughed and Kyle simply sighed. He glanced at the twins standing in front of him. Sensing his gaze, Mason and Logan quickly moved to his side. Unlike before, the twins were now quite happy to be around him, having benefited from his generosity over the past 2 days. He would unexpectedly give them treasures, even though the duo had done nothing but stay by his side. They were unaware that Kyle only gave them treasures when he recalled some of his forgotten memories due to their skill and felt a sense of indebtedness. Seeing the twins standing with Kyle, the others around them stared at the duo with envy and a hint of jealousy, but no one dared to approach the human. After all, many of them had already made every effort to get close to him on the ship, only to be ignored as if they were air. Not to mention, some of them were even thrown outside the ship when they attempted to breach the shield he formed around him. It's fortunate the Jask allowed them to board the ship again. Otherwise, no one dared to imagine what would have occurred if they had been left in the vast, dark space. Kyle began moving with the crowd when suddenly one of the guards asked them to follow and guided them down the platform toward a teleportation array drawn on the ground in the distance. Behind the group, Jask carefully stored the massive ship they had arrived in inside a storage ring before leaving with a guard, who provided him with a communication crystal to speak with Elder Hal. When he returned, everyone was already standing on the teleportation array, so he hurriedly joined them. Kyle's eyes shifted toward Sinon, who was still trying to form a teleportation portal in the sky, and he clicked his tongue. The array beneath him shone, but before he disappeared along with the others, his eyes turned white and time stopped. He stepped out of the array and floated toward Sinon, noticing from the corners of his eyes that Jask and a few guards hadn't frozen like everyone else and were staring at him in shock, before raising his knuckles to softly hit the demi-human's head. At this rate, you will never be able to form a proper teleportation portal. A few symbols lit up in the air and merged into the portal Sinon was creating as Kyle checked the coordinates of the destination Sinon wanted to reach before the portal stabilized in front of the demi-human. That should be enough. I will draw some symbols on your wrist next time to make it easier for you to create arrays. Bia rolled her eyes as Kyle turned and returned to his position on the array. I wonder who said he wouldn't help, Kyle hummed, observing that those who had managed to retain their consciousness after he paused time were trying to move. Who knows? He blinked, and the white color in his gaze vanished, reverting to its original green hue. Instantly, time returned to its normal flow. The light from the portal beneath engulfed him and everyone standing around him, and they vanished into particles. A few gasps of shock echoed in the air as the newcomers disappeared. A guard in the distance cried out, "What just happened?" Another guard clenched his weapon with a solemn and alert expression. That person, did he just stop time? In the sky, Sinon suddenly rubbed his head, feeling a faint pain on his skin. Why do I feel like someone just hit me? He noticed the stable portal before him and his eyes widened in surprise. Did I really create this? But I was sure just a moment ago it wasn't complete. An excited expression lit up his face because this was the most stable portal he had ever created. Finally, he noticed that the guards below had become restless, with some even contacting the elders. He glanced at the portal, and seeing that it was stable and wouldn't disappear anytime soon, he hurried toward the guards to find out what had happened to them. His eyes widened when he heard what had occurred in his presence, and he hadn't even been able to sense or react to it. Someone stopped time. Suddenly, a familiar face popped into his head and he grabbed one of the guards. Tell me the appearance of the person who stopped time. His lips curled into a grin when the older man before him answered hurriedly. I only saw a pair of green eyes and a crimson bird on his head. Sinon ran a hand through his hair and stopped the guards who were trying to use the teleportation array to pursue Kyle. Don't worry, haha, he's not an enemy. In fact, now that he's here, he will wreak havoc on our enemies in the battlefield. The guards who were notifying the elders also paused when Elder Hal emerged from a crack that appeared in the sky. The elderly man had come swiftly after Jask informed him that Kyle was here. Sinan glanced at Elder Hal, who scanned the surroundings and rushed toward the teleportation portal. Now that an elder is here, I am leaving. I need to inform the others that Kyle is here, and he has become even more powerful. Chapter 738, The Battlefield, Part 1. A loud ringing echoed in Kyle's ears as his figure materialized in the center of a camp filled with countless armored warriors from different races shouting and bustling about, alongside Jask and the rest of the group. Kyle's gaze swept across the frenetic surroundings to take in everything. The space was chaotic, filled with tents, supplies, and medical stations treating the gravely wounded individuals brought back by those with high agility. When Jask and his group arrived, no one seemed surprised. Instead, they ignored them and continued with their urgent tasks. Suddenly, a few more deafening noises echoed from a distance, followed by a chorus of distant, agonized cries that attracted the group's attention. Kyle lifted his gaze and beheld a thick blanket of blood and darkness shrouding the sky in the distance, with smoke clouds billowing up to form dark, eerie patterns. He even noticed a few tiny figures in the sky. Before he could disappear from his position, a middle-aged female dwarf clad in dark robes and exuding an imposing presence hurried over to the newcomers standing above the teleportation array. A familiar blue ring sparkled on one of her fingers, and a large gray sword design was emblazoned on the front of her robes. She seemed to recognize Jask and the other elder with him, as a smile brightened her weary face upon seeing them. "Oh, Bill and Zask, you two are early this time, but did Galdor not come along?" She enthusiastically slapped Jask on the back, causing the old demi-human to scowl and swat her hand away. A chuckle escaped her lips at his reaction as she glanced at the youngsters, though not truly young, as many of them were already over 50 or even 100 years old, standing beside the two elders. Her gaze lingered on the man in the ivory-colored hoodie for a moment longer, surprised that, unlike the others who had already begun donning the armor provided to them, he wore such vibrant clothing, which was rarely seen on the battlefield. With a sigh, she pushed the thought aside. After all, he would soon realize that on the battlefield such clothing was impractical, as it would easily be ruined. Her eyes refocused on Jask and Bill. "Since it's you two, I trust your people already know the rules of the battlefield, and even if they don't, the guards would have told them of everything important." Despite saying that, she turned to look at the youngsters standing around the duo. "I am Nora, the one in charge of this camp and your direct superior from now on. There are many other camps nearby, but they are not under my command. Regardless, you must remember that this is the battlefield." A solemn expression clouded her face. "You are here to fight and nothing else. None of you will receive anything for free here, not even a tent to rest in. You must earn everything through your efforts." Kyle noticed how everyone around him tensed at her words. They had already been briefed earlier by the guards that they would enter the battlefield immediately. After all, they were here to assist others in fighting the enemies, not to waste time. However, some of them, who were only here to gain experience and return with the elders later, seemed more anxious than the others. Nora's gaze once again settled on Kyle, more specifically on the crimson bird secretly peeking out from his hoodie. Her eyes narrowed as she sensed a powerful aura emanating from the little bird, and she suddenly spoke unexpectedly, directing her words specifically at the bird. "The battlefield is divided into two distinct sections. On the far right, strong beasts are clashing, while on the left, the various races are confronting the dark side." Kyle raised his brow and pushed Bia back into the hoodie before meeting Nora's eyes, but she looked away and pointed at the blue rings on everyone's fingers. "This ring is an artifact. It will record your achievements on the battlefield. Once you have accomplished enough, you will be granted a tent in this area for rest, and if you perform exceptionally and defeat many enemies, you will earn the opportunity to study under the 7 elders, the strongest individuals on our side after James." With that, she clapped her hands. "That's it, the dark side's forces are clashing with our allies just a short distance away. Join the battle as soon as you've assessed your surroundings. Also, aside from the area where the beasts are fighting, avoid flying on the battlefield, as one of the 7 elders, Jane, is engaged in combat with 2 supreme-rank enemies in the sky. I certainly don't want any of you to meet your end on your first day." Her words had barely ended when she noticed the man in the hoodie move. He shot her a quick glance before sprinting toward the battlefield with an agility that rivaled that of an ordinary divine rank. I couldn't sense his rank, so I assumed he was stronger than me. Did I make a mistake?" Nora furrowed her brows, suddenly feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. Why did it feel like she knew this man, even though it was the first time she had seen him? Her eyes widened as she staggered back a step. "A small crimson bird and a pair of striking green eyes," she gasped. How the hell could she have missed that detail when the entire universe was talking about this man? No, that can't be possible. The silver hair is missing." She murmured in disbelief and turned her head sharply toward Jask, who wore a sly grin that made her break into a cold sweat. Haha, before she could confront the old man and wipe that infuriating grin off his face, one of the youngsters around Jask suddenly shouted, confirming her suspicions. Let's follow the nature's favorite. It was Mason. He glanced at his twin, and with solemn nods the two brothers began to run after Kyle's figure without a second thought. The others also exchanged looks of silent agreement, quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed after the two. Ultimately, only Jask, Bill and Nora were left in the area. Bill gave one final nod to Jask and rushed behind the group. However, the man in the hoodie running at the front seemed to notice that the others had begun to follow him. Kyle glanced back. He had chosen to run instead of vanishing outright to encourage the twins to muster their courage and join the battlefield without fear. Now that his task was complete, there was no longer any reason for him to linger. Bia, after his words fell, the small bird flew out of his hoodie, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as golden flames erupted from her body, startling everyone nearby. Haha, finally. No more hiding. Kyle clicked his tongue as Bia transformed into her phoenix form in front of everyone and let out a powerful cry to announce her presence to all the beasts in the vicinity. What a show-off! He chuckled, knowing he didn't need to tell her what to do, since she was more than ready to head toward the area where she could sense the presence of countless bonded beasts and monsters. My turn, I guess. Kyle accelerated, his eyes glowing white, and the space in front of him and Bia tore apart before engulfing both of them. The duo vanished within the rift, which then sealed itself, leaving the group of individuals trailing behind and everyone who witnessed the scene in a daze. Above the camp in the sky, Elder Hal, who had witnessed everything, sighed. These two are bound to create chaos, however I'm curious to see how much they have improved. So I will let them fight to their heart's content. Chapter 739, The Battlefield, Part 2. A large rift opened in the sky and Kyle's figure emerged from it alongside Bia. The moment the rift disappeared into the void, his eyes returned to their original color. Before anyone could notice the two new arrivals, symbols materialized in the air around them, creating a powerful shield that concealed their presence and barred anyone else from entering the area. Kyle was fine with the sounds of battle metal crashing violently against metal, the sharp clangs echoing through the air like thunder amidst the chaos of war. However, no one could prepare him for the putrid scent of fresh blood and decay in the air that assaulted his nostrils, forcing him to instinctively shut off his sense of smell. Floating amidst the dark sky thick with swirling clouds of smoke and an ominous hue of crimson all around, Kyle ignored the figures engaged in battle around him and lowered his gaze to the land below. Instantly, his eyes grew cold. No matter where he cast his gaze, the land below was teeming with people of all races, engaged in brutal battles against those who aligned themselves with the dark side. The anguished cries of those who fell echoed through the air as their bodies collapsed, further cluttering the already gruesome landscape littered with bones. He could feel the weight of despair in the air, enveloping the place like a shroud. The frenzied laughter of the individuals from the demon, dark, and nightkin races, who seemed to have lost their minds from the sheer amount of blood they had spilled, made the scene even darker. That is why even the confident shouts and screams of those fighting the dark side did nothing to improve the situation. Kyle closed his eyes for a moment to steady his nerves before exhaling. He had seen numerous brutal battles, but the scene he had just witnessed surpassed everything he had experienced before. Too many. There are too many enemies, almost never-ending. The sheer number is overwhelming, even for the supreme ranks. Where the hell are they all coming from? He understood that the people on the ground weren't taking to the skies to avoid being killed by the supreme ranks fighting above. But he wondered why James and the elders hadn't killed the weaker people from the dark side to reduce casualties. Kyle got his answer when he suddenly saw a supreme rank elven woman from the dark side plummeting from the sky toward the ground, only to be repelled by a powerful force field that surged from the land. The woman cursed and swiftly retreated from the force field, as if remaining near it would bring her a lot of harm. Kyle narrowed his eyes at the scene. An array? No, it can't be an array. Or else I would have sensed the concentration of symbols. An artifact? No, artifacts don't possess this level of power. Without hesitation, he used his scent perception skill, striving to suppress the twisting sensation in his stomach caused by the noxious odors surrounding him. After going through a bit of torture, he finally found the source of the force field. It was generated by the pure spiritual energy radiating from a massive spherical core deep within the land below. The shape and energy of the core resembled that of a planet's core, the only distinction being that its surface was engraved with ancient symbols. The symbols are far too ancient and distinctive. I can't decipher their meaning. However, what I can tell is that the force field generated by the core is repelling only those at the supreme rank and above. He grabbed his spear. Understanding why James and the elders couldn't eliminate the weaker enemies on the land left him feeling conflicted, as the presence of the force field was both fortunate and unfortunate. since it was preventing both the supreme ranks from the dark side and their own from interfering in the battle on the land. It's good I didn't ascend to the supreme rank. I can take out a significant number of enemies on the land without the supreme ranks getting in the way. Kyle glanced at Bea to send her away, only to see the phoenix struggling to suppress her gag reflex at the gruesome scene and the heavy scent of blood and decay. Noticing his gaze, she understood his intention and turned around to leave but was stopped by the shield around them. Remove the shield. I am going in the opposite direction. I can hear Nox trying to command the beasts. The lynx is close by. Bea's head perked up in the right direction. Her eyes glinted with indignation, the foul odors around forgotten as she recalled the old grievance that still lingered in her mind. That lynx's name is above mine in the supreme projection. The audacity. He needs a good beating so the projection knows who truly holds the power. Kyle followed her gaze, unaware of her inner thoughts. He could hear the distant howling sounds. Nevertheless, he used his scent perception skill to ensure Bea didn't make a mistake. As he confirmed the lynx's presence, he furrowed his brow because Nox was alone and Yue wasn't with him. He locked onto Nox's exact location, and before Bea could say anything more to him, a portal lit up before her. She blinked, but she entered the portal with a delighted laugh, knowing where it was leading. The portal disintegrated after Bea disappeared, and as he lowered the shield he had created around him, his hair stood on end when he noticed numerous eyes locked onto him from the surroundings. He smirked as he met the gaze of a supreme rank in the distance, but before the demon could reach him, he dove down toward the battlefield on the land. Time to practice my spear art. The ground trembled violently beneath him as he descended into the throng of people, shattering the bones piled underfoot. Kyle felt the pulse of the brutal war raging around him as he effortlessly killed many individuals from the dark side in his vicinity, before charging forward with a speed unmatched by anyone on the land. In just a matter of seconds, the painful cries echoing in the air multiplied. To ensure he didn't accidentally harm anyone from his own side, he activated his scent perception skill, narrowed the skill radius, and sharpened his focus to target only those wielding dark energy. Due to the chaos, no one on the land noticed the sudden shift in the battle, but the supreme ranks in the sky witnessed the bloodbath a single man had unleashed within mere seconds of his arrival. To make matters worse, he hadn't employed a single skill. However, none among them could intervene due to the force field. Those from the dark side could only grit their teeth and hurriedly command the transcendent ranks to quickly eliminate the human who had just joined the war. Chapter 740, The Battlefield. Part 3. Kyle tilted his body and kicked a person attempting to attack him from behind. The spear in his grasp gleamed with satisfaction as its silver surface turned crimson with blood. Similarly, the blue ring on his finger glowed each time he killed an enemy, recording his achievements on the battlefield without pause. Kyle smirked when he sensed a gaze upon him, and a thrill coursed through his veins as he locked eyes with the three supreme ranks in the sky who had been watching him since he first appeared. Two of them belonged to the dark side, while the third, a human woman with light gray hair who was fighting against them, seemed to be on his side. The woman was likely Jane, one of the 7 powerful elders Nora had warned him and his group about confronting the enemy supreme ranks in the sky. Kyle deliberately slowed his pace and crushed a demon's head beneath his foot, openly taunting the 2 supreme ranks from the dark side. Come, stop me if you can. The supreme rank elven woman and the supreme rank demon from the dark side gritted their teeth at his provocation. Even though they couldn't hear him clearly due to the surrounding noise, they saw his mouth moving and understood his words. The audacity of this human, how despicable. They would have already torn the human into pieces if not for the force field. It would harm them, and even if they endured the pain and managed to enter the field, they would be weakened and lose a considerable amount of their strength. The demon, who had already commanded the transcendent ranks in the area to swiftly eliminate Kyle, shouted in their minds once more, filled with anger and frustration. Why the hell have you all not subdued him yet, you useless fools? End that bastard. Behind the 2 supreme ranks from the dark side, Jane was stunned by Kyle. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and continued to observe the human. As one of the elders managing the battlefield in James's absence, she had witnessed Alec and his group in battle. Even among all of them, only Alec had caused such chaos in this place. However, while Alec used skills, this human was entirely relying on physical strength. It was evident that although his rank was similar to Alec's, he was far stronger. She had no idea who this reckless individual was, but for reasons she admired his audacity. It suited him as she could see there was no fear in his gaze. Jane grabbed her weapon, ready to confront the 2 supreme ranks again to prevent them from crossing the battlefield and destroying the resting camps nearby, as the force field only worked within this area. It had no effect anywhere else in the Forsaken Land. Regardless, she couldn't help but like Kyle more the longer she watched him battle. James is going to like this new guy, but who is he? Tusk, I've been on the battlefield for too long. I should really take some time to catch up on the latest news. Kyle didn't glance up at the sky again. He focused on the battle, and within a minute many transcendent ranks surrounded him. Raising his bloodied spear, he let out a fierce snicker and spun it above his head. A faint whisper drifted through the air. Whirlwind vortex. That was the only warning the individuals surrounding him received as he unleashed the second move of his spear art. The spear in his grasp shimmered and heated up, consuming spiritual energy. A powerful burst erupted from its silver body, forming a vortex above his head. The vortex spun violently in the air as Kyle hurled it forward, slicing through everything in its path. The air crackled with energy, and the ground trembled as the vortex devoured all that dared to approach, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Kyle clicked his tongue when he noticed many souls escaping the area. I can't eliminate them all. That's the problem with higher-rank individuals. Their soul can flee and reconstruct a new body. Still, he couldn't deny that he felt a sense of exhilaration as he observed the devastation caused by one of his simplest attacks. Amidst the vast battlefield, the area in front of him was now clear, and the enemies no longer charged at him head-on. He glanced at the wary and frightened people around him, blinking innocently. Why stop? Kyle took a step forward and they stepped back, causing him to sigh dejectedly. Come on, the battle has just begun and I haven't even unleashed all my power. His eyes gleamed and he disappeared, causing a huge uproar among the people there to eliminate. However, no matter where the dark side looked, they couldn't find him. Just a few minutes later, amidst the numerous small explosive sounds echoing across the battlefield, a sudden, loud and deafening blast erupted in the air. It occurred on the other side, from where the forces of the dark side were advancing to join the battlefield. What followed the explosion were agonizing, wretched cries echoing in the air, sending chills down the spines of everyone present as they witnessed the magnitude of the blast and the massive golden array that rose high into the sky to consume all the souls trying to escape the place. What the? Someone mumbled as the array disintegrated into particles, obliterating the consciousness of all the souls it absorbed. Numerous startled cries echoed in the air as people gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events. Jane also looked down, her solemn eyes narrowing at the familiar human. Did he just design a powerful array? In the midst of the battlefield? How? She fought against the two supreme-rank enemies before her, feeling a surge of panic because if that human continued like this, the Shadow Generals and other supreme ranks would get involved. James was still unconscious and hadn't recovered from his injuries. The other 6 elders were also not present. If a Shadow General showed up with numerous other supreme-rank individuals who had recently retreated to rest, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Chapter 741, The Battlefield, Part 4. Jane finally felt a wave of relief when she spotted Elder Hal's floating figure in the sky at a distance, observing everything. The old man had a spark of excitement in his eyes, but he was also frowning as he watched Kyle sprinting across the battlefield. Noticing Jane's gaze, Hal glanced at her, feeling a bit guilty that he hadn't helped her despite being in the area for a while. He was ready to assist her. However, a few more supreme-rank individuals from the dark side emerged from the other side with dark expressions. Their eyes were locked on Kyle, and it was clear what their intentions were. In that moment, Elder Hal regretted his decision to allow Kyle to join the fight, just so he could see the man's improvement. I should have stopped him when I saw him running toward the battlefield with Bia, he sighed, realizing he couldn't stop the man now. His thoughts were interrupted when suddenly a crack formed behind him, causing him to turn his head back. His eyes softened a bit when he saw his wife. Sophia nodded at him and stopped next to him with a faint smile as she followed his gaze and saw Kyle for the first time. Don't worry, they will stop him. Hal raised his brow. He understood what she meant because after a moment, a few familiar figures emerged from the crack with excitement dancing in their eyes. Alex's eyes narrowed impatiently as he surveyed the area before him. His gaze sharpened when he spotted several furious supreme ranks in the distance. Where's Kyle? Elder Hal simply pointed toward a fast figure in the crowd below to indicate the location of the only untainted individual amidst the gruesome carpet of red. Alec rolled his eyes. Even in such a situation, he is not letting his clothes get dirty. Sinan pushed him aside. He had informed everyone about Kyle the moment he learned of his arrival. It had only taken a short while to notify everyone, so he was speechless to see that Kyle had already caused a scene. He let out a chuckle. That's Kyle for you. Guys, I don't think we would be able to communicate with him from this distance. Let's join the battle and drag him out before he ends up dead. Alec grabbed him quickly before the man dove down and shook his head. They had previously entered the war and caused a big commotion, so if they joined the fight again, it would only worsen the situation, which was already dire with Kyle. We shouldn't. Let's try to contact him through the communication crystal. Carcel hurriedly separated the two men before they could start arguing. Since 9 left, Sinan had been the one getting into the most disputes with Alec. But would Kyle even have time to respond in the middle of the battle? Mia agreed with him before Lara suggested that they should at least try. Among the 6 individuals in the group who had come here with Sophia, only one remained silent. It was Yue. Her amber eyes, tinged with a hint of coral, were fixed on the familiar man running across the battlefield, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The very man who had disappeared after their marriage. Her heart skipped a beat at this thought. She was certain he had already noticed their presence. After all, he possessed a powerful sensing skill. Unlike the others, she found herself waiting to see how long Kyle would ignore everyone. Should I call him? Would he listen? Yue pursed her lips into thin lines. I kind of want to hit him, but can I? He's become even stronger. We talked through the commotion crystal, but it was only twice. Finally, sensing her silence, the people around her turned to her. Sinan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he cleared his throat to catch Yue's attention. Yue, how about you try shouting his name? Maybe Kyle will actually stop fighting and look in our direction. Yue blinked at his words as if confirming she had heard correctly. Mia smiled at her and grabbed her right arm. Trying it won't hurt. We can already tell Kyle has sensed our presence and he is ignoring us on purpose. Lara agreed with her. Yeah, the Supreme Rank cannot enter the area because of the force field, and if we go in, the enemy Supreme Ranks that have been watching everything would attack without considering the consequences. Yue's face flushed when everyone's eyes were on her, waiting for her response. Across from the group, Hal and Sophia didn't know what to think anymore. Why did it feel like they weren't floating above the most brutal battlefield in the universe, but above a serene, idyllic landscape? And why on earth was this group of people not the least bit interested in the fact that Kyle was currently killing non-stop? Yue glanced at Kyle and nodded at the people around her, even though she wasn't sure he would listen. Okay, I will shout Kyle's name. She hadn't even finished her sentence when someone gently tapped her shoulder. The touch didn't feel cold, but warm. Sinan tusked at the person behind her. Alec and the others were just as surprised, but more than surprised, they were amused. Yue hurriedly tilted her head and looked back, only to see a familiar pair of green eyes staring intently at her. She held her breath for a second when she saw a smile on his face, a smile he rarely showed. His expression appeared so much softer than she remembered, almost as if she were imagining it. Kyle's smile widened at the sight of her dazed expression. It was a pleasing feeling to hear his wife call his name. Just as they had assumed, he sensed the group's presence the moment they arrived. But he wanted Yue to call him. Well, he knew he was being a bit of a jerk. Still, all his focus was on her the instant he sensed her familiar presence nearby. He couldn't even concentrate on the fight. His nerves were on edge, and he could hardly believe he heard her faint words amid the chaos surrounding him. You called me my wife. His words were so gentle that Alec, Carcel, and Sinan cringed, unable to believe it was Kyle speaking. Even Mia and Lara were taken aback. After all, even around Yue, Kyle had never shown this level of softness before. It felt as if something had changed within him. The most shocked person was old Hal. His jaw dropped in disbelief. He couldn't believe he was seeing the same cold Kyle who had forced him and many others to work day and night in the sacred divine land. Chapter 742, The Battlefield, Part 5. The group around the couple was jolted from their surprise when all of a sudden Yue lifted her fist and delivered a punch squarely on Kyle's torso. Kyle didn't dodge and simply raised an eyebrow, noticing that his wife had become stronger in his absence. However, his smile vanished, and he hissed when he realized the punch was anything but gentle. Yue's face lit up, so she was allowed to hit him even though he was stronger. Sinan stifled a chuckle, and everyone around him did the same. They seemed to forget that they were above the battlefield as they watched Kyle grab Yue's hand before she could strike him again. Yue offered Kyle a sweet smile. She had settled all the little complaints she had against him with that punch. So, how have you been? Kyle blinked when Yue slapped his hands away and created some distance between them, clearly waiting for his response. He could have sworn he sensed a hint of satisfaction in her voice, as if she was quite happy to land a hit on him. At least she's no longer angry. I will handle the rest later when we are alone. He straightened his posture, feeling a twinge of annoyance rising within him as he noticed Alec and the others reveling in his interaction with Yue a bit too much. I am good. Hearing his words, Yue nodded, and Kyle noticed how her smile faded, replaced by her usual calm demeanor. But then she suddenly glanced to either side of him, seemingly searching for someone. What about Bia? Kyle tilted his head to the right. She went to check the other side of the battlefield. I contacted her. She should be here soon with Nox. At the same time, high above a land swarming with countless types of beasts mindlessly and mercilessly clawing at one another, a colossal fire phoenix let out a piercing screech among the many large floating divine beasts in the sky, striving to assert her dominance over the others. From the right side, a large dark hawk with enormous wings and sharp, dark eyes tried to attack the phoenix, but a massive horned lynx quickly interrupted its assault. Nox raised his blue eyes toward the phoenix engulfed in flames, the iridescent scales on his body shimmering even under the dark sky as he grumbled inwardly. She has become more powerful. It has been quite some time since Bia arrived on the battlefield. She had always been the one to torment him the most since he formed his bond with Yue. But strangely enough, he felt a genuine sense of joy when he saw her familiar form. Nox felt strange, but he attributed his feelings to the fact that it had been a while since he had seen the phoenix. However, he was disheartened because Bia had yet to acknowledge his presence. From the moment she appeared on the battlefield, it was clear that her interest was more focused on asserting her dominance over the countless beasts surrounding her, which only deepened his bitterness. What's so great about being the one in command? There are many monsters here that are stronger than her. Even if she is a phoenix, she won't be able to dominate the weaker beasts in their presence. He narrowed his eyes as another beast from the dark side attempted to attack Bia. He wanted to intervene again but stopped when the golden flames surrounding the phoenix frightened the beast away. All of a sudden, Bia paused in her movements and let out an annoyed sound. Nox noticed her displeasure and wondered what had happened. His eyes lit up when she finally turned her gaze toward him. Bia glanced at him in silence. She had originally come here to beat up Nox, but when she saw the countless monsters around her, her focus shifted. She wanted to control them all, to force them to obey her command. But even though she had managed to command a large number of monsters on the battlefield, she ultimately failed to dominate all the beasts due to the presence of other powerful monsters with consciousness in the vicinity. She hadn't even had the chance to enjoy herself properly yet, but just now, Kyle had told her to return to him with Nox. "I don't want to leave just yet." Her eyes shifted from Nox as she glanced toward the other side of the battlefield, the side from which the monsters controlled by the dark side were advancing. Instantly, her gaze met a pair of cold, dark ruby-red eyes that stared back at her. It was another phoenix. However, in contrast to Bia, who had a blend of golden, red, and blue feathers, this phoenix had a striking array of dark and blood-red feathers encasing its body. Bia scoffed at the dark phoenix in the distance that merely stared at her. She had noticed it the moment she arrived on the battlefield, but it simply observed her quietly, a solemn glint in its eyes. It didn't engage in the fight and remained perched atop a massive rocky structure in the distance, commanding the monsters around it to charge forward. Tusk, just at the divine rank, and yet you're already so arrogant. It is clear that I am the majestic one among us. Is not that the reason why you have been sitting so far away, not daring to come and fight me, just a little kid trying to pretend to be grand? Perhaps the dark phoenix heard Bia's condemning words. It suddenly opened its wings, but instead of approaching her, it left the area and vanished into the dark sky. Bia let out a snicker. "Running away, finally, go on, run. It's not like I would waste my time on someone weaker than me." Nox, who had been observing the exchange, flinched as Bia suddenly opened her enormous claws to grab his body. He dodged quickly and she merely rolled her eyes before soaring upward. "Quit dilly-dallying, follow me, Kyle's calling." Nox nodded and quickly followed her as they maneuvered through the battlefield, heading toward the nearest resting camp. He couldn't help but glance back at the chaos. Unlike Alec and the others, he hadn't drawn much attention when he first joined the war, particularly because he wasn't as strong as they were. Therefore, he had been fighting in the war for nearly a month now, determined to grow stronger after receiving Yue's permission to fight alone. So, it felt a bit strange to leave so suddenly. He noticed numerous powerful beasts observing him, curious about why he was suddenly leaving with the phoenix. With a sigh, he spoke directly in their minds. "I will return shortly and join you all." Chapter 743. He has finally shown up. The phoenix and the lynx hurriedly flew away from the battleground, avoiding the enemies, and soon entered a nearby resting camp, surrounded by a protective array. Nox immediately reduced his size upon entering the busy area to avoid disturbing anyone, especially the injured and tired individuals returning to rest. He could only shake his head at Bia, who didn't seem to care and soared above the area, catching everyone's attention before she turned to the left side. A while later, a few familiar figures finally came into the duo's view. There they stood, surrounded by many tents reserved for transcendent rank individuals, receiving shocked glances from everyone. Kyle raised his gaze to glance at the two beasts. He lifted his hand and rubbed Nox's head as the lynx landed on his shoulder. "The heck?" Bia cursed and rolled her eyes at the lynx, who had settled comfortably in her spot before finally reducing her size. She circled around Yue, and the elven woman gently caressed her head before hurrying over to Mia, who embraced her small figure with a smile. Lara and Sinan also gathered around her, a bit taken aback by the powerful aura radiating from her. Alec and Carcel just focused their eyes at Bia, then exchanged a knowing glance. All of them could sense the phoenix's strength as she made no effort to conceal her aura. In just a little over than a month, Bia had progressed from the initial stage of transcendent rank to the late stage. In that moment, Elder Sophia's calm voice echoed through the air, capturing everyone's attention as she approached the group. "You all, let's head back to the islands. Hal will handle things here." Everyone agreed and waited for her to create a space rift for their departure. Kyle glanced toward the battlefield. His scent perception skill spread outward, and he sensed that another supreme rank had joined the fight against Jane, who was already battling two supreme ranks. To assist her, Hal had entered the battle. His eyes narrowed as he contemplated everything he knew about the war. Aren't there 7 elders excluding James? Why aren't the others here? Hearing his words, Sophia glanced at him. She wanted to respond, but since they were moving to a somewhat safer location, she opted to save her response for later. She quietly manipulated the space and opened a rift. At her signal, Alec and the others began to step through. Yue glanced back at Kyle when he didn't move, seemingly lost in thought. He caught her gaze and smiled faintly in return. Her face instantly flushed and she quickly looked away. But then she noticed how his smile seemed to attract the attention of the crowd around them, especially from a few women. Frustration simmered in her heart as she stepped into the rift after the others, muttering angrily under her breath. "Why are you suddenly smiling so much? It's so unlike you." Kyle raised a brow as his ear twitched at her faint, aggrieved words. What happened? He was sure Yue had already vented all her anger toward him with that punch. He followed behind, his mind filled with many questions now that he had seen the battlefield with his own eyes. He wondered where the last remaining seals of the realm of the dead, which the elders and James are protecting, were located. A while ago, on the battleground, he had surveyed the area with his scent perception skill, but the only thing he could detect was the core emanating the force field. The leader of the dark side, Azazel, had also vanished after their last encounter, as if the man had never existed at all. Kyle stepped into the rift with a sigh. I have fought too many life-and-death battles recently, so I'm not in the mood to face another life-threatening conflict with the dark side. The myriad thoughts in his mind faded as he attempted to grasp the space warping around his body, but it only tried to tear him apart, so he stopped. Too weak? My understanding of the natural law of space is too weak. Last time the space willingly obeyed me due to my bloodline. I need to break through to the supreme rank and focus on enhancing my understanding of the natural laws. He had only learned 2 natural laws: time and space. However, even regarding these 2 laws, his understanding was still at the very beginning. He was certain he had only grasped a tiny fraction of their essence. There are countless natural laws in the universe. He wondered silently if he could grasp them all one day. With that thought, Azazel's face flashed in his mind. I wonder just how many natural laws that man can control. Before he knew it, he emerged from the other side of the rift. A pair of familiar warm amber eyes with a hint of coral within them stared at him as he took a step forward. Kyle's eyes softened as he met Yue's gaze, only for her to look away toward Bia. He hummed and surveyed his surroundings. Numerous floating islands surrounded the one he stood on, and atop each island he could see buildings. Everyone in the vicinity shifted their attention to the group that had suddenly emerged from the crack, but their senses were fixated solely on Kyle. Kyle had to release his transcendent rank aura to deter the many people attempting to gauge his strength, so they would quietly withdraw before he harmed their senses. A cold flicker crossed his eyes. What a nuisance! Knox shifted uncomfortably on his shoulder due to the sudden chill he felt from him. Sinan shook his head at Kyle, chuckling. Don't worry, we all went through this as well, they are all on our side. Come, I will give you a tour of this place. Kyle didn't nod. He simply decided in his mind to eliminate the senses that dared to probe his strength without his permission next time. It didn't matter who it was. He disliked the feeling of being scrutinized. Even James hadn't checked his body, so who gave these people the audacity to assess his strength so blatantly? At the same time, in many of the buildings atop the floating islands, numerous eyes snapped open, and everyone who had just attempted to gauge Kyle's strength felt a chill run down their spines. The most surprised among them was Odiak, who was crafting a weapon and had just sensed a new presence on the islands. He wanted to investigate the presence, only to be overcome by a sense of dread. So, it really is Kyle. He has finally shown up to join the battlefield. He chuckled and shook his head. At last, another person who could scare him off like James had emerged. It seemed Kyle would give them a lot of headaches. Chapter 744, Where is 9? Sinan's expression fell when he saw Kyle's annoyed face. He assumed Kyle didn't want him to give a tour of the place. But I know this place better than Alec and the others since I followed Odiak. You really don't want me to show you around? Kyle glanced at him. Immediately, the annoyance on his face faded, replaced by a calm expression. For some reason, after regaining his memories due to the twins, he had become slightly more expressive than usual. But he didn't mind it, especially not in front of his wife and friends. No, that's not it. I was just lost in thought. You can give me a tour of this place. Sinan's expression brightened. Good, you won't regret it. Alec and Carcel just stared at Kyle. Were they imagining it, or had Kyle's demeanor really changed so much in such a short time? The two glanced at the girls, and noticing their surprised expressions, they were sure they weren't imagining it. With a click of his tongue, Alec stepped toward Kyle and Sinan. Okay, you two can meet up with us later. We're going to continue training under Elder Sophia. Sinan, you know where to find us. Sinan nodded and tried to grab Kyle's shoulder to drag him away, but his face turned blank when Kyle avoided contact. Everyone immediately rolled their eyes, so this habit of his hadn't changed at all. Kyle glanced at Yue one last time. He wanted to spend more time with her, but he pushed the thought aside. He would seek her out later when she was finished with her training. After that, he gestured for Sinan to move, signaling that he would walk with him. He glanced at Bia, but she remained on Mia's shoulder. Through their connection, she told Kyle that she would stay with her favorite person for the time being, so he should go alone with Sinan. Knox also jumped down from his shoulder. Since he knew everything about this place, he didn't want to get bored. The Lynx decided to stay with Yue for a short while before returning to the battlefield. Kyle watched the two beasts and his lips twitched at how they didn't follow him. As he began to walk with Sinan, he noticed that everyone else was following Sophia toward an open area on another floating island in the distance, where many people were meditating with their eyes closed. His eyes caught sight of a familiar figure, Ellie, and he suddenly realized that one of his friends who should be here was missing. He stopped in his tracks, interrupting Sinan, who was ready to inform him about the buildings containing different types of treasures and training resources. Where is Nine? He knew Jian and Regius had returned to their home planet alongside Yue's mother, but he remembered that Nine followed Alec to join the war against the dark side. Sinan paused in his tracks at the familiar name, his expression souring. How would I know? That half-fish disappeared. Alec just said he went to a powerful place to get stronger and had no idea when he would return. Kyle blinked, surprised by the way Sinan referred to Nine. Half-fish, so Nine had revealed his race to everyone, still calling a merman a half-fish. His lips quivered. He should remember this nickname. He went to a powerful place, Sinan nodded as they walked toward the only building on the island. Yes, that place is called the Sea of Consciousness. We wanted to follow Nine, but Odiak told us that place is dangerous, and we shouldn't go there without reaching the supreme rank. Also, that place is ruled by the dark side. But Nine had to jump into the most dangerous place alone. Kyle murmured under his breath, Sea of Consciousness. He had heard about this place, but he didn't have much knowledge of it. Sinan filled him in on the Sea of Consciousness, explaining that it was a place where people risked their lives to understand the laws of nature. At the mention of the laws of nature, Sinan's eyes turned to Kyle. A hint of awe flashed in his dark orbs as he ruffled his wings, subtly shifting closer to him. I and the others heard from Elder Hal that you can already control the natural law of time. It sounds incredible, his eyes sparkled. One can only control nature upon reaching the supreme rank, so how did you manage to do it while still at the transcendent rank? I am at the initial stage of the transcendent rank, and you are at the final stage. Why is the gap between us so wide? Kyle could see the excitement in the eyes fixed on him. He simply raised his hand and flicked the demi-human's forehead. Sinan hissed, and Kyle wondered how Alec and the others had managed to suppress their curiosity. Knowing them, they should have bombarded him with questions just like Sinan, but they didn't. Now he finally understood why Alec and the others had so easily left his side. It was because they wanted to grow stronger instead of wasting time. Hearing from the elder about how Kyle could now even control a natural law, they must have felt they would be left behind. Kyle had regained nearly all of the old memories he had forgotten in No Mana Land. That's why he knew that his friends had always been competitive. They constantly strived to become stronger, and now they seemed determined to catch up to him, to stand alongside him. He suddenly extended his hand toward Sinan, and the demi-human silently stared at his open, empty palm, which seemed to contain something incredibly powerful. The space above Kyle's palm trembled slightly as he spoke slowly. Understanding nature is not that easy, but you are not weak, so don't rush. If you do, you won't be able to grasp the essence of nature. Just try to comprehend the natural things happening around you and you will understand what you're searching for. Chapter 745. It's going to be a bit painful. Sinan nodded his head, understanding that Kyle wanted to help him understand nature. Fortunately, he felt he had gained valuable insight from such simple words. From now on, he would make an effort to sense the nature around him to find which natural law he was compatible with. After all, if he couldn't grasp any natural law by the time he reached the supreme rank, he would remain stagnant in that rank and be unable to advance in strength. With that thought in mind, he resumed his movement. The two walked together, and he informed Kyle that the only building on the island they were standing on belonged to an old array master, one of the 7 supreme rank elders known as Raziel. It housed a vast collection of ancient and unique books on arrays that the elder had gathered and composed over the years, making it a place where one could obtain nearly all the materials and knowledge necessary for understanding arrays. Sinan's expression soured as he recounted to Kyle how he, Carcel, and Mia had sought to learn about arrays, only to be kicked out by the elder for accidentally making a few mistakes. Kyle raised an eyebrow. A few mistakes, Sinan cleared his throat. We caused a few arrays to explode while we were experimenting, he quickly added. But the explosions were very small and didn't do much damage, Kyle nodded. But he had seen Sinan struggle to even complete a teleportation portal, so he was fully convinced that the explosions were anything but small. So, half of the building was destroyed, he asked, and Sinan actually nodded. No, a bit more than half, Sinan stopped mid-sentence. The realization that he had just admitted the few mistakes he and the others made were not small at all caused him to glare at the dark-haired man standing next to him. You, he wanted to argue but just muttered a curse in frustration when he noticed the amusement in the green eyes locked onto him. He was sure Kyle wouldn't listen, even if he attempted to make his case. Kyle glanced at the towering building with multiple floors before him. He could sense many individuals from various races inside, studying and crafting arrays, but he couldn't detect any supreme rank presence. Elder Raziel isn't here. Sinan was surprised that he could sense what was inside the building despite the powerful concealment array around it, but he didn't dwell on it since it was Kyle. Yes, he isn't here. Since James is in a coma, Elder Elizabeth and Raziel both left after receiving a sudden message from Elder Kurt, who is always guarding the last two seals of the realm of the dead. Before you ask about the seals of the realm of the dead, I have heard they aren't here. The seals that the elders are guarding are actually the last two remaining of the 7 crystal pillars situated at the center of the Forsaken Land. All I know is that if these last two pillars are also destroyed, the entire Forsaken Land will crumble, and the balance of life and death in this universe will be thrown into chaos. Kyle absorbed the information. Now he finally had a somewhat comprehensive understanding of the power structure on their side in the war. There are 7 supreme ranks directly under James, who were given the title of elders, along with several other supreme ranks fighting alongside them. He knew Elizabeth, James's partner, the second was Odiak, then there was Old Hal and his wife Sophia. Not long ago he had met Jane, another elder in the war. The last two are Raziel and Kurt, who seem to be absent from the place for the time being. Sinan waved his hand to get his attention. Let's continue. After this, I need to report back to Odiak and inform him that I wasn't able to complete the mission he assigned to me. As a result, now I can't learn the art of crafting weapons from him. He flapped his wings and flew toward another island. Kyle chuckled and followed behind the annoyed demi-human. They didn't land, and Sinan explained everything about the place as they passed over the many floating islands. The island adjacent to the one they had just departed belonged to Elder Odiak. As Kyle looked down, he saw many young and old individuals diligently working and learning under some elderly dwarves, who were clad in garments embellished with a large gray sword engraved on them. Sinan told him that they specialized in crafting artifacts and weapons. The people working there had come from other planets, sent to contribute to the war. However, due to their expertise in the art of crafting, once they earned enough merits in the war, they would take the opportunity to learn from the elders who specialized in their craft. Kyle nodded. He could see that the entire island was abundant with ores, and it was equipped with hammers, anvils, and chisels for shaping metals. The 2 buildings on the island emitted faint wisps of smoke, indicating that they housed furnaces for smelting metals and ores. They passed through a few more islands, where individuals were training their bodies and skills in weapons under the guidance of a few elderly elves and humans. Those islands were dedicated to people who aimed to strengthen themselves. They had also initially joined the war, but after gaining enough merits, they seized the opportunity to train here. Once the trainees became strong enough that the instructors could no longer guide them, they had to leave to fight in the war again, making room for new individuals to take their places. After passing through a few more islands that housed residences and living quarters, Sinan paused over an island with the fewest inhabitants. He sighed. This is where individuals skilled in potion-making work. This place has many ancient books and materials like the others, but since potions become less useful after one has gained strength, not many choose to join this place. That's why the population here is the smallest, Kyle nodded. He had also stopped using potions, but he knew that they were still handy for weaker individuals. Did Yue join this place? Sinan snapped his head back. How did you know? Kyle's eyebrow twitched. Of course he knew Yue was skilled at potion making. He had spent a lot of time with her on the blue planet, so he was familiar with her hobbies. Why wouldn't I know? Sinan clicked his tongue. Yes, she is your wife. So you would definitely know, but you have to protect your wife. I always see many bees and butterflies flying around her. After all, not many know she is married. Kyle's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced back at a distant island where Alec and the others had gone to train. She isn't weak, so she can easily handle them, but I would also like to see who dares to get under my skin. Sinan chuckled at the sudden hint of coldness that enveloped the space. He simply informed him that they were done with the tour, and now Kyle could go and join whichever place he wanted to train until any elder called for him. Kyle nodded, But before the demi-human could leave, he remembered that he wanted to help him so he could draw teleportation portals more easily. He asked him to extend his hand and roll up his sleeve. The demi-human blinked, a bit confused but complied with his request. "What are you going to do?" he asked tentatively as he watched the man opposite him take out a weird round crystal emitting spiritual energy. Kyle glanced at him with a hum. "It's going to be a bit painful. You have seen the symbols I drew on Bia's wings, right? It's something similar to that, but the symbol I am going to draw on your skin can help you create teleportation arrays instantly as long as you know the coordinates of the place you want to go." Of course, Sinan had seen the golden symbols engraved on the phoenix's wings. Those symbols concealed her presence from anyone of a lower rank as long as she remained hidden. His eyes lit up. "Really? You can do that? I have been struggling to form teleportation portals ever since I learned them. They are easy, but I always mess up somehow. Hee, I don't care about the pain. Just draw the symbol. I am going to show it to the others." Kyle's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement as he drew a symbol in the air and crushed the crystal in his hand. The smile on Sinan's face vanished when the symbol and the spiritual energy from the crushed crystal entered his skin. He nearly screamed as a sharp, prickling pain, like needles stabbing, coursed through his wrist. Fortunately, the pain faded after a moment, leaving behind a strange golden vertical line at the center of his wrist. Sinan clenched his wrist tightly and stared at the smirking human floating before him, an energy vein flaring on his forehead. "You bastard, you said it would only be a bit painful. What was that just now?" Chapter 746, Connection to the Sky. Kyle just tilted his head at the man floating before him with a face that said he was not the one who had caused pain to him. "Try to create a teleportation portal. You need to feed it energy. Any type is fine." Sinan scoffed but did as he was told. The moment he channeled his spiritual energy into the golden mark on his wrist, a few symbols illuminated in the air, and with a fast speed that he could barely perceive, they converged to form a tear in space. Kyle's voice echoed beside him. "Merge it with the coordinates of the place you want to go. That's something you need to do yourself." Sinan immediately thought of a place he wanted to go, and the moment he drew the coordinates in the air, they automatically merged with the torn space before him, forming a dark, round portal. His eyes widened excitedly as he stared at the stable portal in front of him. The recent grievance he had with Kyle faded from his mind as he watched the portal. It was completely stable, and thinking about how he had crafted it in just a little over 2 seconds made him smirk widely. "You could do something so amazing for everyone, but you have to hide it, huh?" With that, he quickly entered the portal without hesitation. Kyle stared at his fading figure. He had seen the coordinates Sinan had drawn, so he already knew that Sinan went to meet with Odiak. He could have just flown to his residence. With his wings and agility, it would have been faster than creating the portal. Kyle shook his head as he turned back, and in the next moment he stood before Sinan, who had just emerged from the other side of the portal. Sinan nearly choked on his breath when he saw the familiar face, who hadn't even bothered to use the portal and had directly teleported to his location. "Damn, it must be nice to have such a convenient and powerful skill." Sinan's smile didn't fade as he clicked his tongue. Sometimes he wondered if they had really gotten so strong. They had barely left their 20s, yet they had come so far farther than he could have ever imagined. But he knew it was all because of the dark-haired man before him. Kyle, this anomaly, had reached a place that Sinan or anyone else could never attain. He stared at Kyle as the latter quietly surveyed the bright corridor of the building they had just arrived at, trying to familiarize himself with his surroundings. "People spent so many years just to step into the divine rank, yet," he muttered but swallowed his next words. Who would believe that they were already among the strongest in the universe? But it was the truth, It's almost as if they were chosen by the nature, destined to fight against the darkness. But aren't the chosen ones always the ones who suffer? Sinan scratched his head. He was lost in thoughts again. Odiak's voice echoed from the room at the end of the corridor. "Come here, don't just stand outside." He looked up, only to see that Kyle had already opened the door to Odiak's room and stepped inside. With a sigh, he followed behind. The moment he entered, he was greeted by a familiar, massive yet chaotic room filled with a jumble of metals, crafting tools, and papers containing strange designs that he couldn't comprehend at all. Sinan retrieved the hammer Odiak had given him from his mind space and placed it on the floor, staring resentfully at the old dwarf seated at the table in the distance, as if the latter had wasted half of his life. "I wasn't able to break a piece of the platform you asked me to. That means you won't teach me, but I really want to craft artifacts and weapons." Odiak stopped cutting the small, square crystalline metal in his hand and glanced at the demi-human. "Have you already given up? You know that to craft weapons and artifacts, knowledge is not the only thing one needs. You also need determination, the will to stand in one place for days, months, or even years just to create a single artifact or weapon." He pulled down his sleeves. He had lived for too long, and his knowledge was vast in this field, so he was confident he could tell with a glance if the person before him could become a master in crafting. It's not that I don't want to teach you. It's just that it would only waste your time if, after all your hard work, the only thing you can create is ordinary weapons. Sinan nodded. He wasn't offended. He admired how the old dwarf crafted so many powerful weapons and artifacts capable of wreaking havoc. But he understood that his admiration wouldn't last for long. Patience was never his strong suit. I will just focus on increasing my physical strength for now while searching for what I can do best. To be honest, I feel I shouldn't concentrate on learning something meant for the people of the land. He paused and softly moved his wings. Is there nothing special that can connect people more to the skies? Hearing his words, both Odiak and Kyle were taken aback. Something that can connect someone to the skies? What an odd phrase, yet also remarkable. Kyle, who had remained silent all this time, allowing the two to converse, murmured, "And to think when we first met you were scared of heights. Or should I say flying?" Sinan froze for a moment, the meaning behind Kyle's words sinking in. He snapped his head toward him with wide eyes. You remember?" His question came out uncertain. After learning that Kyle had lost his memories of the past, he felt a pang of sadness that he had forgotten how they became friends. But with what the latter just said, Kyle scanned the wide eyes staring at him and sensed the excitement within them. "So he didn't lie. Well, there was no need to lie. I did almost everything." Sinan jumped toward him with a grin, likely aiming for a hug, but before he could reach him, a dark portal lit up beneath him and engulfed his body. The last thing that rang out in the room was his sharp curse. "Kyle, you bastard." Odiak suppressed his laughter. Just a hug, and he could see Kyle's discomfort from his expression alone. The kid truly didn't like it when things became too sentimental. Kyle turned to leave as well, only to be stopped by the old dwarf's deep voice. "Do you want to learn the art of crafting?" He turned back, his green eyes flickering in contemplation. But considering how much his body despised heat, he knew he couldn't do it, even if he found crafting interesting. He could never endure standing in front of intense heat just to hammer metal to craft a weapon when he could easily obtain weapons from other sources. "It's easy, but not something I would pursue. I'm not a patient person either." His gaze scanned the scattered papers in the room before pausing for a while on the square crystalline metal that the dwarf had been working with earlier. "But the explosive artifact you're crafting is truly interesting. I trust you won't mind if I replicate the design later on." With that, he disappeared, leaving the old dwarf bewildered, staring into empty space. Odiak blinked once, twice, and finally broke out into a cold sweat. "Easy." The words escaped his lips as he slumped down in his chair and stared at the device he had been working on for 2 weeks. Did he just understand what I am making just by looking at it for a while? After the initial shock, a hearty laugh escaped his lips. His hands trembled, and he genuinely wanted to go and grab that kid right now and teach him his art because he felt that if Kyle ever took up crafting, he would become the best in no time. But he wouldn't force him, knowing the youth would likely run away, and he didn't even have the confidence that he can catch him. Now I understand why he can grasp such powerful natural laws already, even before reaching the supreme rank. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His comprehension abilities are truly frightening. I heard Azazel had similar traits. It's because they possess something alike in their bodies, right? I knew, but it's still hard to believe. He closed his eyes, and the word celestial echoed in his mind pleasantly. He had lived for over 1,000 years, so long that he could no longer count his age or recall where his journey began. Yet he was still so far from that word. A low chuckle escaped his lips. "I am not greedy. I am content to be just an immortal who is the most knowledgeable craftsman in this universe." A deep and hoarse voice echoed behind him as James stepped out of thin air. "I know, that's why I shared it with you." Odiak's eyes lit up as he turned his gaze toward him. The old man stood up and took in the sight of the pale, tall figure standing behind him before checking his body. "Why did you leave your room? Let me examine your body. You just recovered from those terrible injuries. You should rest and not do anything excessive. You know your soul can't handle this much strain." James didn't stop Odiak as the latter examined him from head to toe. There was still a sharp pain running throughout his entire body because it had been completely battered in the last battle he fought, but he didn't create a new one for his soul. Instead, he healed himself with treasures and divine essence, as forming a new body would take at least a month time, not to mention his physical strength would be somewhat diminished. "I am fine. I sensed Kyle, and I am sure he sensed me too. So he is finally here after all the chaos he caused." He took Odiak's seat with a sigh. "Knowing that there's no way I can rest easy, he is too unpredictable. I don't want to be absent if he ends up attracting even more danger in this perilous place." The old dwarf scoffed at him. "As if you weren't the same in the past. You even wanted to go find Azazel, who never revealed himself, while his minions created chaos in his absence and confront him. It's fortunate you got beaten up midway on your journey and returned." James's expression soured a bit as he recalled the past and how childish they were. He could only smile dryly. Chapter 747. "Can you check Kyle's stats?" Kyle reappeared above a rock, resting amidst the many small plants surrounding a vast open ground where numerous people sat cross-legged in meditation, their eyes closed in tranquility. His glance towards Elder Sophia, who stood at a higher vantage point than the meditating individuals. She, along with a few older individuals, observed and guided the people around her, ensuring everyone remained focused and centered in their practice. Sophia's eyes shifted towards Kyle when she sensed his gaze. Believing he wanted to know why everyone was meditating, she explained everything again in a louder voice just for him to understand the purpose. You need to clear your mind. Try to channel the divine and spiritual energy within your body into your mind space. This will strengthen your soul and expand the size of your mind space. Having a powerful soul and a larger mind space is essential for advancing to the supreme rank. She paused for a moment and spoke directly in Kyle's head. Everyone here has already practiced to strengthen their mental strength so they could overpower their opponents in battle with mind strength. If you want to practice that, you should focus your spiritual energy towards your mind and work on building a strong connection. Visualize your energy flowing into your thoughts, creating a shield that can deflect any negative influence. Once you feel that energy, practice directing it outward, imagining it as a wave that can impact your surroundings. This will also help you strengthen your comprehension skills and enhance your concentration. Kyle heard her. The training sounded good and right, but he had a question. I know that meditating to enhance the power of one's soul and mind is beneficial. But why are they expanding the size of their mind space? Isn't it already quite vast? A frown appeared on his face. He had awakened his mind space before he sensed divine energy, but the size of his space was like a never-ending ocean. So shouldn't everyone else's mind space possess the same vastness? Or maybe he was wrong and everyone's mind space had a different size. Sophia was slightly confused by his words, but she responded patiently. A newly awakened mind space is indeed quite vast, and it expands with each rank one ascends. However, its size is closely linked to the strength one can attain. The vaster the size of one mind space, the greater the potential for growth. Thus, expanding the mind space is crucial. Kyle remained silent for a moment. It seemed that the size of his mind space was certainly different from others, likely due to his bloodline. After the brief pause, he glanced at the elder. What is the size of your mind space? Sophia raised an eyebrow. This was a personal matter that not many shared with others. She narrowed her eyes at Kyle's face to gauge his expression and noticed he was deep in thought. After a moment, she provided him with a vague answer. Half the size of a planet. Kyle let out an "oh." He actually wanted to say how small, but he swallowed his words and withdrew his gaze. He sat down comfortably and glanced toward the spot where Yue was seated with Ellie, Lara, and Mia. Everyone is working hard. With this thought, he crossed his legs, placed his hand under his chin, and closed his eyes to relax. Meditate as well. After a short while, Sinan's furious figure stormed into the area. The man pointed an accusing finger at Kyle, who seemed to be meditating with his eyes closed. However, when he caught Sophia's narrowed gaze, he quickly backed off. No one was allowed to make noise on this floating island. I will definitely get my revenge later, he grumbled before heading over to join Alec and Carcel, who were seated together in the distance. The sky above them didn't change shade, time trickled by and Kyle's breath stilled. He wasn't sleepy, but his thoughts were empty, like a blank canvas. He lifted his hand to pat the head of the crimson bird that had suddenly landed on his shoulder. Where did you go? Bia's eyes flashed with fury, but she restrained the urge to curse. I just went to see my little junior off to war. He seems to be working incredibly hard so much so that I would not mind watching him get a few bones broken. Kyle didn't say anything in response. He already knew Bia was talking about Nox. Still, he had to admit he was surprised to see that the lynx's physique and soul had reached the divine rank. Nox's true rank remained the same, but it was clear that he was making an effort to become more powerful, unlike the lazy and gluttonous phoenix on his shoulder. Bia shook her wings, irritated, but she soon began to calm down. After a few minutes, as drowsiness started to set in, she finally noticed a faint layer of spiritual energy emanating from the body below her. What is this? A new skill, Kyle hummed in response. No, I'm just using my spiritual energy to create a subtle healing effect in the air around me. It's calming. Bia closed her eyes. So it's not dangerous. She settled in comfortably and decided to drift off to sleep. After all, she didn't have anything else to occupy her time. In such a tranquil atmosphere, she knew she would feel hungry if she stayed awake. With no food available, sleep was her only option. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. Sophia eventually left the area. The older individuals wandered around, guiding everyone in the area whenever they noticed someone struggling to concentrate. The sky remained a constant shade of orange, as if night and day didn't exist. Alec was the first to open his eyes. He clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling a slight increase in his soul strength. It wasn't much, but given his current power, even a small boost made a significant difference. His gaze turned to Carcel, then at Sinon, who had joined them a while ago. Both had their eyes closed. Alec's eyes wandered around the area before landing on a familiar face sitting cross-legged on a rock in the distance. He stared for a moment, narrowing his eyes when he noticed how many people in Kyle's vicinity were sneaking glances at the man instead of concentrating on meditation. The scene was so familiar that it made Alec chuckle. I remember getting these kinds of looks when I first arrived here. No, even when I first joined the Royal Academy back on the Blue Planet, people would always glance at me because of my face. To think that one day, Kyle's charm would be so high that even mine wouldn't compare. What is he doing to make his skin glow so much? Alec shook his head, feeling aggrieved at how Kyle could look so otherworldly. He rubbed his nose and called the system. Soul, are you awake? Soul replied immediately. I am. Unlike in the past, when the system functioned just like a machine, it had now evolved into something significantly more powerful. This transformation was due to the power it was gaining from Alec, who climbed one rank after another. Odiak was shocked when he discovered that the first divine artifact he had created countless years ago had gained sentience. The old dwarf had merely left it behind on the Blue Planet, along with many treasures stored within it, designing it in such a way that it would attach itself to a person with the greatest potential. The artifact was crafted from the essence of a planet's core and many other powerful treasures, giving it the ability to predict the future and design missions for the chosen individual, ultimately leading them to Odiak. This meant that one more powerful ally would be added to their side in the war, and it had done its job perfectly. However, when it was time for the system to return to its creator, it outright refused. Alec could only remain silent as the two spoke, but Odiak expressed that he didn't wish to reclaim artifact. Instead, the dwarf appeared genuinely excited and more than willing to let it accompany Alec for as long as the young man lived. Odiak had crafted numerous artifacts over the years, but only a select few had gained sentience. One of them was the sword he created for James. To think that another of his divine artifacts had gained consciousness and become so powerful filled him with a lot of pride. He just wanted to see it grow even stronger like a father, and he was content. Alec stared at the space before him. Can you check Kyle's stats? The system didn't respond and simply displayed the results. Instantly, a familiar blue screen flashed before Alec's eyes. Name: Kyle Ohen. Race: human/semi-celestial. Rank: transcendent. Last stage: bloodline, celestial. Soul: supreme. Rank: middle stage. Physique: supreme. Rank: last stage. Special ability: nature's favorite due to S+ rank. Luck. No more information provided. To know further information, host needs to be a whole rank higher than the target. Alec sucked in a deep breath. His eyes reflected indescribable emotions when he saw celestial, a word that not many can voice twice in Kyle's information. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, jolting him out of his daze. I could see this only because he allowed me to check his body. Alec snapped his head up and saw the familiar green eyes staring at him. No, they were staring straight at the screen floating in front of him with a complex expression. Chapter 748. Did they forget me? Kyle narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't like it when someone scrutinized his body without permission. So the moment he felt a unique yet familiar energy attempting to invade his space, he sensed it immediately. At first, he was ready to destroy it, but as he pinpointed its origin, he relaxed. He stared at the hovering screen suspended in front of Alec. It was faint, composed entirely of air and spiritual energy. If he hadn't sensed it probing his body just now, he was certain he would have never noticed it with his eyes. An artifact. That was his thought as his gaze locked onto the blue-haired man seated in the distance, and Alec shifted awkwardly. Kyle stared at the latter's face for a long minute, clearly seeking an explanation, but he let out a sigh when he received nothing, and Alec turned his head away. Really? Not even an apology? He drummed his fingers on his lap. This artifact is somewhat annoying, but I have to admit it is quite powerful. If not for the fact that he had regained his memories, he would have definitely been exasperated with Alec. But he recalled that the man had checked his body many times in the past, as well with the strange artifact he possessed. So he knew that Alec was already aware of his bloodline. After a while, he simply sent a friendly reminder into Alec's mind in a calm voice. Next time, ask for permission. Alec's eyes widened slightly at his voice, and he nodded solemnly. There was no threat in Kyle's words, but he understood that the man disapproved of his actions. Kyle stepped down from the rock he had been seated on and stretched, causing the sleeping phoenix on his shoulder to lose her balance. However, he enveloped her in spiritual energy and placed her on the rock before she could curse and pluck his hair. He blinked, feeling a bit sluggish. This feeling is familiar, he mumbled, noting how his thoughts had begun to slow down. Furthermore, his body had been feeling unusually calm for some time now, as if he were about to fall asleep, even though he didn't feel tired at all. As a transcendent rank, sleep was something he could forego for years, so why was he feeling this way? He could attribute this feeling to the comfort he felt in his friend's presence after regaining his past memories. However, he was certain that for him to feel this calm, something was surely not right. Kyle's ears twitched as he overheard many people around him murmuring, expressing their desire to approach him, the renowned nature's favorite, and get acquainted. Yet none in the surroundings seemed to have the confidence to make the first move. They know I can hear them clearly, but they're still getting on my nerves. He rubbed his temples, ready to leave when he noticed that some of the people in the crowd had gathered their courage. A demi-woman, an elven woman, and a few men who appeared to be half-human and half-elf approached him together. One of the two women in the group stepped forward, wearing a charming smile. Kyle wanted to turn, grab the phoenix, and disappear to avoid any headache as the woman opened her mouth to speak, but he stopped in his tracks when he sensed a familiar presence behind him. A pair of beautiful hands clutched his right arm firmly. He tilted his head to look at the slightly shorter figure standing beside him, only to see Yue smiling up at him with an unsettlingly sweet expression. "Oh, are you done for the day?" Yue shot him a glare before scoffing at the women gathered around. "Yes, let's leave." Gasps echoed around them as everyone watched Yue drag Kyle away, and to their shock he actually followed her quietly. The gathered people quickly retreated. Even those nearby who had considered pursuing Yue, the beautiful and powerful elven woman, gave up the thought when they saw how close she was to Kyle. After all, there was no way they could confront the nature's favorite, the man who had defeated two shadow generals. A feat that no one had ever achieved. The older individuals responsible for maintaining order in the area during Sophia's absence simply observed the scene with amused expressions. They didn't intervene when people started gathering around Kyle because they hoped the others would be able to befriend him and gain some insights. But they never expected that Yue was Kyle's partner and that she would become furious when she saw him surrounded by women. Sinan opened his eyes and shook his head at the crowd, which had begun murmuring with regretful expressions. "What's wrong with these people? Don't they have anything better to do like focus on their training?" His wings trembled as he took flight and hurriedly joined Alec and Carcel at the spot where Kyle had been seated earlier. He paused when he noticed Carcel attempting to soothe the phoenix, who looked absolutely furious at having her sleep disturbed by the noise. Watching the golden-haired man hesitantly patting the phoenix, he chuckled. "Just let the girls handle it. You know Bia's temper. She's going to burn everything if you end up angering her even more." Carcel shot him a glare but stepped back. "Are they done with their training?" He got his answer when he saw Ellie, Mia, and Lara approaching them. Mia took Bia and the phoenix immediately calmed down, though she didn't forget to grumble. "A Trumpf, I am still angry. And that's making me hungry," Mia chuckled at her. Her dark forest robes fluttered as she began to float. "Then we can go eat. There's no restaurant here, but the island where fighters train has some chefs who sell delicious food." Ellie and Carcel followed them silently. Lara and Alec left to train on another island and improve their weapon skills. Ultimately, only Sinan was left in the area. He stared at his empty surroundings. Wow, just wow. Did they forget me? If only the many people around him who were sneaking glances at him knew that he considered their presence as empty, they would have undoubtedly coughed up blood. Kyle was undeniably handsome, but Sinan had his own unique charms, especially his massive wings that shimmered in the light. However, he seemed oblivious to it all. The reason was simple. He is always surrounded by handsome people who drew attention. A frustrated vein throbbed on Sinan's forehead. It was during these lonely moments that he missed Giant, Regius, and that half-fish who had vanished. With a silent, irritated huff, he turned to leave but suddenly glanced at the sky. The air was undoubtedly tainted by dark energy, yet it brushed against his wings gently, making his mood better. In an instant, he rushed toward the sky, feeling an irresistible urge to meditate among the vibrant orange clouds. Kyle stopped when Yue let go of his arm. He watched her back silently before looking at the building standing in front of him. It wasn't large and had only 2 floors. They had left the island where everyone meditated under Sophia and had arrived at one of the islands where many residences had been constructed for living. Yue turned back, slightly embarrassed about what she had done a moment ago. Her voice was calm and quiet, but it still gave away her emotions. "I just wanted to help you escape the crowd. I know you don't like it." Kyle's lips twitched, but he resisted the smile that threatened to break free. Instead, he nodded at her, feeling quite satisfied that she was jealous. He wasn't so dense as to not notice what had happened. It was quite endearing to see her like this, and for a moment he relished the lightness of the situation. Yue noticed he had fallen silent. To change the topic, she pointed at the building. "This is where Ellie, Lara, Mia, and I rest when we are tired. This building was given to us after we contributed to the war." She paused for a second. "You have already fought in the war, and I know you have earned a lot of merits from the number of enemies you've defeated, so you can get a living quarter as well. But it's better if you join Alec and the others. They all live in the same building." She stopped speaking when a hand wrapped around her waist. Unlike in the past, this time she felt that Kyle's skin wasn't cold, it was actually quite warm. Kyle lowered his head to rest on her shoulder with a contented sigh. How about we stay together? Yue smiled and intertwined her fingers with his hand resting on her waist. Kyle breathed against her skin and Yue finally snapped out of it. Remembering that they were in a place where many people could see them, she quickly distanced herself, her ears and neck turned red. No, I mean Lara and the girls are leaving with me, so you can't. Kyle chuckled as the warm body left his side. He could still smell her lingering scent. For a while is fine as well. How about my wife shows me around? Chapter 749. How did he manage to do it? A few hours later, Lara and Alex stood before the two-story building where the girls stayed. Both of them were exhausted from the day's activities, their clothes slightly rumpled and in desperate need of a refreshing bath. Lara stretched her tired arms with a sigh, and Alec couldn't help but watch her. The way her long orange hair, tied in a ponytail, cascaded down her back, and her calm eyes flickered with determination was truly mesmerizing. There was a certain charm in her every movement, even in her fatigue, that captivated all his focus. Earlier, they had both sparred, and although Lara was not able to win, she managed to land several well-placed strikes on him. He could see that she had improved significantly in close combat, and her physical strength had increased too. Alec dipped his head low, surprising the woman standing beside him. Lara stepped back and raised an amused brow. What? He quickly adjusted his expression to one of remorse, determined to ensure that now that they were finally alone, he would spend some quality time with his girlfriend. How about you invite me in? We haven't spent time together since we are always busy. We should really make some time for each other. I am so tired that even if you asked me to leave, I don't think I could. He lowered his gaze, adopting a feigned expression of fatigue. Lara chuckled softly, already accustomed to this drama, and approached him with a mirthful glint in her eyes. All right, come in with me. Alec's lips curled upward as he followed behind her. Of course, he didn't just want to spend time with her. He knew that Mia and Ellie wouldn't return for at least a day, as they were going to learn some new ancient spells from an instructor. With the entire building to themselves, he hurriedly asked the system to retreat into his mind space to give him some privacy. I will seal of the surroundings as well. But his smile vanished, and he felt as if a cold bucket of water had been poured over him when the system informed him that he wouldn't be able to enter the building. Why? Sol didn't have to answer him because Lara, who was walking ahead, suddenly bumped into an invisible barrier when she reached the entrance of the building. She gasped and rubbed her head. Alec arrived beside her. What's wrong? He turned his head and reached for the wooden entrance to open it, only for his hand to collide with a thin barrier. What the? Sol's voice echoed in his mind. I told you you won't be able to enter. Alec's eyes widened. He had a feeling that he definitely wouldn't want to know why there was a barrier around the building. However, Sol, being a good system, provided its host with full information. Kyle constructed the barrier. Alec snapped back in a sharp voice. I didn't ask for the details. He rubbed his forehead, and seeing his deadpan expression, Lara, who already had an idea of what was going on, turned and walked away with a laugh. I will join Mia and Ellie. Go rest in your designated building. Alec stumbled after her, trying to catch up, but she vanished toward another island. Wait! His voice echoed in the air as he glared back at the two-story building, speechless. Now I can't even enjoy my romantic life. He stormed off in another direction, deciding to train more. It's not like he had anything else to do. I'm going to spar with him next time. The system responded accordingly. I have calculated Kyle's strength, and the chance of Host winning against him is only 20%. Host should reconsider, but if Host is determined, the system can look for some healing treasures in his mind space as a precaution in case you end up gravely injured with a few broken bones. Alec froze in midair with a look of sheer disbelief. He wanted to ask the system who it belonged to and why it was taking Kyle's side, but he swallowed his words and instead posed the crucial question. Why only 20%? We are both clearly at the same rank. If it's about natural laws, you know I can also control a natural law, the law of gravity. So why only 20? Sol stayed quiet for a few seconds, seemingly trying to find the right words. It's because, aside from his rank, which is similar to yours, he is stronger in every way. He possesses a powerful bloodline that is always prepared to do whatever it takes to eliminate any threats to his life. Plus, his luck surpasses the host's luck. Even if Kyle accidentally makes a mistake in battle, the system is confident that his attack will hit the target simply because of his luck. Alec's jaw tightened. He clearly remembered being the stronger one in the past, so how had the gap between him and Kyle increased so much? Regardless, he was now even more determined to become stronger. He recalled Kyle's luck stat and the unique ability, nature's favorite, that he had because of it, letting out a dry laugh. So he didn't pick just a random title back then. He truly is favored by nature. He glanced at his own luck stat, which had risen to B, and clicked his tongue. The difference between S+ rank luck and B rank is too huge. I can narrow the gap in our strength and become stronger, but how the hell am I going to increase my luck? Is that even possible? For some reason, this time Soul spoke up almost enthusiastically, though the system mechanical voice sounded uncertain. It is possible. Host's luck is the highest after Kyle, Bia, and Giant among everyone we've encountered so far. Host can boost his luck stat if he comprehends more natural laws or consumes powerful essences. Finding a strong bloodline is no longer possible since the ancestors were sealed off by Azazel. However, many monsters still retain traces of weaker bloodlines within their bodies, which the host can find and consume. Alec digested the information. He knew about the ancestors who were sealed off in the second realm, but the knowledge about the bloodline was something new. I know Kyle's luck is high and Bia's luck is high because of him. But how can you say that Giant has higher luck than mine? That's not possible. Soul, don't you remember he's the unluckiest among us all? He was aware of the divine artifact that was inside Giant's body. It was a powerful artifact that helped him grow stronger by placing him in dangerous situations, but it also diminished his luck stat. Even if Giant had somehow removed that divine artifact from his body without him knowing, his luck stat couldn't be this high, right? Alec's face dropped when the system told him that Giant's luck stat was actually higher than Bia's, just below Kyle's. Giant's luck stat had only been suppressed due to the divine artifact in his body, which he had somehow gotten rid of in the lost treasure tomb. That's not fair at all. Tell me how much higher his luck is compared to mine. He hadn't scanned Giant's body, but he had asked the system to mark everyone in the lost treasure tomb to assist them if they were in danger. So Soul knew everything about Giant the last time he was around. A rank. Alec chuckled and wiped away his non-existent tears, feeling utterly miserable. Today was a terrible day, a truly awful day. He rushed toward another floating island, now even more determined to train. He had been trying to elevate his physique, strength, and agility to the supreme rank, and he knew he was very close. This time he decided not to break through first and to focus on his physique, strength, agility, and most importantly, his soul strength. Suddenly, Alec paused when he caught sight of a familiar individual in the sky. Huh, what's Sinan doing in the sky? He moved closer when he saw a light surrounding him and saw Sinan seated cross-legged in the midst of the clouds. A faint, nearly invisible layer of silver and golden particles danced around him. That's spiritual energy. He wanted to approach the man when he sensed a profound natural force in the air but stopped as Soul's mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his head. Don't disturb him. He is in a state where he can grasp a very powerful natural law. Alec took a deep breath, even silencing the sound of his breathing and heartbeat. A smile crept onto his lips. Sinan is close to understanding a natural law. But what type of natural law? He is only at the first stage of the transcendent rank. How did he manage to do it? Without hesitation, he grabbed a powerful artifact and channeled his spiritual energy to form a barrier around Sinan. This place was safer than the area where the war was ongoing, but an attack from the dark side could come at any moment, so it was not completely safe. Additionally, any noise could disturb Sinan's concentration. As a good friend, Alec felt it was his responsibility to make sure Sinan wasn't disturbed. As for succeeding in whatever the demi-human was attempting to achieve, that rested solely with Sinan.